Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage from Saratoga Racecourse as we wrap up this July 4th racing festival. Gorgeous weather on this Sunday afternoon from Saratoga Springs. With a 10-race card to come, we're 10 minutes from the opening race to kick things off in just a few moments. It has been a sensational week. We'll look back some of the huge performances we have seen, some star-making performances over the weekend, and more good action to come here on Sunday. Two words that we love: mandatory payout. It is closing day of this meet, even though we're at Saratoga. This is the Belmont at the Big A meet, so mandatory payouts in the late pick 5, late pick 6, as well as opening day at Saratoga officially begins next week on Thursday. We're looking forward to today's card to wrap things up here, and what Saturday afternoon. We'll talk more about it in a moment from Flavian. Prat, just incredible what he was able to produce all week long as well. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Kick off with that opener. We'll begin that early pick 5, featured allowance race in the 3rd for our early action, and that mandatory payout in the pick 6 begins in race 5. With me, champion jockey Richard Migliori, champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, who is now turned into a top sprinter as well after going to the wrong set. You made it on time. That was good work. Good to see you both. We've had a great week of action here, and we'll get into Prat and what he did in a moment, but we've seen some big performances this weekend.
Really, it's been great racing, a lot of stakes action, a couple of 2-year-olds that got everybody talking, really impressive performances with that. And even though it's not officially the Saratoga meet, we come to expect those kind of days, Jonathan, in Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying it over and over again. The great thing about this place is that you get to see future superstars like we did yesterday with horses like Ewing or Obliteration, and you also get to see current superstars. One that I thought was Nitrogen, who I thought ran well in defeat, but you also get to see other horses like Think Big, and every day it's something new.
Good call. I know you like Think Big a lot, too, and that one ran very big, and we'll take a look at that performance as well. Story of the day yesterday, reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider Flavian Prat, 5-win Saturday afternoon with a couple of stakes wins as well. Megan, he has wrapped up his first ever riding title on this NYRA circuit.
It seems like as the weather heats up, Flavian Prat heats up as well. Dave Granig with the Daily Racing Form reported yesterday, July 4th, 2 years in a row, he won 5. July 5th, this time he won 5. And he just consistently putting horses in positions to win. He rides a really good race.
Just think about it. It's hard to pick 5 winners on a day when I can pick from all of them. He picked 5. He rode 5 winners, and he didn't get to pick from all of them. He only got one in every shot, in every race. It's a sensational thing, especially to do up here with the riding colony that he's doing it against.
4 stakes wins this week for Prat. 7 wins this week. And again, wraps up his first ever riding title on this circuit, picking up right where he left off at this meet last summer when he set all those records for stakes wins, graded stakes wins. I think he likes it at Saratoga.
I think he likes it at Saratoga considerably. And is he the first rider to be a leading rider at one meeting but at 2 different racetracks? Right?
Ooh,
Belmont at the Big A, Belmont at Saratoga. He's got the tri-state area covered, doesn't he?
He sure does.
Rat Ortiz Jr. behind him. Manny Franco with a tremendous meet as well today. Closing day of this, even though we're at Saratoga. Belmont at the Big A meet's a little confusing. Training title. Surprise, surprise. Chad Brown notches another victory as the top trainer.
I know you say that tongue-in-cheek, but that's what, Chad has high-level horses. He's got a horse for every division of the stakes races that we have. He's got good maidens, he's got allowance types, and then he also has numbers where he can drop horses into spots. He's winning at every level, at all the levels, and he has been dominant here in New York.
Yeah, the depth in that stable is incredible. Obviously, he does tremendous work. Isn't it interesting? Lead and rider that rides a great deal for the lead and trainer. They seem to go hand in hand.
Part of the reason that, Prat made this move, Chad Brown convinced him to come out here. He wanted to be in that position to win an Eclipse Award. It worked out for him and ride all these big horses in these big races, and could not have worked out better.
Absolutely. It's like having a Super Bowl winning head coach say, hey, why don't you come play quarterback for me? And that's exactly what's happened. That's why Flavian's had a lot of success that he's gotten. But it's also because Flavian rides for lots of different people. He has the trust of a lot of top operations, and I think that goes a long way in helping with his success.
His agent, Brad Pragram, does a tremendous job, because when you're this popular, part of the problem becomes you're too popular, and you've got to turn some people down, and how to keep them happy when you can't ride for them. And listen, I respect Flavian so much, because he could have stayed in California and just dominated with very little effort. He took on the challenge.
You can play all the action today. We're going to get to this post parade here in a moment for the opening race by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. That's where to play with Saratoga all summer long and beyond. Get signed up if you are not already. Promo code to take advantage of that offer, $200 deposit match, new customer bonus. There it is, bonus 200. Punch that in for new members at sign up. Right there, NairaBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. The opening race on this Sunday card, an allowance optional claiming 6 furlong sprint that has some serious talent in it. 3-year-olds and up. Antonio Avenis is closing in on $600,000 in earnings, and 1/900 has flashed some serious ability here in New York before he got beaten a stake out in Maryland. Let's kick things off with Antonio Avenis. Joel Rosario rides.
Yeah, Antonio Avenis is one who, in the last couple of races, has really started going the right direction. I liked his race 2 back, where he was going a little bit long. I think he's going to appreciate the cutback.
Gunnett next door, coming in off back-to-back wins. He was just claimed.
The 9-year-old Gunnett, who might be in as good a form right now as he's ever been in his career. We shouldn't discriminate horses because of age. If they're in good form, let them run.
Kunshan Bridge, Cantermachi Barn as well.
Back-to-back sloppy racetracks. Now he gets an opportunity to run on a fast racetrack.
Agalos the Great, George Weaver Barn with Flavian Prat.
Yeah, threw in a subpar effort in sloppy track, gets back to a fast track today, and is closing style with some speed signed on here.
Yeah, 1/900 has shown big ability in New York. What happened in that stakes race, JK?
It's a it's either he went way too fast, or it was no Lasix, or a combination of both.
3 minutes from this opener on the card. You can play along, get all the stats of the horses, trainers, jockeys with free Equibase. Past performances, go to naira.com/TV schedules. We're 3 minutes from this opener on the card. We check in with Maggie Wolfendale. I hope you have someone with a mister and an umbrella to protect you from the sun.
Yeah, I need it after I got burned yesterday, Greg. I know. I'm trying to cover my arms, wearing the white. It is a little warm, and I think that is a factor when we talk about the horse that is currently 9-5 here on the board in number 5, 1/900. And Jonathan's right. But that's only part of it as well with regards to that race down at Pimlico. For him, he is a horse that doesn't necessarily handle the heat well. You know, he's a dark bay and it's very hot. If this race was Thursday per se, I would feel a lot more confident about him. But what I do like relative to what I saw from him down at Pimlico is that he blew his race prior to going in the gate. He was so wound up in that very tight-quartered, loud paddock at Pimlico. It's quite a quiet day here at Saratoga, so he handled himself very well in the preliminaries thus far. Also, he gets to run on Lasix, and he gets his regular rider, Jose Lescano, back. And while obviously Flavian Prat is brilliant, and I'm one of his biggest fans, it really helps when a jockey knows a horse. And Jose had been working this horse before he had ever run. And I think that Flavian had to use him also too much to get to the lead, in which that pace ultimately incinerated. I think he's dangerous here, but I don't think that the next horse is going to make his job any easier, and that's number 1, Antonio Avenis. He was a horse once upon a time that was quite quick. Now, can he find some of that speed? Because last time he broke well, but he just couldn't quite keep pace. He got run off his feet a little bit, but that was over his lesser preferred surface on a wet track. Now he gets back to a fast track, now second off that bit of a break. He's a horse that always carries his conditioning well. He looks good overall. It's just what kind of trip does he pull from that inside post position? Because there's also a horse in here such as Gunnet, who's not slow either. So I think all that sets up nicely for number 4, Agalos the Great. Now, he is third off of a layoff, and last time he caught that wet track in which it was a quick pace, arguably maybe he moved a little sooner than he should. Going the 7 furlongs, he took a lot of kickback that day. In the winter pentathlon, he was clean faced. You know, I feel as though the horses that finished in front of him, they didn't have to deal with quite as much of that wet, heavy kickback as Agalos the Great did. Now, I've always been a fan of his. He's such a big, good-looking gelding for George Weaver. And furthermore, 2 of the 3 horses to run back out of that June 7th race have come back and won, including the beaten favorite Silver Slugger that day, who was embroiled in that fast pace. And he would post an 87 buyer with his win at Monmouth. So for me, Greg, I'll take Agalos the Great. And furthermore, you know, I saw him first off the layoff. He got kind of hot and agitated that day. And today, while he's sharp, he's just a lot more of a cool customer.
Good sign, 5-2. Prat, 5 wins Saturday afternoon. He's already wrapped up this meet title. See if he can start this Sunday card off on the right note. Pace-wise, JK, Mig, in this race. Well, I'll start with JK. 1/900, is he alone in front in this race?
I mean, I think so, but I think the interesting part is you have to, it's one of those deals, you got to try to hold that position, but you don't want to go too slow, but you also don't want to go too fast. He's got to kind of be ridden perfectly, even though he has a huge advantage.
When the outside post helps Jose Lezcano in that, endeavor, trying to, balance that, not going too slow, not going too fast. I just like the fact that he's, the return to Lasix. He wasn't allowed to compete with Lasix last time in the stakes race at Pimlico. And the outside post, I think, gives him a big edge.
Over $500,000 in this early pick 5 pool. If you play in the pick 5 and you kind of look ahead, race 4, obviously a major standout who's odds on 3 to 5 morning line. That's Peak for Linda Rice, going to be a single for most. Is there any vulnerability for Peak, JK, in that 4th?
I tried really hard. I couldn't find one in there. It just looks like the drop is going to be too much.
Loading up to kick off this Sunday action from Saratoga. 1/900 from the outside slot. Speedster, 3-2 favorite with Jose Lezcano. For Tom Morley, let's send it upstairs to Frank Miramati to kick things off.
1/900 is the last one to load. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Gunnet is out very quickly, and so is 1/900. 1/900 a little bit quicker. Antonio of Venice along the inside takes second. Gunnet now back to third. And then it's Kunshin Bridge. The distant trailer is Agalos the Great. It's 1/900 showing the way to the half-mile pole. Leading it by a length and a half, Antonio of Venice and Gunnet are side by side, second and third. Kunshin Bridge is next, and still 10 more to Agalos the Great, 22-3 for the quick 1/900, who controls the race around the far turn. 1/900, 3-length lead. Antonio of Venice and Gunnet still side by side with Kunshin Bridge in 4th. And Agalos the Great, 8 lengths off the pace at the top of the stretch. 1/900, 3-length lead coming to the 8th pole. Antonio of Venice is now a clear-cut second. Agalos the Great is underway from well out of it as they pass the 8th pole. 1/900, 6-length lead. Agalos the Great ranges into second. It's 1/900. Agalos the Great out of time. 1/900 all the way. Agalos the Great was second. Antonio of Venice finished third in front of Gunnet.
That speed, dangerous here. 1/900, gate to wire for the second win now in 3 starts, Mig.
Yeah, the outside post, natural speed, and the controlling speed, the return to Lasix, and Jose Lezcano walked that tightrope perfectly, Jonathan.
He certainly did. I mean, it's such a weapon to be able to be out in front. Agalos the Great actually ran really well, but like Frank said in the call, just ran out of time too late. And that happens from time to time when you have a horse like this who's got speed, which is the biggest weapon you could have in this game, and they use it on the front end and use it appropriately. It's exactly what happened.
And Agalos the Great was hampered a little bit at the start, so wound up a little further back than he might have as well.
3-2. 1/900, Tom Morley barn. Jose Lezcano. And good news for this barn, by the way, that very talented turf runner taking that bad step, pulling out of the race yesterday in the Kelso. Donegal Momentum appears everything is okay with him.
It's beautiful news. We love to hear that. A really talented racehorse with a big weapon as well with speed.
When I watched that replay over very carefully, it looked like he might have got hit from behind and then kind of took a misstep because he got knocked off balance. But this was a real nice effort here from 1-900, getting back to his winning ways. He ran second to Colloquial, who unfortunately is on the shelf now, but one of the better sprinting 3-year-olds. And got to say it, this was a Joseph Migliori bloodstock purchase.
Well done to your son, and a man who I think has the best hat collection of anyone in Saratoga, Mr. Tom Morley.
You should probably loan that hat to Maggie if she's going to be out in the sun all day.
That would be nice. 3-2 favorite, 1-900. Maggie, well done here, gate to wire.
Yeah, thank you. But Tom's off to Belmont, so you're exactly right, Meg. I am stealing that hat.
He wears it well, I gotta say.
He does. You know what it is when we wearing hats? You gotta be confident in wearing that hat, and Tom looks very, very confident with that hat.
He does. He does. It looks like it was made just for him.
Jose Lezcano puts this horse on the lead, keeps on going. 1-900. Gate to wire to kick off this Sunday card from Saratoga.
Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Thanks for being with us on this Sunday afternoon for coverage of America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, all summer long and beyond. 1-900. Back to his winning ways after being a beaten favorite in Stakes Company out in Maryland. Too tough to catch on the front end.
Yeah, and this is when you've got a small field and you got an outside post. It's such an advantage because you get into the race the right way. You're not under the same kind of pressure. And this is a very talented son of Dialed In.
I think you could forgive him for that last performance, obviously, down in Maryland, because he didn't have Lasix, but also he went really fast early. And I think a combination of not having the Lasix and going really fast early is probably what did him in.
$5.10 for the win. Let's go to Maggie.
I got the hat, guys. Good husband, he comes through. But pleased to be joined by winning co-owner Stephen Rocco and his sons Jackson and Lincoln too. But Stephen, as we heard Richard Migliori say, purchased in part by Joe Migliori. But talk about picking this horse out. I know that my daughter Willow also had something to do with it too. Joking.
Yeah, it's just exciting to win at Saratoga. We bought him at OBS March. He had a great breeze. I know Will loved the breeze, which gave me full confidence, and Joe, of course, loved it. And we got it done. And just a very fast horse, very exciting horse.
How rewarding is it to come back after the disappointment at Pimlico in that Chick Lang and get the win here at the spot?
Yeah, we came in confident as can be today. Obviously, it's Saratoga. It's tough to win, but, we thought he would bounce back, and it's nice to see that he was able to do that.
And, obviously, Lasix could be a factor with this horse, but where do you kind of go next? Obviously, you'll have to talk to Mr. Morley, who is very intimidating beyond the camera right now, as I ask this question.
Yeah, I don't pick the races out. Tom has done a great job managing it. I got to say congratulations to my partners, too, at Delphi Racing Club, who are here, and Dean Reeves. But there's plenty of races for him, plenty of options. But I think he loves 6 furlongs, and there's plenty of spots for a horse like this.
Well, Jackson, you've been all smiles. You guys live very close to here, have a house down the street. Talk about your experience at Saratoga.
I like coming to the races every Saturdays and Sundays, and I'm glad for Dad that he won.
Yeah, I'm glad for Dad, too. He's a rock star. Well, congratulations, Stephen. Enjoy this.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, 1-900 getting the job done. Back to his winning ways, guys.
Congratulations to everyone. Maggie, to you and your husband as well, and props to Tom for lending you the hat.
Well, yeah,
True
it's the
gentleman.
right thing. Chivalry's not dead. You got to
No,
do
it
the
is
right
not.
things.
Talented horse, JK.
I need a hat. No, very. I mean, look, when you can do what he just did, right? You can open up on a field and extend your position. I think he's a very talented type. And look, we'll see what happens, right? He's had one race where he didn't run with Lasix and he didn't run well. It's possible, like Maggie said, that could have something to do with it. But it's also possible that the circumstances of the ship or the how fast he had to run early could also have influenced it.
Well, and just so people understand, right, they're going to look down and see a Pimlico 22-4 and say, well, he ran as fast a fraction today. But at Pimlico, the race is basically starting the time when they open the doors. There's a very short run up to where the beginning of the timing starts. So anytime you go sub 23 at Pimlico, you're flying.
Excited to see this horse back in action. Yeah, he's shown very quick, very talented. Up next, 2-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs in a restricted maiden special weight. Is all try and get that first win. So horses that sold or are an aid for $60,000 or less in their most recent sale. It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift Farms, 6-time reigning champion General Sire. Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty, by the way. As we take a look at the current odds right now, it's Toga Twist. First time out for Jeremiah Engelhardt, favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was one of the outside 2, the 6 Toga Twist or the 7 Valentine Crusader. I like outside draws for inexperienced first-time starters. I think there's a lot more good that can happen out there than if you're drawn inside. They seem to be the most talented based on what we've seen from the workout report. So it's one of those 2 for me. I'll decide maybe after I hear Maggie give her opinion.
Yeah, we're going to look at these 2-year-olds, always helpful, and keep an eye on that board as well to guide our wagering as we get set for the early pick 4 coming up. It's been an incredible week of this July 4th Racing Festival. Fans have enjoyed it. Patriotism, of course, well on hand with a lot of red, white, and blue and stars and stripes. Final day of this weekend action continues when we come back.
And they're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire. With Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old. Graded stakes winners, Whitwater's Rand. Implicated. And Apple Picker. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Thursday, July 17th.
And it's a quick start for Echo Sound. It's Echo Sound with a narrow advantage. Now opening up, Echo Sound, an authoritative winner. Jose Ortiz and the favorite Classic Q. No turning back now. Top of the stretch, Classic Q is asked the question now. Play with Fire is second, and second best to Classic Q. In between horses, King Silver's right up there. King Silver trying to come back for more. King Silver pushing by late, and it will be King Silver and Flavian Prat to win. And Tiz Dashing came out well. Zulu Kingdom is flashing some early interest. Zulu Kingdom puts the pressure on at the top of the stretch. Zulu Kingdom has a 3-length lead. Far outside Capitol Hill from absolutely nowhere. It will be Zulu Kingdom. New Century will be up close today and goes right after Tank. And just behind them, Test Score, and Test Score coming with a beautiful rally. It will be Test Score, a convincing winner, and it is Phileas Fogg who's the quickest out of the gate. Phileas Fogg has been left alone on the front end. Kendrick Carmouche and Phileas Fogg saying, catch me if you can. Antiquarian trying so hard, and it's going to get close. Phileas Fogg, Antiquarian, here's the line. Phileas Fogg!
We are very blessed with this horse, Maggie. It's a lot of work too. A lot of work. This horse has been good to us, Maggie.
Bring the band home is the quickest out of there. They're coming to the quarter pole. Bring the band home in front. Bring the band home. And Javier Castellano, obliteration, blasts right out of there. The two favorites are head-to-head with obliteration having the advantage coming to the quarter pole. Obliteration is a star. Win for the money on the outside for Think Big. In between those two, and they're followed by Intellect and Think Big. Think Big! Think Big! Think Big stretches out. Fian is next, racing on the outside of Virgin Colada. 2 lengths back, Fian trying to pull off the upset and is finishing. And here's Fian surging on the outside. Here's the line, photo finish!
Very little separating Fion and Nitrogen in that Belmont Oaks Invitational. We'll have more on that race in a moment. Look at all these stakes winners from this incredible week of action. You saw Phileas Fogg. Gustavo Rodriguez has said, even though Kendrick Carmouche went back to him and said a little bit shorter, maybe better at 1 1/8 Whitney, but he wants to wait and go to the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Kind of interesting, but one thing about Phileas Fogg, he likes to roll along, and Kendrick gets out of his way and lets him do his thing.
Big performance. Congrats to Gustavo Rodriguez for that win, too. Looking back on this, chance to soak it all in, what was your favorite stakes-winning performance from the week?
I really went back and forth, but it was Echo Sound to me winning the victory ride. I think she was super impressive. She got a triple-digit buyer figure, really drew off, and she's added even a little more spice to the Philly sprinting division. And I like the fact that Rusty Arnold trains Echo Sound because he also trained Victory Ride, the namesake for the race, and I thought she was super impressive.
Off this, gotta think Test, right?
Oh, I would have to think the test for sure, and she's got to be, if not the favorite, one of the favorites there. This was an impressive performance.
JK, where you wind up?
Yeah, I landed on Think Big, and there's a couple of reasons. One is, I think he's a pretty cool horse, and, after the Jaipur, the sprint division on turf sprints gets a little light in this country, and now he's got other options. Hopefully we can see him in a race like the 4-Star Dave or even more races throughout the year now that he's proved that he can handle the mile. But then I also got to be honest with you. As a horse player, you're wrong a lot more than you're right. And this is an opinion that I had that I thought he would run well that actually came to fruition. My other opinion that Nitrogen was going to win for fun was wrong. So when you're right sometimes, it makes you feel good. And I thought Think Big was awesome. He did exactly what I thought he would do, was take advantage of the way that turf course was playing, spending a lot of time on the inside. He didn't have to come from too far back. It worked out really well for him, and I think it's going to be fun to see him the rest of the summer.
And nice to see Connections try something different, take a shot with a horse and see it pay off. This one now 5 for 6 on the lawn. Let's check in with Maggie. Maggie, where are you going to wind up with your stakes performance of this week?
I'm going to stick with the grass, Greg, and go to the Belmont Oaks as we saw the big favorite, Nitrogen. Look, JK, I liked her too. But it's kind of interesting when, the greats, the heralded horses in races are taken down. And I think, Trips had a lot to do with it. As Nitrogen, she was on that 3-wide hunt and chase throughout on top of a hot pace. And Fionn, who has literally done nothing wrong in her career either, just maybe not as of before the race in that class as Nitrogen, but she came and got her, that's for sure. And well, watching her win was a lot of fun. I think Brad Cox and his team have done an excellent job with her. I think watching the Connections celebrate was even more fun to watch as George Messina and Michael Lee and George's son Trace, a major part and assistant to the Brad Cox as well. They were just so happy. And two, it helps that they're from my second home in New Orleans, and they just were enjoying every moment of it. Fionn, never worse than third in all of her career starts, Greg.
Yeah, that celebration from that ownership group really encapsulates what it means to win a big race here at Saratoga. We're going to go back to that race, Mick, take another look at it. Nitrogen, such a heavy favorite coming in. Jose Ortiz aboard. And talk to us what happened here late in the race.
Well, she's hit in the front, and she's going to try to battle with the filly inside of her, right? Jose wants to get closer, keep her competitive, maybe intimidate that filly a little bit. So she goes down there. Now there's a challenge coming from Fionn on the outside. You're going to see he's going to go to his left-handed crop, and she's going to now go shift ground all the way to the left. And I'm always of the belief that there's a bag of money laying at the finish line, right? There's the purse. You want to go forward. You don't want to go sideways. When you get beat inches, going sideways is not a good thing. The art of race riding is subtle. It's slowly shifting ground to meet a challenge, not to kind of, zigzag through the stretch. Now, Jose's been riding brilliantly. He gave Think Big a brilliant ride, but I think this is one maybe if she had just kept a straight path, maybe the outcome's a little bit different.
Did not get beat by that much, and that was a lot of time going sideways down the stretch.
Well, I guess the devil's advocate, and Richie, I'll defer to you because I've never ridden one before, but do you think maybe that it wouldn't have been as close if she didn't get engaged by the outside horse to kind of carry her on? Is it possible, or do you feel pretty confident in the way that you see it?
A lot of times when you come out to meet a challenge, you've done it before that horse has kind of gotten there. So they kind of almost look at you, right? You're a length and a half in front of them, and it might thwart their forward momentum. She had full momentum and was almost upside of her when the shifting started. So I think in this case, if she had kept the straight course, not deviated, potentially, and I'm splitting hairs here, maybe it's a different outcome.
Game plan, by the way, still the same for Nitrogen. It is on dirt, Alabama. Next stop for her, so switching back surfaces for that start for Mark Cassidy. Race 2, our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day here. 5.5 furlongs for these restricted 2-year-olds who sold for $60,000 or less. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with the lettered part of the Dutch Row entry, and here that is the Obliterator, not Obliteration, as we saw him be very impressive in winning the Sanford and earning a 91 Beyer speed figure in only his second start. As You might be able to hear this is a very noisy group. It's mainly number 2 who is acting the most green in here, Dinner Royale. But let's talk about 1A, the Obliterator. Vino Rosso, the sire. The dam, she won first out as a 2-year-old, and she was actually pretty good in dirt sprints. This is a half to Bye Bye Bernie, who is a Greatest Stakes winner in turf sprints. And there's also a Greatest Stakes place dirt sprinter by the name Joe Franklin. This is a horse that does look a lot more physically mature than many of his other rivals in here, which I always love to see. And furthermore, he's acting more mature than any of his other rivals. He's a little bit of an awkward build. To be fair, he's kind of long backed and so therefore a little bit sway backed, but I love the way he's presenting himself. I like that pedigree overall. We'll see what he can do here, as I think Jeremiah Englehart and John Ortiz, who send out the 6 and 7, they are the 2 trainers that we are kind of more synonymous with being able to get their horses to win first time out, especially Maya here in New York. Toga Twist, he was the original trainer of this one's dam, Little Miss Raylan, who won first time out. Go figure. And Omaha Beach is such a good influence when we're talking about precocious 2-year-olds. This guy looks so fit in here. I mean, just ready to go. And this is so typical for the barn. They are well prepared as far as a fitness standpoint, and generally from a mental one, this guy fits that bill too. So there's a lot of precocity in the pedigree, and he's showing it here in the paddock. I think he is very, very dangerous, as the board would indicate. Now, John Ortiz, he'll send out number 7, Valentine Crusader. He was a little bit green when he first walked in here, still a little bit unsure. He was part of the chorus that was singing and screaming down here. He's one that's wearing a Halton bit first time out, which you don't generally see. It feels like these 2-year-olds for the most part, run in kind of snaffles, as we are taking a look at him here in the paddock. A son of Honest Mischief, good dirt sprint influence, but not necessarily known to get them to win first time out. There just was a little bit of a lack of pedigree on this one for me to get too excited, but looks 90% fit. Also looks as though he should be somewhat quick in here. But like I said, Greg, number 6, just Toga Twist looks like the one to beat.
Maggie, thank you, and getting bet like it too, 8-5 right now for the debut for the Jeremiah Englehart barn. Manny Franco will be aboard. There is the 7 on our screen, though, Valentine Crusader, with some certainly quick works at Keeneland out of the gate back on June 22nd. Bullet drill, quickest of 67, and a first-timer for John Ortiz.
And a homebred for TriStar Farm, and New York bred at that. And John Ortiz, Jonathan, very good with first-time starters.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You know, if you're a New York trainer like Jeremiah Englehart, who I think this horse is live, of course you're going to run this horse here. But if you're a trainer who spends a lot of time in Kentucky, like John Ortiz, or at Oaklawn, and you bring a horse up here, you know that it takes a serious horse to win up here first time out. I like the outside draw for that one. I think I'm leaning in that direction, the 7.
Here's first-time starter for Rick Dutrow Jr. with Dylan Davis, Skull Coast Folly.
Yeah, neither one of these horses in the entry are taking money.
And the Obliterator breaks second to the outside.
And when I say that, it's 5-1 for an entry. It's pretty ice cold.
The rail to this one here, the 2, Dinner Royale.
Who's acting very green. Out of a mare that raced 12 times, never hitting the board. This is our first fall. And she was out of a mare that was 0 for 5, never hitting the board.
See those feet out of the stirrups for Ruben Silvera to calm the horse, I assume?
Well, and to stay in the middle of him. More leg you have on him, the better chance.
Natural shooter. Here's the 3.
When you see the workouts go dirt, turf, and then they run on dirt, to me, it makes me feel like they're guessing.
Second dam, grade 1 placed on dirt. Actually won the Prince of Wales Stakes up in Canada. Here's Chalmers, first time out, Ray Handel.
Yeah, really sharp gate work, penultimate work before the race, and taking some money.
Max Money Louis Saez on this first-time starter by Maxfield for Mike Maker.
Yeah, I mean, I think people don't know what to do with this one. The horseman working at Keeneland. When they work here, everyone can see it, and there's a better idea. I think this one could be live at 5-1.
Favorite at 8-5, Manny Franco for Jeremiah Englehart, Toga Twist.
Yeah, out of a mare that did win on debut, Jeremiah Englehart's so good with first-time starters, and they're usually very well prepared. Look how professional he is with the pony and everything. I like when all the bases are covered and a horse is well schooled.
And Valentine Crusader, Irad Ortiz Jr. for John Ortiz.
I just like the draw for Irad here. The price is just a tad bit better than the 6. Multi-race wagers, if you're starting a pick 4 here, I would feel comfortable with just the 6 and the 7, maybe throw in the 5 as a backup ticket.
5 minutes away from this start of the early pick 4 coming up. I want to remind everyone playing with Naira Bets, you can earn $15 just by playing. Bet at least $75 each on Belmont at Saratoga. Excuse me. Yeah, it is Belmont at Saratoga. Belmont Park today. And get $15 win or lose. You do have to opt in to take advantage of that at Naira Bets. So 5 minutes away here, race 2. And Jeremiah Engard, he has had some good youngsters here over the years at Saratoga.
Just a really good job with his 2-year-olds, and they're well prepared, and they're professional. And a lot of horses have ability, but they don't have the mental capacity to use that ability properly. To be a good horse, you have to be smart as well as talented.
How about the call he made, Jeremiah Engelhardt as well, JK, stretching out Moplex to 2 turns, and that horse seemed to be getting stronger the further he went. Is that a horse we potentially could see in the Jim Dandy?
Yeah, I mean, look, speed is a talent. And if you have that speed, which Moplex had, I don't think anyone questioned that before that decision. The question was, could he carry that speed? And he proved that emphatically. So, yeah, now there's a lot of options for a fast horse who can obviously go a little bit longer. I'd love to see where he ends up next. Maybe they'll jump into some deeper waters, or they'll keep some of those middle-of-the-country derbies on their schedule.
Albany, he's a New York bred thinking, but why not go big?
Well, he's earned his right to go big. Give it a try. I mean, the Ohio Derby's a nice race in its own right.
Yeah, but I think that the fact that he is a New York bred, and New York breds, if you didn't know, start with an advantage. I think that you could take advantage of that program rather than jumping into the deep waters. That's why Mick's doing so well in life. He's a New York bred.
I was going to say, being a New York bred, I agree. You start with an advantage. I will say, Jonathan, watching your selection, the 7 Valentine Crusader warm up, it's looking really good on the racetrack.
I like to hear that.
There's my retort to you. Don't play not to lose. Play to win. Let's go to Maggie.
Well, all things pointing still on my end to number 6, Toga Twist. Really good mover as well. So I'm going to stick with him and take chalk at 8-5. But let's talk about chummers here for Ray Handel. Naughty Ray, but a son of combatant who has not sired any winners yet. And I get the feeling that they might be okay, as Ray and several other trainers have told me that they have liked them at the sales, but they don't give me the feeling that they're going to be early types. Now, Ray does reach out and get Flavian Prat for the mount. As you see, he's being a little bit green on the track. That wasn't the case in the paddock. He was actually one of the best behaved ones. But also with Ray, I don't expect them to win first time out. I don't think Ray does either. He doesn't have him fully cranked. I mean, he just looks as though he's going to need a start from the fitness standpoint. Not a bad looking type, and like I said, did show that he can at least move and cover some ground when watching him gallop over to the backside. But obviously a little bit greenness showing through there, and obviously the fitness is a major question. Number 5, Max Money for Mike Maker. Son of Maxfield, the dam was 0 for 2. Lone sibling was okay going a middle of the road type of dirt horse. Maybe this guy will want more ground. He's a good size and has a lot of substance to him and has been really laid back so far in the prelims. I wish he showed a little bit more energy, to be quite honest, in the warm-up. He just feels like a typical Mike Maker horse that probably going to need a start and will benefit greatly and move forward from it. Now, the plain one of the Rick Dutrow entry from Mike Dubb, School Coast Folly. Still want to know the story behind that one. Did work 10 flat at the OBS April sale. Looks quite quick. I don't know if we'll see that. I didn't love his action per se in that workout. Not a bad looking type. Again, both these Dutrow horses have a lot of physical size to them, which is always appreciated with these young 2-year-olds. But again, just feels as though he needs to be refined a bit, mentally, physically. So we'll see what we get from the entry. 3-2 on the 2, well, outside horses as far as the 6 and 7, and I think the board has that right. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. About to load up, minute away from the start of this early pick 4. Toga Twist, the 6, has remained the favorite throughout. As you get a look at part of the entry there, Dylan Davis on that straight one, who will, by the way, break from post 5. The other half of the entry will break second to the outside, the rail to the 2.
You know, it's interesting, this field, Greg. You've got like 3 that are kind of a handful and acting up a bit and not really settled, and then you've got a couple that are so professional, particularly the 6, Toga Twist, and the 7, Valentine Crusader. Gosh, they look like they've been there and done it.
I'm going to keep an eye on this condition this summer, though. We saw it during Belmont Stakes Festival as well, where it's the auction thing, where you've sold their RNA for under 60,000, but they're also letting in New York breds. So an expensive New York bred could pop in here. You know, it's not the New York breds of old. There's some really expensive, high price tag ones that could find some layovers in these spots. So just a thing to keep an eye out for throughout the rest of the summer.
Yep.
3-2 favoritism, Toga Twist. Valentine Crusader closing that gap for John Ortiz. First-time starter with the Rat Ortiz Jr. there on the outside. So we get set for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Again, later, and it's part of this sequence as well. We talked about Peak Race 4, 3 to 5 morning line. Going to be a standout for many playing multi-race wagers. And then we got mandatory pick 6 beginning in the 5th and a mandatory late pick 5 payout. And again, I would assume, JK, days like this, you're going to be all in.
Yeah, I mean, you like to have those mandatories. And the pick 6 here in New York is a great opportunity no matter what to me, because it's a $1 minimum, which I think the higher the minimum, the better. It's actually, you have a bigger edge there, I think, than playing against some of the computer teams. So I always like to play the pick 6, especially on mandatory days.
Everybody making their debut in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. To kick off the pick 4, let's send it up to Frank Miramati.
Last couple going in. Valentine Crusader completes the line. They're in the gate, and they're off. And it's a quick start for Dinner Royale. Dinner Royale vying for the early lead. Valentine Crusader has sharp early foot, and Chummers is in between those two. They're followed by Max Money, who was just 4th, passed now by Toga Twist, and Toga Twist going right after the leaders into the far turn. Natural Shooter is next, the 2 trailers, Skulko's Folly and the Obliterator at the back of the field. 22-3, and Toga Twist and Valentine Crusader, the 2 favorites, have sped well clear. 8 lengths back to Max Money in 3rd, followed by Dinner Royale in 4th. They're at the top of the stretch, Valentine Crusader and Toga Twist. Valentine Crusaders just in front, Toga Twist right up alongside. They've been going at it for more than a half mile, the half in 46 seconds flat, neither giving an inch, 5 clear of Max Money. 16th pole, Valentine Crusader, Rat Ortiz, Toga Twist, Manny Franco, Toga Twist on the outside just in front. Here is the line. Photo finish. It's very close between Toga Twist and Valentine Crusader. 3-way photo for 3rd among Max Money, Natural Spender, and the Obliterator.
2-horse race the entire way in here. Toga Twist, Valentine Crusader looked like it might have been Toga Twist. Let's take another look here. Was it outside?
Wow, that's desperately close, but it does look like the 6 might have just had his nostril down, a flared nostril down on the line first.
I'm always amazed, Mig, that these horses can run for 5.5 furlongs all the way around there, and then at the end of it, it's an inch that makes the difference. But I'll say this, these horses have never run before, and to show that much heart and determination in their first career starts, I think if you're the owner or trainer of either one of those horses, you got to be pretty proud.
This was such a nice effort. This race didn't deserve either one of these horses to lose. They both gave all of themselves. They came together a couple times in the stretch. It appeared that possibly at first the 7 Valentine Crusader came out, but then Toga Twist came back in and gave it back to him. And usually the stewards rule, well, whoever shoved first, it's okay if you shove back.
Manny Franco outside, a Rat Ortiz Jr. inside, and just posted. One more look as they cross that wire. Give it to Manny Franco. And Toga Twist for Jeremiah Engelhardt at 7-5.
really nice effort here. These two colts threw it down and, again, didn't deserve a loser. Here, let's watch the head on here, and we'll see if what I saw in the pan shot was correct.
So Manny Franco outside, those purple and white silks. Rat Ortiz Jr. inside. Wow.
They drifted there. They didn't make any contact. They drifted over. Now they make a little bit of contact. And, you know, honestly, marginal. You know, they came together, but nothing that I would think would warrant any real attention.
They look like the same horse when they're coming down the stretch. They're
The
blazes.
white faces,
yeah. Yeah, it looked like just kind of like if one of them came out, the other one came in just enough that it seems like a no harm, no
Incidental
foul.
contact, yeah, not much. Jeremiah Englehart, all smiles as he should be. Nothing like having a 2-year-old first-time starter win at Saratoga.
And they were the two most professional horses in the post parade. They both made beautiful physical appearances.
Has been lodged.
Listen, if I get beat in nose, I'm probably claiming foul in this spot too. Someone much smarter than me once told me 2 rooms you want to stay out of: the courtroom and the operating room, because you never know which way it's going to go. And put the steward's room in there.
Look at it, as we look at it again, very, very late. And it's hard to know where the wire is, but very, very late in here is probably where the most serious part of this takes place.
Yeah,
and being told it's a trainer's objection.
Which I have never personally seen a trainer's objection be upheld here in New York anyway. And I will say, Valentine Crusader did come out first, but they made no contact. The 6 came out.
The worst of it.
The contact they made was the 6 did come back into him a little bit, and they did brush.
But you know a little bit more about the behind the scenes. As a trainer, do you feel that they might have the obligation to your owner to at least just say, hey, I'm objecting, just to at least say you tried?
Well, yeah, you have the right to do it, so, you know, no one should be bashful about doing it. It's within the boundaries of the rules, so you're watching it from up there. Your horse ran a gigantic race, a winning race, and was nosed. Yeah, take a shot.
The purse is $90,000, so why not take a chance?
Well, would you rather go home not claiming foul and wondering if you had, would they maybe have made a difference?
What's the mechanism for a trainer to claim foul?
They come down to the phone by the winner's circle and they call up to the steward stand.
And again, it's tough to see where that wire was, but yeah, very, very late.
Yeah.
And maybe
I honestly,
was
personally,
the worst of it. And I don't know if that was enough to do anything.
I personally didn't see enough that I would think there would be a disqualification, but they did come together.
One more look, head on here. Maggie, will bring you in here. And what were your thoughts here? I don't know if you've had a chance to look at this or not.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing, the optics of Manny Franco hitting right-handed doesn't look great, where we saw Jose Ortiz, hitting with his right hand as well. So maybe that's a little bit of a problem. But for a trainer's objection here, the other horse has already gone home. If he felt confident in this coming down, wouldn't he have kept his horse here? So yeah, number 7, Valentine Crusader has left the building, whereas the unofficial winner, Toga Twist, is still here, guys.
Maybe, well, if they do make a change, and we don't think that's going to happen, maybe we'll have the first ever photo without a horse in the winner's circle. And no change has just been announced by track announcer Frank Miramati, so it will stand 6-7-5-3 as we expected.
I've seen winner's circles where the horse came back without the rider and got his picture taken.
Was that you?
I rode a horse named Where There's a Will, and he used to wheel pulling up. I won on him at Aqueduct. He wheeled and dropped me, and he ran back to the winner's circle on his own and got the picture without me.
They just left you lying there?
And he was, hey, he was smart enough to go back to the winner's circle.
That's tremendous. 7-5 to start this pick 4. It's Toga Twist. Jeremiah Englehart, Manny Franco winning this duel over Valentine Crusader in race 2.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramati's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Last time we'll be saying that here for a couple months, but it was all about Toga Twist getting the job done narrowly over a very game Valentine Crusader. Please be joined by winning conditioner Jeremiah Englehart and his entourage of children. Some of them yours, some of them not.
2 of mine, and then I have a nephew, and then 2 of Chris Dunn's, his twins. Yeah.
Excellent. But also this horse named Toga Twist, and you were throwing down some moves in the break. Can we see him again, please?
Yeah, you got it. I mean,
go.
little twist.
Get it.
You know?
I knew you'd bring it.
Back in the day, I won a couple homecoming dances. You know, I was voted most likely to probably make a fool of himself on TV, and here I am.
Doing it every summer. Maya, talk a little bit about just the success that you so often have in these types of races.
Well, a lot of it is, you know, I've got to thank all of the clients, you know, the people that have worked with me for a long time. And, you know, it's just trying to find the right horses to develop and, you know, try to find the Moplexes, the Toga Twists, you know, we had a lot of success with the young horses, but more so than not, it's the clients that keep on, you know, coming back and letting us do it over and over again.
Maya, you mentioned him, Moplex. He's one that has gone on, to say the least, overachieving New York bred, taking down the Ohio Derby last time. Where could we see him next?
Wherever Sovereignty's not going to be, probably. No, I don't know. I was telling Maggie, if I can dodge a wrench, you can dodge Sovereignty, like on dodgeball. But, you know, I don't. You know, he's doing extremely well. Came out of the Ohio Derby well. Our original plan was the Jim Dandy, but you know that I don't know. It's either going to be the Haskell or the Jim Dandy, and I think we'll make that decision here pretty soon.
Did he surprise you at all with that win?
Not really. I want to say he did, but he really didn't. I've always kind of thought that he would go 2 turns, and you know, that's kind of what I thought he would do. Like he's got a high cruising speed, and I think he can outrun horses going 1 1/8, 1 1/4. I really, like, even after that race, it was hard for him to pull him up, so.
He's also got a massive heart, too. So
yeah.
Congratulations here today, but can't wait to see what Moplex holds in store.
Thanks a lot, Maggie.
All right. He'll be twisting away. Let's go, guys. Oh, yeah. We got the moves in the winner's circle.
Yes, we do. We just need a soundtrack now to go with it, but that's the official Toga Twist for the summer. Impressive first-time starter, and I love to hear it. Moplex, either Haskell or Jim Dandy, dream big.
Absolutely, and it says a lot about how Maya feels about that horse, the confidence he has. I love the fact he's realistic, though. We're going to go everywhere that Sovereignty's not, which could be the Jim Dandy, so I guess maybe we'll see what happens there. But the Haskell seems like a great option for him as well. 1 1/8, and you know, a grade 1 on a racetrack in which speed does well.
It's kind of speed mammoth normally, and that horse has a lot of natural speed. And yeah, and if you can avoid the heavy heads, obviously journalism and Sovereignty and even Baeza, I really hope the 3 of them get together a few times this summer.
And we know Baeza's coming to the Jim Dandy. That was just announced, so he's going to tackle Sovereignty in that Travers prep. We'll see who else decides to show up. But this 3-year-old picture, all of a sudden yesterday, incredibly intriguing already, got a lot more interesting. We'll talk about it a little bit later on in the program, so stay tuned for that. We're going to move on in our coverage here. Toga Twist wins race 2 to start the pick 4. Race 3, 19 minutes away, 1.5 miles. On the grass, an allowance optional claiming field here. What'd you guys think?
That was a tough race. They all look the same to me. I was between the 5 and the 6 as a top choice. I was hoping I'd get a better price on the 6 than I would on the 5. We'll see how that goes, but those are the 2 for me that make the most sense. It's Richie, who's going to make the front in here was what I was trying to find out. I couldn't identify that.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no speed sign on. Obviously, somebody's going to be in front. Would it wind up being maybe the 7 All-American Beauty? Because Flavian Prat just is a rider that tends to seize these situations when he sees, well, there's no speed. I'll do it. You know, he's got initiative.
It's a tough field to separate.
It is.
See what happens here. This is on the inner turf, 1.5 miles. We'll have more in this field coming up when we return. What a week that man had, and that's just yesterday. Flavian Prat, 5 wins on Saturday, wrapped up his first ever NYRA riding title. We'll hear from him when we come back on the other side of this break.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Jockey's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jockey's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jockey's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
When the spotlight shines on the race, there's a team behind it, working before the world wakes up. They care, they sacrifice, they make it all possible. Best is here to care for them because they deserve the very best too. We support their health, their hopes, and their humanity. Best, behind every champion is a team, caring for the people who care for the horses.
What an incredible week it has been. First time ever. July 4th Racing Festival has taken place here in upstate New York at this historic racetrack in Saratoga Springs. Town able to celebrate a fantastic night on the 4th, and it's really just been an entire week of celebration.
It's been great. You think about what an integral part of the Revolutionary War took place right here in Saratoga, the Saratoga battlefield. I'm staying in Schuylerville, and they had all those people that reenact. Incredible.
Well, the Battle of Saratoga took place. Yeah. No one's probably enjoyed it more than the man we're going to tell you about right now. Last summer, of course, Flavian Prat made Saratoga his own personal playground, rewriting the record books and riding off at the end of the year with his first ever Eclipse Award as Outstanding Rider. He has picked up right where he left off with 7 wins this week, 4 stakes victories, an incredible performance.
French jockey Flavian Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to New York in the spring of 2022.
Flight line is in full flight.
Wet Pink surging under Flavian Prat, national treasure, and Flavian Prat.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of rider and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13, and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Prat's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred, and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Vasilika strolls home in the Royal Heroine.
By 2019, Prat had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide. enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. You know, we took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
An incredible talent, and again collects his first riding title on this NYRA circuit. We just talked a race earlier about why not take a shot, lodging an objection. Prat actually lodged the objection in that Kentucky Derby and wound up winning a Kentucky Derby as a result.
And he was the only horse that wasn't bothered. He was outside of all the action. I think he just wanted to make sure the steward's like, hey, did you see what took place there? Hey, I would have done the same thing. I mean, I didn't know Flavian at that time, and I remember thinking, wow, he got rewarded, and he didn't get bothered. But now, having gotten a chance to know him and how much respect I have for him, yeah, he did the right thing.
He's a heck of a rider. He's an awesome man as well.
Incredible talent. You say all the time that you think his greatest attribute is that he just has no weakness?
He is the most well-rounded rider. There's some riders that do things better than him. He has no hole in his game. I cannot find a weakness in his game. They said some might do some things better, but he does everything well.
Who?
Flavian.
Who does something better?
Well, I think if you want to break it down like that, I mean, I think Irad can be a stronger finisher. Manny Franco might be a stronger finisher. There's certain little subtle things that riders bring. Every rider has strengths and weaknesses. He has less weaknesses.
He's going to be on this one here, the 7. All-American Beauty. Shug McGahee will be riding for. And JK, your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I mean, all of these horses, this is my thought on almost all of them, except for maybe the 6, and even that one, they're all pace compromised. None of them have any early speed. Whoever works out the best trip closest to the pace has the best shot. And like Mig said, Flavian's clock and his awareness of those situations go a very long way.
25-2 over-under opening quarter? What should make the line?
Over.
Yeah,
it's going to be slow.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here in the paddock for this race, as we will take a look at the horse who's not favorite to start things off. But I want to say that in time, I think she looks fantastic here from Miguel Clement, and she is one that projects to be a bit closer to the pace, which I think is advantageous. One that does not, though, is number 5, Miwa. She'll make her 3rd start in the States here for Todd Pletcher, and she gets a vastly different course than what she has experienced in her first 2 stateside performances. It is rock hard out there, and those courses that she was on here last month and at Keeneland were not at all. So maybe, you know, I don't know for sure, but a lot of times these European horses come over to get the firmer turf, also to get Lasix, which she goes back on today. She's also an interesting horse with something I noticed about her equipment. As I often talk about, trainers kind of have their uniforms for their horses, and Todd Pletcher is one of those guys who typically runs them those white bridles with a figure 8 or a drop noseband, as we like to say, that piece that goes around the bottom of their mouth. Now, this filly just wears a regular noseband, and Todd, too, often, you know, with a ring bit or a D-bit, she has a rubber loose ring snaffle, so literally the softest bit that you could possibly have. And I noticed that while she always breaks slowly, she is also one that is incredibly incredibly light mouth, meaning that she does not like any pressure from the rider on her mouth, because even at the back of the pack, she's throwing her head around. So we'll see how she does getting to a firm turf course today. As we'll move on to number 2, that is a horse that could project to be the pace setter. Now, I don't particularly love her as a horse, but I think as far as dynamics are concerned, she could be dangerous as she does try this 1.5 mile distance for the first time. And let me tell you, physically, she's everything you want in a 1.5 mile type of runner from her physical makeup, and that she's long-legged, very long, thin, tubular type of frame to her, which, you know, you equate that to a human marathon runner. That's exactly what she is, too. As number 4 in here is Sugary for No Delacour. I thought, you know, several of these horses have Marksman's Queen in their running line. She would flatter that form, coming back and winning the Robert G. Dick Memorial at Delaware Park in her last start with an 88 buyer. And I just thought for a No Delacour, she looks great here in the paddock. Last time, I thought she was never really clear down the lane. She definitely has the numbers to fit well here.
Maggie, thank you. That man right there, we talk so much about Prat. He's pretty sensational himself. Arad Ortiz Jr. won the riding title here last year in what was a tremendous race all the way to the wire with Prat.
He's so impressive, Irad. He rides a 10 claimer with the same enthusiasm as he rides a grade 1. He never takes a race off. And he's won at least 300 races a year for the last 10 years, and he's on the pace to do it again. It's unbelievable.
No, we're very spoiled here to have the riding colony that we do, because obviously those 2 guys are at the top, but man, the rest of them are all so good.
Well, here is Arad Ortiz Jr. He'll have the rail with a 2 fantasy performer.
And fantasy performer stretching out. I thought there was potential, Jonathan. This horse maybe could show more speed coming out of sharper paced races.
Hunch play. I'm just kidding. I had to.
Very well played.
You know nothing with Joel Rosario 5-1. Coming on, I put together actually 2 very good efforts against graded stakes company. Here's Sugary.
Yeah, another one that's at least this horse has 2 wins at the 1.5 mile distance, so you know she'll stay. Feels like she's got to get a little bit faster, though.
Luis Saez for Pletcher on Miwa.
It's an ambitious placing last time against She Feels Pretty in the New York. This horse just does not get out of the gate, which is a huge problem in this race.
Favorite in time, Miguel Clement.
Well, there's potential here that she can also be another one that shows a little bit of pace. I really think the 2 of the 6 make the lead here, JK.
Here is Flavian Prat for Shug McGahee.
Yeah, another one. You get Flavian. I think the rider a lot of times has a lot to do with who makes the front. It's intent. This one has some pace figures that are at least a little bit quicker than everyone else, but also not very fast.
And Brian Lynch with Holy Foley outside post John Velasquez.
Yeah, filly that, a mare that also has won at the 1.5 mile distance. You get Johnny Velasquez fresh off of his Indiana Derby victory yesterday.
Yeah, how about Tip Top Thomas? That was impressive. Battled the entire way with a big long shot on the front end and still able to finish, going longer than he'd gone before. We're going to take a timeout. Race 3, mandatory pay pick 5 starts here when we come back.
They're off in the Churchill Downs Stakes. Then Gun Pilot 1-2.66 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 over the wire.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage here on America's Day at the Races. Hope you're continuing to enjoy your July 4th festivities this weekend. It's brought to you in part our coverage by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Here is a look at the current favorite. This is In Time. Miguel Clement, Dylan Davis, coming off that 6-year-old return. And a runner-up finish last time out at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, to run as well as she did off of a layoff, going 1 mile and 3 furlongs. That's a tremendous job. And you get Dylan Davis. I think she's probably in a good stalking position.
Jonathan, I see you picked the 5 in here, Miwa. And let's go back to what's been her Achilles heel.
I mean, she just does not break. And she's done it twice in this country. And it's not just like not breaking, it's like breaking badly. Here's my hope, though. If you look at her pace figures, even though she's broke badly, they're still a little bit quicker than everyone else's. So my hope is that what's the point of having a Hall of Fame trainer in Todd Pletcher if he can't try to figure out a way to get her away from there a little bit cleaner? You get a rider in Luis Saez who has never been a problem around the gate. If she can just break a little bit better, she can make the front. Now, if she breaks 5th, I'm going to look over at you guys in the middle of the race and say, that was stupid. I shouldn't have picked her. But if she breaks well, I'm going to feel like I did something kind of clever.
Well, I think you make a good point, though, right? She got a Hall of Famer like Todd Pletcher in her corner, but it's a little hard to undo the schooling that she had already had in Europe. I would say I think you have more success with horses like this if you're alone in the gate with them. In Europe, they don't have handlers in the gate, and I think European horses get very distracted with a handler. You want to be on your own with her.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Like I said in the paddock too, I think Miwa also has just a very light, sensitive mouth. And like Mig was saying, having a handler on her head could be detrimental. So pay attention to what is going on with her once she gets in the saddling stall. If there's no handler, maybe we do see her break better. Holy Foley on the outside comes in here for Brian Lynch. She's number 8, also coming out of that Marksman Queen race. She's just a grinding type. And if she can get, in other words, she's very one pace. She doesn't change speeds very well. But a lot of times that fits a 1.5 mile type of distance. It's a terrible post position for her. I'm hoping John Velasquez can work some sort of magic because physically she's one of the better looking few in here. From a physical standpoint, I definitely liked number 6, who I picked, In Time, as well as Sugary and Holy Foley. They just look as though they're doing best in here. But again, it's going to be such a tough trip, I would have to think, for John Velasquez to save ground, but get her over into a position where she's not too far out of it either. Craig?
Maggie, thank you. Here we go. Loading up. 1.5 miles on the lawn. The favorite, In Time, Miguel Clement with Dylan Davis. Let's send it upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Thanks, Greg. All-American Beauty just took up her spot. Here's Holy Foley to the outside. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Fantasy Performer rockets out of the gate and vies for the lead right away, but is joined by In Time. And In Time is quickest now and takes the lead. All-American Beauty 2nd. You Know Nothing is in 3rd. Fantasy Performer broke on top, now racing in 4th. They're followed by Miwa, 5th in the opening furlongs. Orange Cap on the outside, 2 clear of Sugary. And at the back of the field is Holy Foley. They move around the far turn for the first time, and it's In Time in front. All-American Beauty is in 2nd. You Know Nothing 3rd. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat. In Time left alone on the front end. All-American Beauty, You Know Nothing in 3rd. Miwa races in 4th. Fantasy Performer on the inside of Sugary. And at the back of the field still is Holy Foley. 7 lengths front to back with a little more than a lap to go. Dylan Davis gets a strong hold of In Time, who will have it all her own way. 49-4. All-American Beauty 2nd. You Know Nothing along the inside. And Miwa is 4th. Fantasy Performer 5 lengths off the lead. Sugary is still 2nd to last. She's the gray with the pink cap. And Holy Foley has trailed throughout. In Time has been in front every step of the way. All-American Beauty is now clearly into that 2nd spot. You Know Nothing 3rd. Miwa 3 off the pace in 4th. Fantasy Performer is next. About 5 lengths off the lead. as they run down the back stretch. Sugary is next. Holy Foley, 1:15.2 for 6 furlongs. In Time maintains the advantage with less than a half mile to go. It's In Time in front by a length. All American Beauty still second. You Know Nothing drafting in behind the front runner third. Miwa is in fourth. Fantasy Performer is still 5 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Sugary and Holy Foley. In Time trying to sneak away right now and does so. You Know Nothing has saved every inch of ground. Will angle out for the drive. Miwa in the center of the course. All American Beauty between those two. Fantasy Performer, 1 furlong left for In Time. 3-length lead. You Know Nothing still in second. On the inside, Holy Foley is closing late. In Time nursed along and takes them coast to coast. Holy Foley rallied strongly for second. You Know Nothing third. Fantasy Performer was fourth.
In Time, Dylan Davis on the front end. It's got tight late, but in hand and able to get the 5th win of her career on the grass.
But Dylan did it just right. He allowed her to start really kind of stretching her legs around the far turn, put some separation. You don't want to hold one up until the closers are on top of you, because then they're gonna outkick you. And if he didn't get that cushion here, Jonathan, might have got run down.
Very smart ride, right? This is the horse that probably projected to make the front based on some of those previous races, and Dylan made sure she got there. And then, like you said, when she got there, he used her weapon, not just put it in his pocket. He used it throughout the race, which I think is a very smart thing to do.
So 2-1 favorite with the winner. Go back to the start and keep your eyes on the 5, JK. What went better or worse with Miwa here?
Well, she broke a little bit better. I mean, it wasn't great, but compared to what she had been doing, and she found herself in an okay position. If she was good enough, she would have won. The problem is I'm starting to wonder if it might not just be the way she breaks. She might just not be that good.
6-8-3-2. She was nowhere in the end here, and late down the stretch, Maggie Dylan Davis with enough in hand to seal the deal.
Masterful ride by Big D, but also a masterful ride by the Hall of Fame veteran John Velasquez with your runner-up, Holy Foley, in here. Now, she didn't have much speed. She did have a turn of foot today, and Johnny saving every inch of ground from that outside post position. I think he played the hand he was dealt to perfection, and she was gaining on your winner, who was best, but I thought a really nice run from the Brian Lynch trainee. And as far as Miwa, guys, you know, as I talked about with her mouth, you could tell Louis Saez trying not to touch her at all. So that makes your job doubly hard, because you also can't direct your horse where to go. She was 3 wide throughout, and I think while speed is good on this inner turf course, it's more about saving ground.
There is Miguel Clement. Incredibly difficult time what he has gone through with the passing of his father, a legend in this sport, who I hope in the very near future voters do the right thing and elect him to do Racing's Hall of Fame.
It's just so disappointing that they didn't induct Christophe while he was alive, because he's been deserving of it for more than a few years in my estimation. And it's about time that maybe the Hall of Fame kind of looks at the process, because, I mean, this year you have 1 nominee being inducted. It's honestly, to me, it's a sorry state of affairs.
And for that young man right there to experience that and to be able to not even take a break, just wasn't able to do it. Nature of the business. Going through a lot.
I mean, he had to assume the responsibilities of his, his father's role. And sometimes, though, it's good to be busy in times like that. I know that's always my escape. Let me bury myself in work.
And that Belmont at Saratoga meet it was like a dream written by some of Hollywood's best writers, winning a race that was so important to his father, Grade 1 Manhattan, to close out that Belmont at Saratoga meet and give Miguel Clement his first ever Grade 1 win with Deterministic. Gets the win here with In Time. Dylan Davis aboard. Prices when we come back. We'll set up the 4th next.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back in our final day of this July 4th Racing Festival from Saratoga. It's in time for Miguel Clement with Dylan Davis. Our Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Aid sale to be held on July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Start considering your entries today. In time. 5th victory on the lawn. $6.30 for the win.
And got to just a sweet trip on the lead, and Dylan did the right thing about the 3/8 pole. He allowed her to start really marching on, and that separation she put on made the difference and came home in just under 23 seconds.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Dylan Davis. It's okay, leave your helmet off. It's a hot day. You just rode 1.5 miles brilliantly on In Time.
Yeah, I was really glad with Miguel. We both agreed that we needed to be forwardly placed. I thought being on the lead or lane second at the most would be beneficial for us, given the way the track is. And I know I have to ride her out of the gate, so she responded well. Found myself on the lead. She's a little keen, because she hasn't been up there that much. But I was able to switch her off a little bit and get away with some easy fractions. And when I asked her, I wanted to really spurt away from the field before they got their turn of foot on me and be in control of the race. So she threw some crosses and she really dived in there, and she finished up strong and had it beat there pretty well, and one come closing late, but the race was already over. But thanks to Clement and the team.
As with these long races too, it's all about getting a horse in a rhythm. And I know she was a little bit against the bridle on you, but she looks so happy out there and so well within herself.
Oh yeah, definitely, Maggie. When I was hitting these turns, she really dove into the turns, and I kind of allowed her a few jumps going into the turn, allow her to get that rhythm, keep her happy. And she was really enjoying it out there. Ears were pricked up nice, and she really enjoyed it. She liked being in front.
Equine athletes, the heat is hard too for them, but for a jockey, what's it like riding in hot temperatures? It's just the sun today is very hot as well.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. So I mean, drinking some water and keeping the ice on in between races. And I go 6 in a row here, 2 to the 7th, and just do my best. I got the team, the NYRA team, got us some waters over here, so just try to cool off a little bit. But once you get sweating and going, it's a little easier. But you got all this gear on. It's tough. It's tough to stay cool, but we do the best we can.
Well, I'll let you go take your ice bath now. Best of luck the rest of the day. Congrats.
Thanks, Maggie. Right.
That's how you do it. You pour a nice cold bottle of water on your head to stay cool, Greg.
Yeah, we talk about it a lot with the horses, and you guys were just talking about it off air, but how do you stay hydrated and keep yourself cool on days like this?
Well, days like this, you're losing so much weight riding. And what you have to understand, too, you're in a confined space on a 1,000-pound animal who's throwing off heat. Then you get on the turf course, it's about 10 to 15 degrees hotter there because the heat's coming off the turf. So you're just pouring sweat all day. I would drink water, Gatorade, a K-Lite mixture throughout the day and still lose 5 pounds on a day like this.
What's Dylan going to go back there and do right now in between? Or he does not going to have much time.
Well, but you see, Dylan's very lucky. He's naturally light. He can actually, live a normal life, eat at least 2 square meals a day, and still be light enough to do his job. A guy like me, I'm 140 pounds now, and people look at me and say, oh, you look like you could ride. I'm 30 pounds over my riding weight.
Wow. Ice bath, would that be something guys would jump in?
Oh, yeah, you would fill the whirlpool up in the back by the massage room near the steam room and just plunge yourself in an ice bath, just to bring your body temperature down.
That alone reason why I could never ride. I wouldn't be able to do that. The plunge pool, not in my skill set. Race 4, among many other things. 20 minutes away. Mile and an eighth on the main track. $12,000 claiming race. And a massive standout who will not be anywhere near, I would think, even money. Going to be a lot shorter than that here. Peak with a drop down in class for Linda Rice.
Yeah, this horse was avoided claim last time. And, Jonathan, you brought up something. It could be a license to steal a little bit, dropping a horse down, because that scares people off. But in this day and age, and the scrutiny that horses are under by the veterinarian staff here at NYRA, who do a crackerjack job, horses do not compete unless they've passed every protocol and that they're healthy coming in.
Yeah, look, the voided claim rule is a good rule. I think it's protecting the person who maybe is buying the horse, but it's also just keeping everything above board. I don't have a problem with that, but I do think it sets up for people to be more aggressive after a voided claim, because everyone's seeing it just like we are. There's a lot of people that are not going to bet Peak today because they look down at the form, they see the voided claim and think maybe. But that's like you said, the vet's, he's not going to run if he's not going to run.
It's become so strict. The rules are just so stringent if a horse is competing, they have been gone over with a fine-tooth comb, and we have a tremendous veterinarian team on staff here at the New York Racing Association, and it has made the game better. It's become safer, better for horses, better for riders, and better for the betting public.
We're going to take a timeout. We teased this 3-year-old picture that became a lot more interesting around about 6:30 Eastern last night. We'll tell you why. There is a serious player with eyes on the Travers, I would think, when we come back.
Jockey to the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth, then the Joe's in front. Elite Power to the front at the 60-pole. Jockey is second, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Part of all the festivities, we have this July 4th Racing Festival, Hildebrandt's ice cream eating contest. JK, could you have won this?
No, I mean, how do you not get brain freeze?
I know, that's got to be
If
tough.
I eat ice cream too fast, I get brain freeze. I mean, I can eat ice cream now. I just don't know how I would do in this contest.
I feel like that could do lasting damage. That is, by the way, so the Hildebrandts came over when we heard Belmont at Saratoga Week and brought us some Tate's, the Junior Mint ice cream named after Junior Alvarado. It's good stuff.
The original Hildebrandts in Williston Park is great. I used to take my kids there when they were little all the time. What a old school, soda fountain, ice cream sundaes, just amazing homemade ice cream.
Might need to have 3 cups and see who wins.
And I would go there and watch my kids eat.
It's so hot, I will do it.
I'm in. Where's our ice cream? Come on, guys.
Obviously, we have Sovereignty, who is the class of this 3-year-old division. Journalism, sensational with that Preakness. Ran all 3 legs of Triple Crown. Baeza's coming back to the Jim Dandy. Last night, we got to look at a horse who didn't get to compete in the Triple Crown. He came out of an incredible performance in the Risen Star with an ankle chip, forced him to miss the Triple Crown. Before this race, Steve Asmussen said, we're dreaming big. Probably dreaming even bigger after what he did off a 5-month layoff.
I don't think it's a dream anymore. It's a reality. This is a really good horse with really fast pace figures, speed figures, and pace figures. He's got a style that I think fits really cool into this 3-year-old division, right? The 3 best horses, Baeza, Journalism, and Sovereignty, all come from off of it. This guy doesn't. He's on the pace.
This horse is a beast. I mean, he ran away from this field, ran fast, and anybody who thought his effort at Fairgrounds when he was last seen before he went on the shelf was bias-aided. It was only 2 races that horses went gate to wire, thoroughbred races run at Prairie Meadows yesterday, this being one of them. Quickick, our colleague Tom Amos's filly, won the Iowa Oaks coming from dead last. So this wasn't bias-aided, and he made mistakes, guys. He ran around the far turn on his right lead, jumped his left lead mid-stretch, and he's still running that fast and winning like this. This horse is a beast.
Be fun to see. Great point you bring up, too. Yeah, just that different kind of running style to throw it in the mix. And with what Steve Asmussen said, and you got him after he's run that way now, I mean, you have to start thinking Travers.
Oh, I would think so. I mean, Steve obviously is going to spend a lot of time up here. The Winchells obviously are in the business of making stallions. They created Gun Runner, Tap It, some of the best, most influential stallions that we have. And in order to do that, you got to win races like the DraftKings Travers. I would imagine that we would see him here next running that fast. There's no reason to run that fast and continue to run in that level of 3-year-old race. He has 100% qualified himself to run against the big boys.
Shouldn't duck anybody.
That was, we already thought we were just getting treated to an incredible year, this 3-year-old crop, and now add him into the mix. It's getting even more fun. Much better than looked performance in this win from Tip Top Thomas in the Indiana Derby, considering what he had to contend with on the front end.
Yeah, a long shot that was coming out of sprints kind of kept him company the entire way around. He put him away, and then he's facing a fresh battle from a very good horse in Cole Battle. He may be a cut below the best of this division, but he is honest, hickory, shows up every time, and he just refused to yield.
Yeah, they've always been high on Tip Top Thomas, and a horse that, been following throughout his career. He's been banging heads if you look through his past performances with nice horses, and he shows up here, and he's elevated himself. Now, this wasn't nearly as impressive as what we saw for Magnitude, but this definitely puts him into the conversation of races like the Haskell and races moving forward. I don't think off of this you want to take on all those monsters in the Travers, but maybe. You never know. We'll see.
You know what I got watching that ISO replay? I really love it. Johnny Velasquez is an absolute marvel. His legs have not deteriorated one bit. He looks like the same guy that I was competing with 20 years ago. And that's the first thing you notice with riders. They can still ride. They're experienced. They learn how to kind of balance things with that experience and wisdom. But their legs go first. Not with John Velasquez. He looks like he's 20 years ago.
Well, let's talk about these two. And obviously what we saw from Magnitude, you got to be thinking Travers with this horse. What kind of impact can these two horses make second half of the year?
Look, I am a card-carrying member of the Journalism and Sovereignty fan club. Like, where do I sign up for this guy? Like, horses like that, and here's the thing, he'll make his own trip every time, right? I mean, the way, because he's forward. He's not going to ever get into those situations where he gets stuck on the inside like Journalism did.
Right.
Sovereignty hasn't had any problems in his 2 races recently, but he's Magnitude's going to be able to get his own trip, and we know how dangerous speed is in dirt races. And he's running fast numbers that are in the arena of what Journalism and Sovereignty run.
Right, and it throws a whole nother interesting dynamic into it because you've got to keep an eye on Journalism. Journalism's got to keep an eye on Sovereignty, Baeza as well. Don't give this guy too much leeway. Don't give him too much rope because you might not reel him in.
No, that's a good point. Maggie will bring you in on this discussion as well. This 3-year-old division, just incredible, and now another major player thrown into the mix.
Yeah, we thought last year's crop of 3-year-olds was pretty good with Fierceness and Sierra Leone, but this crop seems to be even better, as I do think that Magnitude's performance was extraordinary. And a little bit of a tip of the cap to his jockey, Ben Curtis, who is so good when getting horses on the front end. He just, can get them there and then get them into that rhythm. And we saw that from Magnitude, who, setting that pace, was then able to kick on again mid-stretch. And I always think that's so impressive, for horses to travel a mile and then have another gear to kick into. So I'm really excited for him. Now, I also am surprised that he's back as quickly as he was. So that's always a good sign. It's been, not even 5 months since we saw him go on the shelf. So Steve Asmussen not here for Obliteration, obviously, because he was sending out Magnitude in Iowa. And as far as Tip Top Thomas is concerned, look, he's a horse that I've always questioned how far he wants to go. And I do think that Horseshoe Indy racetrack was tilted to speed. Though, I do think he's also a bit of an overachiever. I prefer Magnitude of the 2 we're discussing, but again, these are speed types, and so far the top 2 of the division in Sovereignty and Journalism, they're closers, so they might have an advantage moving forward with that early speed.
It's very exciting to throw both these 2 into the mix, but certainly Magnitude is the top. I mean, you look at why Journalism was so highly regarded going into the Kentucky Derby, that race he ran, in Southern California. This horse matched that Beyer speed figure, before he went to the bench. And now off a 5-month layoff, he comes up nearly close to it. As Mig said, too, still kind of learning and making some mistakes that he can improve upon.
Yeah, Mig pointing out some of those things he was doing, a little goofy, a little immature. Well, you get the winningest trainer in North American history. We'll probably get those things sorted out. Obviously, he's been a little bit behind the 8 ball with his injury. So I would think that he's going to get those things corrected. And if he corrects them, then what's going to happen?
Yeah, if there's another forward move.
Race 4, we're 7 minutes away from a pick 4 that starts here as we take a look at what's to come, and just to get even more excited about this 3-year-old picture. The Curlin, presented by Casamigos, July 24th. The Jim Dandy, prep for the Travers, and then the big one, the unofficial 4th leg of that Triple Crown, August. It's not right. At 1.25 miles later that month.
Yeah, in August.
I think the 24th.
You know what's funny? We'll be here.
We will, don't
Yeah,
worry.
that's true.
All right, so this one coming up, 23rd, excuse me, will be the Travers.
It's what happens to me when my wife says, hey, we're going to have this at 7 o'clock. Sometimes I just don't hear it because I'm going to be there. I don't have a choice.
That's very
Guys,
funny.
if Peak remains at even money, is this a steal? There we go. Corrected. Thank you, everyone. Good work behind the scenes. Travers, August 23rd.
I don't know if it's a steal. I'm a believer in the tote board, and when one feels like they should be 2 to 5 and they're even money, I consider it a negative.
Here is part of the entry, Command Performance for Oscar Barrera.
Yeah, this horse is just going the wrong direction.
Ain't No Joke, post 4, Ricardo Santana Jr., the other half of the entry.
Yeah, 3 races back. I thought that could definitely get the job done if the favorite doesn't show up.
Second off the claim, Ilkay Cantermachi Barn with the 2.
Yeah, stretching out, trying to get this horse's form jump-started. He's kind of deteriorated lately.
3 to 5 morning line, but at even money so far. Here's Peak.
He's had some excuses in the last 2 starts. I could forgive those. The voided claim, I suppose I could forgive that. This horse just should not be a huge favorite based on what they've done on the racetrack. It's just a class thing for me.
Tiberius Mercurius, and this one with ability against the likes of this group.
Yeah, good effort going the mile and 1/8 distance 2 back, albeit on a wet racetrack.
Blinkers on OP Firecracker.
This is one of them that I tried to get involved with, but I need that wire-to-wire win from 3 starts ago.
Winner's Ghost, Ilkay Kantermachi Barn.
Yeah, first time off the claim for him as well, and I question the distance for this horse. He should be forward, though.
I thought if you're looking beyond the even money favorite, this was the one, Aula.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not trying to cut in line to beat the 3, but I will try with the 7. Drawn outside, and you get the trainer change, so there could be an improve. So if you look at what the figures have been or what have been in the past, maybe there's a step forward. There's a reason for that step forward. It could be the trainer change. I like the outside draw as well.
Multiple winner, too, at what could be a testing mile and an 1/8 distance.
Looks like the 7 has an extension blinker on the inside, or is that a full cup? I couldn't quite make it out. Maybe Maggie can help us out with that.
All right, we'll check in with Mags in a moment. Meanwhile, that price starting to dip down now on Peak at 4 to 5. And there he is, off since early May. That was for $25,000 and for half that number today. And this is 3 starts back. This was at a mile and 1/8. Gets a lot tougher company.
Yeah, but so those 2 races, in February and January, both of those figures and both of those efforts will absolutely dominate this race. The problem is the last 2 starts, they weren't that fast. There were some excuses, I think, at those races, so I can kind of forgive that. But then you have the drop. It just all doesn't feel quite right.
This was just another level of horse, though, that day.
Yeah, and the one thing that you're certain about is the mile and 1/8 is not an issue for him. His races around 2 turns going long have been good.
Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, it's such a reluctant pick, isn't it, with Peak, because you know that the other horses in here, they don't have the races he does. So all he has to do is nearly just kind of keep running the same races that he has while going down the ladder a bit here. Now, Jose Lescano, who has been aboard him for the past 5 times, gave him a big warm-up out on the racetrack. He's moving fine. I mean, not brilliantly, but good enough by what I've seen from him in the past. So I'm okay with that. And he does look fit coming in off of that voided claim and slight freshening since then. So I'm going to chalk out and take him here. I think number 5, OP Firecracker, is a bit interesting here. Second off the Rudy Rodriguez claim, gets back to a fast track, and is a horse that I've always thought that 2 turns is what he really wants to do. He's moving exceptionally. He's moving exceptionally well here, and looks great in his coat. His weight's okay, but he's never one that carries a lot of weight. I think he looks very good as those short cup cheater blinkers do go on. He has worn them a few times in the past, not to much success, but those were in extraordinarily tougher races than this 12-5 claimer here. So I think he's your best alternative to your favorite as number 7, Aula. He does wear that goggle. I talked to Wayne Potts, and he said he's missing his eye. So that is his inside eye. He does break from the outside, so he's not going to see anybody else on his outside to run with. I'm not exactly sure how long he's been missing it, but horses are so adaptable and they overcome so much. It's like that doesn't really bother them much. He looks good overall, great conditioning, great weight to him here as he comes back to this NYRA circuit for the 2nd start in a row here. He has been applying his trade a bit more at Parks, so we'll see how that translates, but definitely one that likes this 2-turn distance as well. Greg?
Yes, he does. As we said, multiple winner here at a mile and 1/8. Dylan Davis on Aula, 6 to 1 right now, Mig.
Yeah, like I said, when he was warming up and he came by us, I couldn't quite make out if it was just an extension blinker, but it is that full goggle like Maggie talked about. And like she said, horses are remarkable. Like when they have a disability like that, missing an eye, they adapt so well. It's really interesting over the years. I used to ride a horse named Blind Man's Bluff that was missing one eye, very well named, and he acted just like a regular horse. You know, he had been that way since a foal.
3 to 4. Now getting closer to that morning line for Peak.
It's just such a class edge here. It's just, you know, it's one of the reasons why I think these types of races can sometimes be harder than stakes races. It's all about intent, owner, trainer intent, understanding part of why a horse is in a spot, and that comes with the claiming game. You don't ever know if it's an attempt to pick up a purse, realistic spotting, or an opportunity to try to move a horse out of your barn to someone and seeing if someone else wants to take a shot. So it's always a little tricky. It's always a little bit of a guess. This horse is definitely the best horse in the field. I just don't know if he's the best horse today.
So now at that morning line for that trainer right there. Peak, the 3-5 favorite for Linda Rice, who a few years ago, in the most dramatic fashion imaginable, tied for the training title the very last race of the meet to tie Chad Brown.
Yeah, listen, she's aggressive. She runs horses where they need to run to win. She's not afraid to drop a horse in class and find the best spots for them.
So Peak, the big drop down. Jose Lezcano will be aboard. We'll try and collect a second win here at 1 1/8 as we start yet another pick 4 coming up. 1 1/8, $12,000 claiming group. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
2 more left to load. The 1 apple, Ain't No Joke, goes in. Allah will be the last one. They're in the gate. And they're off. Winter's Ghost is very quick out of the gate and will go right to the front. Ain't No Joke is flashing speed in between horses. Aberdeen comes through along the inside and is quicker than all, and Aberdeen scoots clear by 1.5 lengths. Peak is now second. OP Firecracker dives down toward the rail to be in and among horses, with Winter's Ghost now 3 wide and 3 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Aula. Then it's Tiberius Mercurius, and the trailer is Command Performance. The opening quarter went in 23 4/5 seconds. They move on to the backstretch. Manny Franco and Aberdeen leading 3/4 length. Ain't No Joke right off his flank in second. OP Firecracker, Winter's Ghost third and fourth. Tiberius Mercurius is next, followed by Peak, who has 6 lengths to make up, heading toward the half-mile pole. Aula and Command Performance. 48 4 for Aberdeen. Aberdeen at a big price leads by a 1/2 length. Ain't No Joke alongside most of the way, less than a 1/2 mile to travel. OP Firecracker is right next to Winter's Ghost. They've been together the whole way. Then it's another 3. Tiberius Mercurius is next on the inside of Peak. Peak has 6 lengths to make up, being roused now, trying to get into contention through 6 furlongs in 1:13 4. 3 lengths back to Aula. They're at the top of the stretch, and Aberdeen is still there at the top of the lane. OP Firecracker is coming after him, as is Winter's Ghost on the outside. Just behind them, Peak is in 4th inside the furlong pole. It's getting close now as OP Firecracker has up to take the lead. OP Firecracker pulls away late as we close out the 4th of July festival. Aberdeen second, Peak third, Winter's Ghost was 4th.
OP Firecracker blinkers on. Rudy Rodriguez second off the claim. Claimed this one off of Linda Rice and able to beat her with that heavy price favorite with one that used to be in her barn.
Yeah, really nice ride. Good trip with Ruben Silvera. And he got it done. And this was a horse that you knew could get the 1 1/8 distance. I think that's always a question. Peak just never was taking Jose Lezcano. He was having to ask him pretty much the entire 1 1/8.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of those situations where these horses will go from barn to barn. You'll see from Linda to Atris to Rudy to just the circle of life for these claiming horses. Peak just didn't really have it today. The horse was being encouraged basically all the way around there, and just never really could find enough.
And Maggie said that was the best alternative to your favorite. Good call.
Yeah, good call. There's Rudy Rodriguez. Good for him. Nice win here. Ruben Silvera aboard for him on OP Firecracker. Who else could come up in the winner's circle? He's looking for some help.
Yeah, what was he looking for? Rudy.
He's got his AirPod
5-2-3-6 finish.
Said Rudy's got his AirPod in. That's all that matters.
Oh, yeah, you see Peak, the big favorite, down on the fence, and yeah, just knocked that punch down the stretch.
Not that punch really at all. I mean, you know, at the wonderful head-on angle we get on the backside, just giving those shoulder taps. You could see the rider encouraging to keep up. And he tried to level off to a certain extent, but he just was never making up any ground.
Yeah, he was on him. He was pecking him from a long way out, trying to get him motivated, and he just kind of ran on evenly. I wouldn't have thought he would have even finished third the way he was carrying him down the backstretch.
Now, owns part of this one as well, Rudy. Good for him. 4th win for this 6-year-old. And this will play big in your early multi-race wagers here as you look at the winning owners. Rolling this one along with Rudy Rodriguez. So 6-1 OP Firecracker in the 4th. Mandatory pay pick 6. First leg begins next. So OP Firecracker for the Rudy Rodriguez barn here in the 4th.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
Good to have you with us on our Sunday coverage as we wrap up this July 4th Racing Festival from Saratoga. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play with us all summer long and beyond. It's Rudy Rodriguez, Ruben Silvera in the 4th. Let's go to Maggie.
Just for them.
I am here with a very special family that gets their first winner ever as an owner, Irving and Giselle Courtney. Guys, how excited are you?
I can't explain. I'm outburst with joy. Almost tears, I tried to hold back. I just said to myself, say, I love this game so long, and I want to be a part of it. And when somebody introduced me to Rudy, I said, this is my opportunity. And Rudy's been a gentleman. He's been nice, he's cooperative. I mean, I can call Rudy anytime I pick up the phone. He said, come by. And, and he made me such a part of the team. I'm so happy.
He did say, he's like, I got to go find my owner as soon as he crossed the finish line. But I'm sure you knew where to come. Now, Were you a part of designing the silks, Giselle? Because we have Zara and Zion double Z's in that lime green and blue.
Yes, I was a part of it. He came home all excited and said, listen, I need a design. I did it. I did a draft. He went back to the table, came back. We did the double Z's. So, yeah, he made me a part of everything.
And you can tell it's such a family affair. You're raising two fans here as well.
I'm telling you, I want to pass on the legacy to both of them to carry on the game, so I just set the foundation for them.
Well, Irving, Giselle, I could not be more happier for you guys. Enjoy this win with OP Firecracker.
So thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I am honored to meet Irving and Giselle as well. Guys, this is what it's all about.
Might be hard to top that winner circle interview. That's what this game is all about. How about that? And having the whole family involved, creation of the silks as well.
It's fantastic. I love that. You could feel their energy, their excitement, you're almost overwhelmed with emotion. That's fantastic.
There's those double Z's she was mentioning. Beautifully done.
Here's the great part about it, right? They claim the horse for $10,000. Now they win here for $12,500, and now the family can stay involved. They can keep playing. They got some more. They can get involved. They can call Rudy next week and say, hey, let's claim another one.
They get to keep this horse, by the way, too. Did not get claimed. The 3 and the 7 did get claimed, so they could have a little more fun with OP Firecracker.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Something tells me we'll see them again before the meet's over.
Yeah.
Or before the next meet's over.
Great interview. Well done, Maggie. Fun to see that. We got a mandatory pay pick 6, final day of this meet. Belmont at the Big A officially here, and it begins with this 5th from Saratoga, 6 furlongs, $17,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 life. The condition, sit and chilly. Wesley Ward won first time out back in May, but not with a figure that sort of overwhelms you to make this horse 3-2.
No, I didn't see that one at all. I actually like the 6 quite a bit. I think the 6 trade in balance last time for Chad ran well enough, and I think it's going to appreciate the cutback. I think based on the pace figures, this horse is going to run much better going shorter.
Brave Bear taking money too. That one also moving to a new barn. Claimed by Wayne Potts. And it looks like some other interesting ways to go as we get set to kick off the pick 6. We'll talk about the sequence when we come back. Going to take a timeout. We will look ahead to the official opening day and opening week of the Saratoga meet. That begins next Thursday with split divisions of the De La Rose when we come back.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack. A debut winner at Saratoga before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
They're off at the new Belmont Park.
Back with you, and we're all excited what's to come. The reason we're here, though, we love being here, getting the extra time at Saratoga, having that Belmont Stakes Week. We'll get it next summer as well, but everyone cannot wait to see the brand new Belmont Park.
It's so exciting. You know, I love the old Belmont. I love the building, the history, the ivy. We had an amazing office there, didn't we, Greg, overlooking the paddock? But it's ushering New York racing into the future, and it's going to be a modern plant. And I stay at Belmont a couple nights a week when we're racing downstate, and I'm seeing the progress, and it's really coming along well.
It's going to be state of the art. It's going to be, in my opinion, looking at this right here, it's going to be the most beautiful racetrack in the world, possibly. And with premier racing that we get here, whether it be Belmont Stakes or the Belmont Stakes Fall Meet, it's going to be outstanding. I can't wait for the Breeders' Cup. I think that's going to be outstanding. You know, I love, one of the things I'm so nerdy racing excited about is to have the dirt mile at a one-turn mile.
Yes.
That's going to make me very happy. And it's going to be a lot of fun, man. That's going to be a really cool place. You guys got to try to get another office. Maybe we'll get a desk, get a third desk in there. I'll hang out too.
I saw that corner space with the windows. I'll take that. I'll be happy with that.
Yeah, I just hope
Fall 2026.
It sure be nice to have the view we had, but we'll see how it works out. But also, what's going to be intriguing too is winter racing at Belmont Park. You know, it's always been at Aqueduct, and I'm really excited.
Gonna have a synthetic surface as well.
Well, you'll have turf, synthetic, dirt, you know, when it's appropriate, depending on the time of year. And I think it opens opportunities. I know, you know, some people grouse at change, but I think it creates opportunities. I think someone's got to start looking into getting sire lines that are more on the synthetic, you know, Dan Seeley, that group, for New York, because for 3 months out of the year, we're going to be competing on synthetic. And
again, one more summer up here for the Belmont Stakes. So we'll have that next year, and then fall 2026. It's going to be tremendous, opening up that brand new Belmont Park, which is, beautiful cathedral of racing. Very exciting.
Yep.
Back to live action here. This fifth race from Saratoga is going to kick off that mandatory pay pick 6. We'll get into that in a moment. Here's what's ahead next week. Opening week, opening day is Thursday, and opening day at Saratoga, that's always something incredibly special. And 2 divisions of the De La Rose for our opening day action next week.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, to have 2 divisions of it, that many horses interested in running. I can't wait for the Diana. I am such a fan of She Feels Pretty. And this morning, I actually, a little sneak peek, recorded Cart Talk with Cherie DeVoe, and got to talk about Lady Eli and She Feels Pretty and the connection, and they're on similar paths. I mean, obviously, Lady Eli was a 2-year-old champion, but She Feels Pretty was really good as a 2-year-old as well.
Yep.
Incredible talent. Can't wait to see her in action. As for the De La Rose, again, split divisions coming up on opening day next week. Race 5, first of those 2 divisions. Mile on the turf, $135,000 purse. Fillies mares, 4 and up, and Edict and Heredia will reunite. And they met back on May 4th, Belmont and Aqueduct.
Yeah, when these two are matched up, it's one of those situations where pace makes the race, and it's always something to take into consideration. I can't wait to see these horses continue to improve. It's one of those situations where, in this spot, I preferred Edict. I thought, considering the way the race was unfolded, I thought she ran a little bit better.
Well, for Heredia, it was the State's debut. Group 3 winner, Group 1 placed over in Europe, so has some serious credentials for an outstanding trainer in Grand Motion. So we'll see what she does second time here in the States. Meanwhile, outside, Mig's Speed with the Saffie Joseph Jr. filly in our time.
Yeah, and speed is always dangerous, and she'll need that speed from that outside post. Now, she went extremely fast when last seen at Gulfstream Park in the Sand Spring. Probably too fast, but she is a little bit keen, a little bit of a runoff. But from that outside post, really, Louis Saya is probably the right rider, right? He's very light on a horse's mouth. You still allow her to run into her stride and be able to clear and control things if she settles on the lead.
Meanwhile, the second division takes place in race 8, and moving on up could be awfully tough to beat. For Saffie Joseph Jr., Rat Ortiz Jr. will be aboard 6 to 5 morning line, JK.
Yeah, moving on up, I thought, down at Churchill ran well in that mint julep. Yeah, you got Pinup Betty who came back, who won that race, who came back and won as well. And I always like horses that can show a little courage, right? Can run through some tight gaps. I think it says a lot about a horse as an individual and what you can expect from a horse moving forward. Someone that can overcome adversity. They don't need everything to go their way. And moving on up is one of those types. And like I said, with Pinup Betty coming back and winning again, that gives you a little bit of confidence that this is actually a pretty good race.
Yeah, and this is actually a little bit of a drop in class for this filly. She comes out of a grade 3 mint julep. Before that, the grade 2 just step. And the last time she was seen in a listed stake, which the De La Rose is, she was dominant in the Sand Springs.
Meanwhile, Miguel Clement, and we'll have Dylan Davis on Ozara from the rail, who was a stakes winner 2 starts back at Gulfstream at 1:16.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a fan of Ozara. I think that I was a little disappointed. I liked her last time at Monmouth in the Eatontown, but some of her previous races, especially this one at Gulfstream Park, suggested she's got a lot of ability. And the one thing I like about her is she's tactical and she's drawn inside. So when you're running from down inside on the inner turf, when you can save that ground, get into those positions, I think Dylan's going to have a lot of different options down there.
Yeah, and this is a mare, I think last time she caught a little too much give in the ground for her. She likes to hear her feet rattle. Now, we've got to keep an eye on the weather, and hopefully we get a firm turf course. But if it's firm, I upgrade her considerably. I agree, the inside post certainly helps a lot, but I think she wants the ground we have right now. If we have the same ground come Thursday, it's going to move her up a great deal.
Little different feel to opening day. Usually it's the Schuylerville for 2-year-old fillies. Opening day this year, it's going to be split divisions of that De La Rose next Thursday. We hope you join us for that opening day coverage. Always an incredibly special day to kick off this Saratoga summer season. The official meet beginning on Thursday. Mandatory pay pick 6 begins in this race coming up. 6 furlongs in this non-winners of 2 life claiming event as we take a look at Sit and Chili, current 9 to 5 favorite for the Wesley Ward Barn. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at him here in the paddock. Greg, as Sit and Chili, he is going to come off the back of that debut score against maiden claiming New York breds here in this non-2 life for 17.5. And I think this is the most logical spot for a horse that broke their maiden at that type of level. So well placed here by Wesley Ward. And he's a horse that first time out, he debuted back in May and he kind of still had that bit of a drab, wispy, long coat on him. And now, fully into summer, he's kind of shed that, and he looks much better in his coat from that perspective. And furthermore, he was a horse that looked fit first time out, but he was kind of like that unfinished painted room where you've cut it in, you like the color, but there's still places to fill out and fill in. And now he has done that. So all things good for a horse who projects to be favored. But I will say this, I don't like the field that he beat. I thought he was with the racetrack on a day that was dominated by early speed. And furthermore, Wesley Ward, while it's a small sample size, with his 3 and up horses who won their first start on the dirt, coming back, he's only 2 for 15 with an 84-cent ROI. So some things to consider with a horse that will be a short price. And he'll also have to deal with the Nebraska bred, and that's number 5, Flying Frisbee, who is in his last 2 starts has been in a world of different company. So much better than what he meets here. Warstride Trust Fund would come back with an 84 buyer and an A other than for New York breds. And he was also against the racetrack in both of those tougher spots, chasing wide or attending the pace while on outside while you wanted to be on the rail those days. I love the way he's handling himself. He can be a horse that gets a little undone, a little bit fizzy prior to his races, and considering it's a a loud type of place here in Saratoga with a lot of energy, he has done so well. And physically, one of the better times I've seen him, and sometimes it's relative. It's all about who you're facing and how you stack up against them, and he stacks up favorably against this field. Now, number 7, Brave Bear, a 1 for 10 type of horse, but one that I have felt mentally would benefit from gelding. So Wayne Potts claims him and does just that. He was also one that was against the racetrack last time out, though I don't love that race he comes out of per se, but while his behavior has been excellent here, coming back as a gelding, it's also really lightened him up. Yes, a horse will tuck up, lose, that testosterone that's flowing through them, so they're not as bulky. He's almost gone too far the other way for considering it happened less than a month ago. So I'm not in love with that, but again, maybe it'll change his outlook on life. Greg?
Thank you, Maggie. We'll see what happens here. Post parade coming up momentarily for, again, the final pick 6 of this meet. This Belmont at Saratoga week wrapping up, and this is the Belmont of the Big A meeting that will conclude. Riding title, trainer title already wrapped up, but who hits this final pick 6 and pick 5 is not yet determined.
No, but there's nothing better than hitting a nice score right before Saratoga or at the beginning of Saratoga. I know this is technically Saratoga, but it's also technically not. Right. And so you just can play a little bit more free as a horse player. You can feel good about your decision making. I've always found that, like, when things are going well, I make better decisions. When things aren't going well, you start thinking of all the ways you can get beat, and it prevents you from taking chances that you're supposed to be taking, playing 5-1 shots instead of, or trying to beat a horse who's 4-5. When things are going good, those decisions are easy. When they're not, they're not. And I would imagine riding is very similar. When you're going good, taking that shot, diving down to the inside, it's probably a little bit easier.
Yeah, confidence is key, whether you're playing horses, riding horses, any endeavor, and you do things more instinctually.
Here's our post parade. We will start with long shot, Majestic Arc Romero Mirage.
Yeah, I just thought this one was not fast enough, even in the good races.
Perhaps similar case for One Vision.
Yeah, it feels like that. They even went up to Finger Lakes in tougher company, but couldn't get it done.
A short price on a horse who did win first time out, but may need to improve to win here.
You're absolutely going to have to improve. I just think this horse is way too overbet.
Flying Frisbee, Ricardo Santana Jr. rides.
Yeah, another one that's just kind of right a cut below these. There's a world in which, but man, he's going to have to get faster.
Trade Imbalance from Chad Brown to Lena Rice, just claimed.
Yeah, major player. She claimed the source for 17.5, right back in for 17.5. Jonathan said it early, turn back in distance helps.
And here's Brave Bear, Christopher Elliott.
Yeah, I mean, look, the last couple of races have been good. This horse has been improving. Ran a lifetime best last time. Could be going the right direction and switches barns.
Wow, I thought Macville had a shot in here, 17-1.
Yeah, probably too big a price and very well posted on the outside for Macville, who gives the horse options. Does have some natural speed, but not forced into the race.
Get in the game with the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Tune in to race previews, full card analysis, and betting tutorials from tracks around the world. Subscribe now and bet with confidence at youtube.com/Naira Bets. So the favorite, one start, one win, but now tougher company getting winners for the first time, and off that figure in the debut certainly could improve, but will need to improve to win here.
Yeah, I just think this horse is overbet. I mean, you look, the horse did it against maiden 30s. You know, there's been no horses that have come back and won out of that race. When you're running against maiden 30s in New York,
state bred maiden 30s.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as low as it can get to a certain extent. You're having horses that have never won before. I just think this is deeper water.
I agree with you. It is tougher, but I will say the positives. Horse showed grit, did battle, right? Took a stern challenge, and like Maggie said, when a horse breaks their maiden for maiden claiming 30, they're worth about half that. So they're doing the right thing, putting this horse basically for half the price now.
And I will say this: if you're in the corner of this horse, is that lightly race is run one time. There's obviously an opportunity to improve off of that, take another step forward. The problem is that they're inside of their main competition. Their main competition has been facing probably better than what they faced. I just feel like this horse now. The price is the problem, right? The horse was 6-1. Go ahead, fire away. I just think at this short of a price.
And there's pace inside and outside as well. Let's go back to Maggie. Jump the gun there. Majestic Arc, the 1, has speed on the rail, JK. Flying Frisbee, the 5, has speed with Ricardo Santana Jr. And then here's Trade and Balance, who could sit a perfect trip.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to land. I think this horse ran well last time in defeat. I think this horse is going to appreciate cutting back to 6 furlongs, has tactical speed, and that tactical speed is such a weapon when you're drawn this way, where you can kind of see what everyone else is going to do to the inside of you. Gives you so many more options, and Jose Lezcano should have lots of options going into that first turn.
Now we'll throw it to Maggie, just trying to keep you on your toes.
Totally, Greg. Yeah, I need to be woken up here on this Sunday afternoon. I'm looking forward to a little nap poolside after my shift is over. But taking a look at number 6, Trade and Balance. Look, he's a horse that, Chad Brown kind of ran at that 7/8 to a mile distance, and I thought that's exactly what he wanted. But and my notes were for when he debuted, which was as, oh my gosh, wait a minute, was as a 2-year-old? Yeah, 2-year-old going a mile. Well, he hasn't grown much, so hence the reason why he's at this lower level claimer. And I actually am okay with him turning back in distance. I thought I wasn't on paper and based upon my previous notes, but looking at him here today, I kind of get where Linda's going with him. I thought his loss last time was inexcusable. She comes right back here at the same condition, just different distance. Looks good overall, is a bit of a laid back type. So you wonder, does he get a little bit out sprinted here? But Jose Lezcano has given him a great warm up. We'll see how he does. As a long shot towards the outside is number 8, Macville. And I didn't particularly love this horse on paper or in the paddock, but he was moving very well out there, which I always like to see. And furthermore, he's a weird horse because you look at buyers and he looks woefully slow, but then you look at sheet numbers and he actually fits with some of the shorter priced horses in here. So we'll see which category he lands in, but it looks as though he's doing well, at least on this particular day, to possibly make some noise at a price, Greg.
I'm with Maggie. This is just way too big a price on this horse, who definitely deserved a look. Being ignored a little bit. No thoughts?
Oh, no, I was thinking of what it could be that is leading to the being ignored. I don't know. I mean, the horse is coming down in price now. I think sometimes, some of the favorites take a lot of early money, and then the board will kind of correct itself a little bit. A lot of chances, I'll say that, at or around this level. I usually, when horses have lots of chances at a level and they're still not, they couldn't find one scenario in which they could pull off a better race than they did, I'll start to kind of doubt how good they are. But that's the difference between the 3 and the 8, right? The 8, you're hoping something's true. You're hoping maybe the horse could take a step forward. You're hoping the horse gets a good trip. All of those things, but you're hoping, and it's 12-1. With the 3, you're hoping that the horse improves a little bit, runs a little bit of a faster figure. He's 2-1.
Right. And I very well posted. I think Macville's going to actually sit a good trip because the horse has enough natural speed to put himself in the game, but not forced from the outside, and gives Jose Gomez, his rider, some options.
Pick 6 pool, 242,000 and growing. Final chances to put a ticket together. And, you know, JK, as you look at the rest of this sequence, I thought anyway, incredibly hard to find a horse to single in the sequence.
I have an odd single. Race 6, the 1 competitive threat. I get it. It's a horse that won for maiden 50, and this is not like, you know, I usually like the single and stakes races. Just looking at the numbers, evaluating the pace figures, seeing you're getting Flavian Prat, you know you're going to get a nice tactical ride, saving ground on the inside. That's where I'm going to land for a single in this sequence.
Okay.
Sometimes, though, I find there to be a lot of value when you are zigging when others are zagging and singling in races where people are spreading. If it's a race that looks like a spread race and you can kind of have a clever single opinion, the amount of equity that you pick up in those situations that you can spread in other races where others then can't because they spread in the one you're singling in, I think you could pick up a lot of value.
Interesting.
2-1 favorite here, Sitting Chili. Wesley Ward, he's got Dylan Davis aboard the 3. Won the debut, and here comes the first try against winners. There he is, stepping in. We send it upstairs for the start of the pick 6 to Frank Miramati.
Next one to load will be Flying Frisbee. Here's Trade Imbalance for Linda Rice. Brave Bear. Right next to stablemate Macville. Best of luck in the pick 6. They're in the gate. And they're off. A little bobble for Macville, who did come out with some early interest. Majestic Arc is scooting through along the inside to vie for the lead. Sittin' Chili's got some early pace too, but the quickest is Flying Frisbee, who is ready to clear off. Trade Imbalance is racing between rivals, moving up to take 4th. Then Brave Bear and Macville, the 2 stablemates, have 5 to make up. It's another 3-1 Vision who trails. Opening quarter in 22-2. And the leader is Flying Frisbee. Flying Frisbee leads it by a length and a half. Trade Imbalance on the outside, and Sittin' Chili is racing in between horses. It's another 3 lengths or so back to Macville in 4th. Down at the rail comes Majestic Arc, who's 6 lengths off the lead as they turn for home. Flying Frisbee and Trade Imbalance the half in 46-2. Flying Frisbee digging in, maintains a 2-length lead. Trade Imbalance trying his best to grind away as they come to the 16th pole. Flying Frisbee, half a length. Trade Imbalance getting closer. Flying Frisbee, Trade Imbalance, Trade Imbalance. And Jose Lezcano wearing down Flying Frisbee, Sittin' Chili, and Majestic Arc.
Trade Imbalance, Linda Rice off the claim. Jose Lezcano comes and gets the pace setter Flying Frisbee,
who was very game, really dug in, and Trade Imbalance needed the entirety of the stretch to get by in the shadow of the wire.
Yeah, this is a situation. He was outside, which is always, to me, an advantage. He ran well enough going further with speed. You had to figure that cutting back was going to help. He was going to finish, and it's exactly what happened. The foundation that he had from those longer races kicked in right about here, and he kept grinding away on the leader.
I'm such a big fan of Jose Lezcano.
All he does is show up every day and go about his business and does his job. There's no histrionics. There's no drama. He's a professional. And he shows up and rides consistently good on a daily basis. It's surprising to me.
It doesn't get the accolades.
He doesn't get the accolades, and he doesn't, you know, he's not, other than Linda, he's not really in any of these barns as their first call rider. He picks up horses for people like Belmont and other big stables, but he's not one of their go-to guys. He's just a top rider.
6-5-3-1, there he is. Gets the win here for Linda Rice. And let's go back to the beginning. What do you guys see here?
Yeah, look at McVille kind of stumbled at the breaks. He kind of lost his footing, and then he kind of made a little bit of a middle move. Everybody else seemed to get off fairly cleanly. No excuses for sitting chilly. He was in a good spot, just kind of ran one pace and was third best.
Yeah, but this is, I talk about being results-oriented all the time and racing and how it could kind of slow down your process of growth as a horse player. If you like the 8 in here, whatever led you to that horse, don't deviate away from it because he ran 4th or 5th here, right? He broke slowly. He made a little bit of a middle move. He just got tired. And he should have got tired. But you were on to something. He ran pretty well considering what he was doing.
Yes.
2 today for Lizcano, and I'm like, all these guys work hard. This is the best jockey calling there is in the game. Every time I go to the back where that jockey's room is, Jose Lizcano is always sitting there watching replays, doing his homework for the card ahead. He puts in the work.
He puts in the work, and you have the ability now. Years ago, you'd have to go to the stewards and ask permission to see a replay. You've got a replay center right there in the jockey's room. If you're not taking advantage of it, somebody else is. And a lot of races are won by heads, necks, and noses.
Lizcano, Linda Rice, team up here. Trade and balance. Win first off the claim for Linda Rice with this one. They're at 2-1 to kick off the pick 6. Comes and gets this pace setter flying frisbee. Tried to do it on the front end. Not to be.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here at beautiful Saratoga Racecourse. We are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. It's probably a little more than 100 now, as I'm pleased to be joined by Jose Lizcano here in the winner's circle for his second win of the day. Trade and balance for that lady there. Linda Rice, that's your main woman. Talk a little bit about the relationship that you and Linda have. Just, you win races together day after day here in New York.
You know, he give me the trust, the ride the horse with comfort, you know what I mean? Like, he give me advice by the race boys, and most of the time, you know what I mean? Like, I can make my choice. He told me sometimes what to do, and we got a great relation, you know, and she do an unbelievable job with the horses.
She really does, and I thought a great job with this horse, who she decided to turn back in distance, claimed off of Chad Brown, not easy to do. And were you expecting him to be as forward and involved in this race as he was? Because I think that was really the recipe for success.
Yeah, actually, she told me the Gumero good and let him break and let him be kind of close now, you know. That way he can finish the race.
Well, Jose, we watch you obviously daily on this program, but you're kind of the guy, as the guys were saying on set, that you just show up, do your homework. I watch you in the Jock's room kitchen, watching all those replays, and you just deliver. Talk a little bit about your work ethic.
You know, I watch it, you know, every horse I ride day by day, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter for who, you know, I try to win every race, you know, and be successful, you know.
Well, you're doing just that. 2 winners on the day. Congratulations here as well.
Thank you.
All right, Jose Lescano, as you guys said, just shows up and delivers winners, especially for Linda Rice.
Just a pro's pro, and gets the win here to kick off this pick 6.
And here's a trivia question for you. Who rode Chad Brown's first Breeders' Cup winner? Jose Lescano.
Wow. That's pretty impressive.
Did not know that.
Marum, right, on the turf. The filly, 2-year-old fillies on the turf.
Speaking of Chad Brown, I like his horse in the next race.
The one horse, right?
Yeah.
We'll get to that. $6.70 for the win. 6.53 finish. As Trade and Balance picks up the second win of the career. So late pick 5. Mandatory pay, by the way, as it's closing day of this meet. Begins on the grass. So mile to 16th, starter optional, claiming field, and competitive threat. JK, what do you like with this one for Chad Brown?
Yeah, just, you know, I like the fact that you're getting the red hot Flavian Prat, who had 5 wins yesterday. You're getting a rider who is going to take advantage of this inside post, get his position moving forward, save every inch of ground all the way around there until he potentially has to pass someone. I just think this horse is going to work out a great trip. I just think he's better than these other horses, and I like where he's drawn.
Good luck to everyone going after it. That is going to wrap things up for this trio. Next crew coming up after a short break. Lafitte, Andy, Paul will take it over from here. Guys, tremendous job all week long, and I know we're all looking forward to opening day next week, but a few more things to be determined here.
No, this was great. It was great being on with you, and I feel bad for those 3 guys because it's a tough act to follow.
It is. Good luck, gentlemen. But if anyone can do it, they can.
Okay.
Hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, rest of this card to come on Fox Sports. Hope you enjoy. Again, mandatory payout in the pick 5 coming up. 23 minutes to get your tickets together. Good luck to everyone. Enjoy this final day of this July 4th Racing Festival as coverage continues right after a break.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
And it's a quick start for Echo Sound. It's Echo Sound with a narrow advantage. Now opening up, Echo Sound, an authoritative winner. Jose Ortiz and the favorite Classic Q. No turning back now. Top of the stretch, Classic Q is asked the question now. Play with Fire is second, and second best to Classic Q. In between horses, King Silver's right up there. King Silver trying to come back for more. King Silver pushing by late, and it will be King Silver and Flavian Prat to win. And Tiz Dashing came out well. Zulu Kingdom is flashing some early interest. Zulu Kingdom puts the pressure on at the top of the stretch. Zulu Kingdom has a 3-length lead. Far outside Capitol Hill from absolutely nowhere. It will be Zulu Kingdom. New Century will be up close today and goes right after Tank. And just behind them, Test Score, and Test Score coming with a beautiful rally. It will be Test Score, a convincing winner, and it is Phileas Fogg who's the quickest out of the gate. Phileas Fogg has been left alone on the front end. Kendrick Carmouche and Phileas Fogg saying, catch me if you can. Antiquarian trying so hard, and it's going to get close. Phileas Fogg, Antiquarian, here's the line. Phileas Fogg!
We are very blessed with this horse, Maggie. It's a lot of work, too. A lot of work. This horse has been good to us, Maggie.
Bring the band home is the quickest out of there. They're coming to the quarter pole. Bring the band home in front. Bring the band home. And Javier Castellano, obliteration, blasts right out of there. The two favorites are head-to-head with obliteration having the advantage coming to the quarter pole. Obliteration is a star. Win for the money on the outside for Think Big. In between those two, and they're followed by Intellect and Think Big. Think Big! Think Big! Think Big stretches out. Fian is next, racing on the outside of Virgin Colada. 2 lengths back, Fian trying to pull off the upset and is finishing. Here's Fian surging on the outside. Here's the line, photo finish!
And the summer meet hasn't even begun. 4th of July to remember, fireworks overhead, fireworks on the racetrack, a salute to all the stakes winners. A sensational few days of racing to get things started here at Saratoga. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone alongside 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Andy's messing with the hockey pucks for some reason.
I'm trying out.
You're trying out. You did well done.
Looking for a backup
first
plan.
ever 4th of July racing here at Saratoga. Like, how will it be remembered?
Well, you know, it's interesting because there's really probably only be one more because we'll be at Belmont Park, thankfully, soon enough. For me, I'm going to remember for the great racing. I thought the racing delivered in a huge way. You know, when we had those 4 stakes back-to-back on Saturday, they were terrific. Yesterday, Belmont Oaks was a sensational race. We saw that huge 2-year-old performance as well in the Sanford. So for me, it was great being up here, and the racing delivered in a big way.
Yeah, I agree with Andy. You know, we knew like the graded stakes were going to deliver here. I think some of the undercard races delivered. Like you said, we saw an unbelievable 2-year-old. We saw a 3-year-old filly, or a filly for, ragtime for Belmont. That's tremendous. We saw a lot of little superstars along the way. Obliteration was unbelievable, obviously, in the Sanford. He's right. Everything delivered, and I think even the other races delivered.
Top class racing indeed, and yeah, the future. Very bright. Yesterday, pair of 2-year-olds, Paul. This is Obliteration in a Sanford romp.
Well, the horse broke out of the gate like a greyhound. It was unbelievable. I mean, he had 3 lengths on the field, and he just kept on going. He turned away a horse that had some, I guess, experience on him, but my goodness, was he impressive yesterday.
10.5 lengths in the end. First Sanford win for trainer Steve Asmussen about an hour earlier. Andy, we were introduced to a colt by the name of Ewing in New York. That name, if he turns out to be this good, if this could be the start of something really fun to follow.
I want Patrick Ewing to show up, the source of the hopeful. I mean, you know, you talked about how good Obliteration was, and I agree with you completely, Paulie. 91 buyer. Well, this horse cruised to victory in a similar fashion with an 88 buyer, and it's, you know, it's early. And the Saratoga meet hasn't even started yet. We happen to be in Saratoga, but it's not Saratoga. And we've seen 2 dazzling 2-year-old performances, horses running figures around a 90. And that's what good horses run. So
we got a lot more to come, and this is an appetizer for what's going to be an incredible 40 days of racing. But if there's a few more like this, the Hopeful will be a race you don't want to miss. You'll want to be here every day from start to finish.
Paulie, like that's how you start a 12-race program here at Saratoga, really setting the tone for the afternoon.
We kind of knew it, right? Maggie did the 2-year-old report with Mark. Mark, I think, held it close to his vest that Ewing was some kind of runner. And then he said, oh, you know what? We might give this horse a little bit of a start. We're only going to maybe crank this horse up for a little bit later because we think that he's a really good horse. But my goodness, he showed it in his first start. He was on cruise control. Andy's right. That was so impressive. And 88 is a giant figure this time of year.
I don't think he hit it too well. He paid $3.
I know, right?
Contrary to popular belief, Patrick Ewing actually has a lot next in New York.
Yeah, that's true.
And I am one of them.
Destroyer. That was a great call from Frank Mirmati as well. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Race 6 is next. Start of the late pick 5 mandatory payout. 4 turf races in the sequence. Main track fast, turf courses firm. Temperature around 87 degrees. Field for the 6th. Allowance optional claimer, fillies and mares, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. And the current favorite, drawn inside, competitive threat, 2-1 as we welcome in Acacia Clement to the broadcast, standing by in the paddock. Acacia, it's catching your attention.
Well, we'll start there with the favorite, Lafitte, as this is the horse who finally broke her maiden last time out when dropping in class. And I was not in the paddock for that day, so comparing notes with Maggie, she said that she's a horse that's built with a very long frame, and so understandable why Chad Brown had stretched her out in distance to that mile and 3/8 2 starts back. But it turns out the class drop was what she really needed. Now I can see that as well. She's a little bit anxious getting the tack on. She was not really thrilled going into the saddling stall, so they've opted to do her on the shed row and trying to keep her moving throughout. Not the easiest to get the tack on. It looks like they're going to try to finish her potentially on the walk if needed, but she's kind of just sidestepping and jig-jogging and now standing nicely. Just a little bit anxious, something that I noticed watching that last race. She was caught wide out of the gate and then was able to get into a good stalking position, taking the lead and kind of digging in late. This is a horse that I do think found the right spot last time, and looking at her competition, comes back in the right spot to try and make it 2 in a row. She does look strong coming in here, so we'll see what kind of trip she gets and if she is a horse that has improved. The 7 Life Advice is a bit intriguing for me for Joe Sharp. Watching her replays, she does not look like an easy horse to ride. So I appreciate that Jose Ortiz has ridden her in her last 2 starts at Churchill because she runs very high-headed with her head up in the air, and horses like that are tough to keep moving forward. She's sharp here in the paddock, and she has speed, which we've seen on the turf course, especially the inner here at Saratoga. Lafitte, a very dangerous commodity.
Life Advice. Acacia, the Kentucky shipper. Yeah, for trainer Joe Sharp. Yeah, a no-show in her latest. 2 starts back late April, Churchill Downs, facing similar Life Advice, Andy. While, yeah, eager early, controls the pace, nearly holds on.
Yeah, it is the right level, same level. I thought this was a pretty weak field. I think the thing to like about the 7 Life Advice is that she potentially looks like the lone speed on paper. And inside speed, it's the inner turf course, has been very strong these first 3 days. But you know what I would say, Paulie, and Maggie brought this up to me earlier, so I'm going to partly steal it from her. Flavian Prat's not giving up the inside with competitive threat that easily.
No, he's not.
And I wonder if he's going to ride to stay on the inside and keep his horse off the rail. And in my opinion, if Life Advice doesn't make the lead and clear the lead, she has no chance.
No, she doesn't. My only worry about the 7 in here is that Joe Sharp and Jose Ortiz closed the deal on everything at Churchill Downs.
Not this one.
But not this one.
Right.
That's my worry.
Yeah.
I mean, because then went off as the favorite, and the next start didn't really show up. Now dropping back to where they kind of went for the drop and pop, and it didn't work. I get it. The track might be favoring her running style, but I don't trust her.
Yeah. Joe Sharp there. Jose Ortiz, Life Advice. Right back to Acacia.
Wanted to take a look at the two Aviso for Kenny McPeak getting back on the turf. If maybe, like the other two we just spoke about, you have some concerns potentially about them and their class, this is a bit of a new face and one that really caught my eye in the paddock. She did run on the turf a couple of times. I watched her last turf race in which she had quite a bit of knee action, and there was a horse that had dropped the rider through the running of that race, and I think really kind of took her out of it, and it was not a strong performance. That being said, she has plenty of turf pedigree out of a mare who's a 3-time turf winner in Europe, and have to Independence Avenue, 4-time turf winner for Arnaud Delacour. She's been touting herself throughout, and at a bit of a price. I thought she was a bit intriguing on the surface switch, and maybe she too has been facing some good company on either surface. And again, a new face, Lafitte.
A new face, Aviso. Calumet Homebred, Dylan Davis looking for a second win this afternoon. You see Seth Klarman's colors right there with Competitive Threat. Andy, Competitive Threat. Seth Klarman, Belmont at the Big A, leading owner, just getting warmed up for another Saratoga bid. Last 7 owner titles here at the Spa, Seth Klarman.
I'm hoping that he has a stronger arsenal of Competitive Threat in this race. Of course, these results don't count towards the trading title, but there's Seth and his wife Beth as well. And he's, I remember when leading owner going into the final weekend and things sort of fell apart and then won it, and it's just been a juggernaut since then.
2 Grade 1 wins last summer as well. Ways and Means, domestic product. 7 straight owner titles here at Saratoga. Again, while we're at Saratoga, this is closing week, closing day. Belmont at the Big A Jockey standings, and it looked competitive, Paul, coming in, entering the week, and then Flavian went out, and that looked like the cat that ate the canary. 5 wins yesterday, including 2 great
I'm
stakes
starting to
victories.
think that Flavian waits for the big days. You know what I mean? He's just one of those big day riders. He's a great rider on all days, but, Irad Ortiz, you got to give credit to Manny Franco. Manny Franco, a nice little meet as well with 30 wins.
Nice Grade 1 win, building momentum towards the traditional summer meet. Franco, Belmont Derby, a couple of days ago. Post-parade, let's take another look at the field. Competitive Threat, there she is, 2-1, the current favorite.
In a lot of ways, a key to a race, not necessarily from a talent level, though she obviously could win, but will she show the speed that prevents the 7 from clearing the lead?
It's the right people in her corner. There's Aviso, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, this one for Calumet, getting back on the turf. They tried to get this filly back on the turf a couple times. They'll get their wish today.
Downtown Channel, some rust to shake off.
Very good numbers, though, at Naira for Rossi to pause off the layoff with turf routers. I picked this one on top. She's got a couple races, give her a good chance at a price.
Leslie Starr, claim from Belmont by Linda Rice.
Yeah, now, off a good win for the maiden 50. I compare it to the one, but the one I thought was a better field than what the 4 faced last time.
Outsider Lady River Lily, then she's in a mood. Don't sleep on those connections here.
These connections have been hitting at big prices at this meet the last couple, at least at Saratoga.
Now, Life Advice, best when involved early, but throws her head up in the air, pulls aggressive.
Yeah, if she clears, she can win. If she doesn't clear the lead in here, I think you'll be ripping up tickets if you bet her.
Bitter Shinzen, Junior Alvarado.
She's got a big turf pedigree and cost almost no money and won at a huge price last time against Softer.
Saucy 6, second at 37-1 in a race off the turf, however.
I thought ran pretty well. Emily Ellingwood, for a lot of people who don't know Emily, she was riding in California for a little while, took a little break, and now she's here at Saratoga.
The field for the 6th, late pick 5 starts here, wide open, turf battle, 6 minutes to post. Flavian Prat, aboard Competitive Threat. As mentioned, the riding title wrapped up yesterday, Monster Afternoon. Andy, and for an encore so far, winless, but his remaining mounts as he looks to pad his Belmont at the Big A stats.
Well, certainly the first 2 are live in this race. Let me take a look at, I guess he's certainly live with the next one. I'm trying to look at Chevy Man. That one would be a bit of a stretch. And I think his horse in the last is a firster, right? No. Unfortunately, not a firster.
We'll figure it out during the break. How's that? Flavian Prat, as if he didn't do enough last summer. Shattering records, stakes races, Grade 1 races. He did it all and hasn't slowed down since. Back at the Spa, coming in hot for the upcoming 2025 summer meet, kicking off on Thursday.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Late pick 5 on tap, which you should be playing on your Naira Bets account. Get involved, sign up. Naira Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Gate crew awaiting the arrival of these fillies and mares for the 6th race. Mile and the 16th on the inner turf course. There's Downtown Channel, 10-1. This was 2 starts back. Last September, Aqueduct, same distance, Andy. We're going to see Downtown Channel. Saves ground, tips out, runs well, but a 68-1 shot has first run.
Yeah, I mean, this was not, this is not the strongest of fields. Probably not that dissimilar to the kind of field she's running against here. She does start running faster kind of soon. I'm projecting that. My feeling with her is Rocio de Paz very good off layoffs. I thought she had a bit of a ridiculous, impossible trip in her last race, and her effort was actually a lot better than that 67 buyers suggest. And I was just looking for somebody. I thought it was a very tough race. I may have slept a little on the 2 of Viso. I was talking to Maggie about it earlier, and another friend of mine. This is a horse that had some real excuse in races down at Fairgrounds, and she's kind of improved a bit. So they're the 2 horses I'm interested in, the 3 who I picked, and 2 based on some smart opinions from others.
Viso, the Calumet homebred. Back to turf. Dylan Davis seeking a second win this afternoon. Paul, you're going with the favorite here, Competitive Threat.
Yeah, I am. I mean, it's tepid. I'm along with Andy. I think the 7, I get it, will get the lead, but I just don't trust her all the way around the racetrack. I do think the 3 is very interesting in here. I'll give the 6 as my long shot look in here just because those connections have been very good. The horse has been working very well. But the 3 at 9-1 is ridiculous.
I want to say something about the 6 that I think is interesting, and you're right. I mean, this is a very horse to make on paper.
Yeah.
But we saw it over the Belmont Stakes weekend, and we saw it here last summer. Melanie Giddings was running horses that made no sense on paper, and they were running.
Yes.
If this horse is live, isn't this horse going to be forward too?
I would think so.
So if you're right, this horse is live, win or lose, this horse could be a thorn in the side of the 7.
Yes.
Who has a tendency of getting aggressive anyways.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point.
Acacia, what about Leslie Starr and Linda Rice looking for a second consecutive trip to the winner's circle on the Sunday program?
Yeah, trying to pick up another one, wrapping up this meet on Sunday. But as far as Leslie Starr, first off the claim for Linda, a horse that switched back to the turf last time and did run a comparable figure to your favorite, and it is a little bit more of a price. Now, obviously, it is first off the claim from Belmont to Linda, but we've seen Linda be very successful claiming from pretty much anybody. As Leslie Starr struck me as a horse in the way that she's built and the way that she's put together, really just had an easier time of it getting over the turf versus the dirt. She's a lighter frame type, angular in the way that she's put together. She did effectively switch to the grass, and she also showed more speed when getting back on the turf last time out as well. I think you can forgive that Kentucky Downs race, so some horses just never handle it. But she actually looks like she's strengthened off the back of that effort, which I appreciate. And she's made a lovely impression in the preliminaries here, maybe finding a home on the turf course. As far as the 3 Downtown Channel, I know that she's run well off of the layoff before, but that race that day back at June of 2024 when she won completely fell apart, and she benefited from it. But she does have a massive turf pedigree, obviously, being by English Channel out of a Warfront mare. She is perhaps the biggest bodied, blockiest English Channel I have ever seen. They're typically long and lean, don't carry much conditioning. She is compact and burly and never looks fit. So while my notes and looking at her, I would say she looks like she needs a start, but that's how she is. If there's pace Lafitte, she'll be running late.
Look out for her in the stretch as they approach the gate. Andy, the 4, Leslie Starr and Linda Rice, the claim turf route. What do the stats say?
Over the last 5 years, Linda Rice off the claim and turf routes is 1 for 29 and 0 for 6 in Saratoga. She just doesn't do it. And this is a badly flawed horse that basically rode a gold rail almost the entire race last time. And if you're betting this horse, and listen, maybe she'll win and I'll put her in the winner's circle, you might want to look at the PPs, the horse that finished second to her, and ask yourself if you really want to bet a perfect trip winner over a horse of that horse's quality.
Why do I find myself rooting for Leslie Starr now?
Because you're a sick man.
Because I'm a horrible person.
The question is, are you going to bet it? Well, you are a horrible person. We recognize that. Listen, I have great respect for Linda Rice, but her dirt numbers off the claim are sensational. Her turf numbers are dreadful.
Competitive threat, 9 to 5 at post time. Time for the late pick 5 mandatory payout. Closing day, Belmont at the Big A here at Saratoga. Frank Mirmati standing by.
All right, Lafitte, we got one more left to go. Widdershins. Getting a little help from the assistant starter. She walks up. And they're off. Competitive threat, very quick out of the gate. So too Leslie Starr. And here comes Life Advice, and Life Advice intent on getting to the lead, and will do just that. Downtown Channel now moves into second. She's in a mood in third. Prat settles Competitive Threat on the hedge in fourth, followed by Leslie Starr, and Saucy 6 is next, 8 or 9 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Aviso, Lady River Lily, and Widdershins at the back of the field. Around the first turn, Jose Ortiz has a tight hold of Life Advice, and they went the quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. So it will be Life Advice left alone up top. 2.5 now. She's in a mood is second, and Downtown Channel third. 3 more. Leslie Starr on the outside of Competitive Threat. They're followed by Aviso and Saucy 6, Widdershins, and Lady River Lily. 47 and 3. Life Advice still in hand, tugging with a 4-length advantage. Downtown Channel in second, has to get closer now. She's in a mood is in third. Competitive Threat fourth. Moving up to take that third spot, 5 lengths off the other gray. Another 2 back to Leslie Starr, who has plenty of work to do as they reach the top of the stretch. Life Advice, Competitive Threat angling out. Downtown Channel still holding second, and they're followed by Leslie Starr, who's now starting to get interested, and interested in a good way. 16th pole, Life Advice. Downtown Channel on the outside, Leslie Starr and Competitive Threat. Here's Downtown Channel to win it. 3/4 of a length. Life Advice was second, Competitive Threat and Leslie Starr.
Never mind the rust. Off the bench, unraced since last October, accelerates late. Downtown Channel. Andy, well done. 8-1 to kick off the late pick 5 at Saratoga.
I don't think I deserve as much credit as Ricardo Santana.
I agree.
I don't think you could have predicted, Paulie, that this horse would be sitting the pocket.
No, it was sitting a
and
great trip.
if you're thinking we're lucky, I'll sit the second pocket behind the 1. But Ricardo rode this horse out of the gate to get position because she's not a speed horse. And when he got that position over the 7, it was lights out and got the job done. I'm not going to say it. I will. I had a cold super here.
That's an awesome, it was a great pick. And we were talking about this horse, too big of a price. And I think what happened here is right here.
What's happening there with Life Advice?
Well, she saw the 4 here, and the problem with Life Advice is, like I said, they were so hot, Joe Sharp and Jose Ortiz. If they couldn't close the deal at Churchill, they weren't closing the deal. And the 1 kind of got green late in stretch, turning her head a little bit sideways. You can see right there. But no doubt about it, Downtown Channel and Ricardo, like you said, riding great.
No, listen, as you well know, having a father who won 14 million races, riders
15.
can only put their horses in position to win. A lot of the time, they'll put them in position to win, and the horse just isn't good enough and comes up empty. In this case, Ricardo did his job. He did more than his job.
Yeah.
He gave this horse every possible chance to win, and the horse responded. And if he hadn't been aggressive from the start, Paulie, he doesn't win this race.
No, and you made a good point that somebody needed to stay on this 7. I mean, 7 ran well, but this is kind of what she does. But it was the 3, like you said, got first jump over the 1 competitive threat.
Good trainer, Horacio De Paz, had her ready to roll on the comeback. Fired up Ricardo Santana, downtown channel, 8-1, 3-7-1-4 in the 6th at Saratoga. Results, reaction. Perhaps we'll hear from Horacio De Paz on the other side. What you will see are these 3-year-olds in this ever-developing 3-year-old division with Tip Top Thomas, who brawls and wins the Indiana Derby with Johnny Velasquez, plus Sovereignty, like the rest of us, preparing for a big summer at Saratoga. That's next.
It's the biggest day of the year at Meadows Racing. Saturday, July 26th is the Delvin Miller Adios Pace for the Orchid, starting at 11:45 a.m. Come out to Hollywood Casino at the Meadows in Washington, PA, and experience the thrill, the speed, and your chance to win big on Adios Day. Bring your bets, feel the roar of the crowd and the power of the pace. The Adios is coming. Get all the details at meadowsharnessracing.com.
Winding down this 4th of July Racing Festival. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. The sights and sounds. First ever 4th of July Racing at the Spa. Here, the celebration you saw in town. Celebration at the racetrack. Get to do it all over again at next 4th of July. So glad you could join us as we wind down the weekend. Opening day of the traditional summer meet on Thursday. And moments ago, Ricardo Santana, downtown channel, 8-1. Andy, well done.
Thanks. Is Thursday the 3rd opening day of the Saratoga of 2025 in Saratoga?
It is.
You know what? We can have 300 of them for all I know. Bring it on.
Belmont Week, 4th of July Racing Festival. Traditional opening day on Thursday. Downtown channel accelerating late here, Paulie. And Ricardo Santana for Horacio De Paz off the bench.
Yeah, Horacio Paz's stats keep on growing that Andy mentioned about. Got Lasix, too. I think that was key, too, you know? And you know what? A 4-year-old debut, sometimes these fillies can get a lot better. I can't believe you got 1840 on this horse. And hopefully...
I can't believe I picked a winner.
That's what I was thinking.
It's a good start to the pick five.
$1.84 didn't seem so bad.
1840 downtown channel, race 6. We move forward. Race 7 starts the late pick 4. Flavian mare turf sprint, 5.5 furlongs. Mighty Eru drawn inside 2-1. Andy, who's it going to be?
I think this is a very dubious favorite. I myself and our morning line maker is just never wrong. I thought that Will Not Be Swayed would be favored in this race, so I think it's dangerous closing. I like Lady Dioro. Paul, you have any thoughts on that one?
I actually think this race is wide open. I'm kind of with you. I think the 9's got a little bit of a shot in here, Lady Dioro. I actually think the 8 in here, where Carol Cedeno's not out of the question.
I agree.
But the 1 in here is going to be the horse to beat for Brendan Walsh. But is it that horse going to get overbet? She might get overbet in this race.
I'm not a fan of the 1.
Not
I'm
a
against.
fan.
Yeah.
We'll
I think
discuss
the 8's the
further.
interesting long shot you brought up.
Can I get to Acacia?
No.
No? You don't want to hear from Horacio?
I do. I want to get you off.
Acacia with winning trainer, Horacio De Paz.
It was nice enough to wait around for us here at Lafitte. But Horacio, for Downtown Channel, I heard you kind of commenting that she loves to run here at Saratoga. And what a nice effort today off the bench.
Yeah, it was really good. I was joking with one of the owners that called me. I was like, all right, I'm going to put her away till next year. You know, she likes to run fresh. She likes Saratoga. But, you know, the English channels, they just get better with age. And, you know, she proved that last year when she ran fresh.
Though I must say, I think she's the least English Channel looking English Channel I might have seen.
Yeah, no, she does have pretty good substance for an English channel, but good mind on her, and, you know, seems to be competitive.
Seems like Ricardo did a really good job getting her into the race today, too.
He did, because when we ran her in the stake last year, Red Burgundy was on the front. She was sitting close to her, and she's kind of a fast. So she's capable of doing it, but even Ricardo said compared to last year, she's much maturer now, and, you know, she sat a really good trip behind the speed and, you know, was able to finish up.
Well done to the whole team. Nice win today.
Thank you.
Horacio De Paz, Ricardo Santana teaming up. They make a very good team here as well, Lafitte.
All comes together, Acacia. Downtown Channel and Ricardo Santana moments ago. And the celebration here for Flavian Prat and the Belmont at the Big A riding title. 5 wins yesterday and right back at Saratoga. The domination of last season for Prat, the 7 Grade 1 wins, and for Chad Brown, 6-time Saratoga champion trainer, 4 straight looking for a 5th, and you can add another one to the tally, another Belmont at the Big A training title for Brown.
Yeah, and fortunately for him, he didn't have a big weekend, so he didn't miss on a lot of winners towards the Saratoga title. So, you know, onwards to Saratoga, and I'm sure he's already put that behind him, and like everybody, focusing on what's going to happen here over the next 8 weeks.
As competitive as it is, Paul, to have this kind of run for Brown, the 6 overall and 4 straight training titles at Saratoga, and considered the heavy favorite to capture another this summer.
Yeah, the only thing that can beat Chad Brown from a trading title is rain. It's just the bottom line. That's
right.
It's just it. I mean, they run on the turf course. He's going to win the trainer's title. He's just that good, and he brings a lot of horses up from Belmont Park that a lot of people think are his 2nd or 3rd string. They're not. He had one almost win earlier in this meet, Brian, that ran really well. So it's just the rain is the only thing that can stop him. It's honest. I'm being honest.
No, you're absolutely right. That's his Achilles heel. You know, it comes out of 2-year-olds too.
Yeah.
You know, will Todd Pletcher have a lot of 2-year-olds? Will another trainer have a lot of 2-year-olds? Maybe he has a lot of good 2-year-olds.
And then, of course, you have the 3-year-olds. And aside from Saratoga, lots going on in the 3-year-old division yesterday. Elsewhere, Paulie here, Horseshoe Indy signature race, Indiana Derby. What about Tip Top Thomas? Johnny V fending off Cole Battle in the stretch.
Yeah, Johnny V got aboard Tip Top Thomas for Todd Pletcher and was able to hold off all challengers. They were swarming all around. Cole Battle was after him. I kind of like Big Truz with you, and he didn't run, and it was just no passing zone.
No passing yesterday.
Believe me, if I was a bookmaker, I could be broke after this race because I would have booked everything on Tip Top Thomas. I didn't like his last race, even though he won it, and he was extremely game. I mean, holding off the whole field.
Johnny V's first ever day riding at Horseshoe Indy, 3 stakes victories. Putting this into perspective, big picture, Andy, where is Tip Top Thomas in relation to like the upper echelon 3-year-olds?
Below them, and I'm curious. I wonder if Todd Pletcher's going to use this to turn back and run him in the Allen Jerkins at 7 furlongs, you know? Make the turnback move. Now, Todd doesn't have great numbers off the turnback, because if he doesn't go there, he's going to one of the out-of-town triples, derbies, because I don't see Todd thinking this horse can beat the best horses, and Todd's pretty shrewd.
I think Cold Battle could be a good turnback horse, too.
That's actually an interesting point.
Yeah.
You want to call Lonnie Briley, get him to come to Saratoga?
We do have another 3-year-old event to recap, and we'll do so shortly. First, but we check in with Acacia standing by. Acacia, the leader of the division, Sovereignty, Derby winner, Belmont winner. What was he up to this 4th of July weekend?
Well, he had quite an interesting 4th of July because he had his second work back since winning that Belmont Stakes up here at Saratoga, and doing it in company with the stablemate Jefferson Street, who's always been a pretty good workhorse. He went 48-4, and I thought just doing it about as easily as could be. His first workout was back on June 27th, where he went 50-4. So picking up the pace this week, a faster workout, and I've loved what I've seen from this horse training, especially even leading into the Kentucky Derby. We saw him just training with so much more enthusiasm and so much more forwardly than he had last year as a 2-year-old, or even at the start of this year. And I think it was a sign of a maturing horse. He's stabled in the other side of the barn to my husband's shed row, so I get to see him walking around all the time, and he's a horse that's feeling really good and quite full of himself in the mornings, which is pretty fun to see as well. He looked like a fire-breathing dragon in the paddock before the Belmont Stakes, and he's looking like that in the mornings too. He's thriving right now, and Lafitte, he is, I'd say, the undisputed leader of this 3-year-old crop. But as we've seen throughout history, the second half of the year can be quite telling. What will happen in the Jim Dandy, especially what will happen in the Travers, with maybe some later developing types, some fresher horses off that Triple Crown trail. It's going to be a lot of fun to see.
Always a highlight at Saratoga during the summer. And I remember just 4 years ago, Godolphin was here with Essential Quality, won the Belmont Stakes, showed up at Saratoga, swept the Jim Dandy and the Travers Stakes. Sovereignty will try and do the same. And you can watch it all unfold on Fox. Fox Saratoga Saturday, home of the Jim Dandy and Travers, begins July 19th. Coaching Club American Oaks all summer long. Fox Saratoga Saturdays. We promised a pair of 3-year-old derbies to recap yesterday in Altoona, Iowa. Iowa Derby, Andy, and welcome back, Magnitude.
I mean, this was scary. I was looking at the races, Paulie. It didn't seem like a track that was carrying speed. And I understand there's a big difference between winning a race like this and winning the Travers. But for a horse coming off an injury and at this point, like a 4-month layoff, roughly? Actually more, I think closer to 5, because the Risen Star was in February.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a 105 buyer. This is a serious racehorse.
No, he's for real in those windshield colors. And, you know, he kind of just jogged to the front end. He was a little bit green when he switched leads still. He's kind of, you're right, he's kind of a little bit scary. And he's got speed, which can put him in any party.
Well, I was going to say that. If you look at the really good 3-year-olds, the one thing a lot of them are lacking is speed. They're closers. And this is the kind of horse that could just be dangerous because of his speed. So
he burns bright. He won that Risen Star and then hit the side, but for about 5 minutes, like, he was skyrocketing up everybody's.
Well, he was the leading contender of the Kentucky Derby after he won that. I mean, to run a race like that. And I love the fact that coming back, he backed it up.
The comeback, successful, sensational, Magnitude yesterday in the Iowa Derby. Horses in the paddock, as you can see here. Race 7 coming up 14 minutes out. We'll have riders up, the post parade, this late pick 4. We'll check in with Acacia as we wind down this 4th of July Racing Festival on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon in upstate New York. You're watching America's Day at the Races from the Spa on FS2.
And they're off at the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
So glad you could join us. Live coverage from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. We get right back to the paddock. 11 minutes out, start of the late pick 4, this turf sprint, Paulie, and you're going with Mighty Earloo, drawn inside, 8-5 now. Wow.
Yeah, you know, that's the horse I landed on. I would probably go somewhere else. But I do think that she's the one to beat. If I was going to look somewhere else, I do think the 7 is dangerous with that speed, elegant. I'm kind of with Andy. I think the 4 is an interesting horse that got way back in the matron. If she's up a little bit closer today with Flavian, she's got a big shot.
Yeah, I like the 9 Lady Euro. Horse on the outside. She blew the brake last time, and it took away any advantage she had an inside track. And I think she's actually pretty interesting if you take a look at her. I don't love her, but I like getting the outside post. But watch her right here.
Pinched
it's
back.
Not that she breaks it side. She just kind of gets stay back, and now you've got a horse that's supposed to be forward. And she finds herself literally in last at this point. Now, she's going to very fastly move up and get herself in position. If you look at the running line in the chart, she kind of looks like a horse that got a perfect trip, right? Sitting right off the pace, sitting in the
Doesn't
pocket,
look like
kind
a
of.
perfect trip.
But it's not really what happened because of how much energy she had to use getting there. It was also a race where the first 2 finishers ran around the track together. She wasn't ever really right on the rail, I don't think, and the rail was the place to be. But that was a good effort by her, and the horse that won the race had finished just 3/4 lengths in front of her in the time before that. So I like her getting outside, and I like her chances. You know, Paulie, I have the utmost respect for your opinion. I am not a big Mighty Earloo fan in this race.
Yeah.
I don't love the horses this horse has been running against. I think there's tougher horses in this race. We'll find out if I'm right.
I think the key for the 1 is maybe the Lasix. You know, the 2 times with Lasix off in some stakes races, they were just not good. With Lasix, a little bit better.
Quickly, was that a one-off for Lady Doro, the poor break, or is that something that's been a problem in the past?
I haven't seen it be a problem, and when you get the far outside post, it ends up mitigating the chances that you break badly. In general, it's horses when they're unencumbered like that, they break much better.
All right, so Andy's top selection, 5-1, had an 8-1 winner just moments ago. Will not be swayed. There she is, currently 7-2. Flavian Prat, Brad Cox teamed up to win yesterday's Belmont Oaks. Lady Doro, her most recent last month, Aqueduct, Andy, some early bumping, will not be swayed, I should say. Her last turf sprint last October, the matron from the rail. What happened early on?
Well, I don't think anything severe happened. It just broke a little bit slowly, Paulie. You know, when that happens, the rail, and you don't have a lot of speed to begin with, Joel Rosario realizes I have no choice. I'm going to sit quietly on the rail. And she comes to the fence, and this is not an enviable position when you're down in last on the inside with a whole herd of horses in front of you. And Joel is calm and patient, and he does a great job weaving between horses, but it's a very tough way. If you're a closer in these turf sprints, you want to get in the outside and get that momentum going, you know, and get rolling down the track. And look at this in the case of the winner, Abiento, who gets that momentum on the outside to get up. I thought she ran very well down the inside, and when you run a 72 buyer as a 2-year-old in the turf sprint, that could easily, coming back the next year, turn into an 85 buyer, which I think you'll agree would make her tough in here.
That was a good effort. It really was. I mean, I like the way she ran in that effort, to be honest with you, and I think that makes her the horse to beat. You know, she kept on pursuing, so you got to give her that. And what is she at right now?
She's 7-2.
7-2.
In her first turf sprint since Acacia. How does she look?
I like her getting back onto turf. She's a horse that last year I had always written down in my notes. Love to see her get on the grass. And then she did that and won at Kentucky Downs. And I agree, ran quite well in that matron, went off a little bit slow as well and having to kind of weave between horses. Now, my first time seeing her as a 3-year-old, she hasn't grown or developed too much, but she's very, very fit, making the 3rd start of her season here. And I'm hoping getting back on the turf, we will see her break a bit more because she's always been a high energy type and she's sharp here in the paddock. I'm hoping she shows a bit more speed on the grass like she did last year versus what we've seen on the dirt in her 2 recent starts. The number 1, Mighty Ariu, will get some equipment changes today. Blinkers going on today. As you watch her last race, the short comment says hung, but she also was off slowly, rushed up. She was lugging in, her head was turned, and she refused to go by. She's also outfitted with a cage bit. Obviously, I did not see her last time she was in Kentucky, so I don't know if that's something new, but I do think it's interesting as she clearly is one that's a little bit tricky to keep her momentum going forward. Shortcut blinkers going on for the first time, and hopefully that will help her to get into the race a little bit more from the gate and to keep a straight course late. The number 3, Dang Here Comes Shang, is an intriguing one because she's out of Shang, whose lone turf win was in the Norfolk at Royal Ascot. She won her dirt start last time out and was that rare Wesley Ward 2-year-old who showed speed on the turf and was not able to sustain it. She is a big price right now, but I do think she's interesting getting onto the grass. She's sharp, and if nothing else, she kind of holds the key as to how this race might be run because we can bet, Lafitte, that she will be forward early on.
Let her rip from the start. Dylan Davis, Dang Here Comes Shang. Your thoughts on her chances here, Andy, at a price?
Well, I mean, I think she's a little interesting at a price. Wesley Ward's always dangerous. It really is more of a turf pedigree, and she came back and won in the dirt. So maybe she's a horse that really getting on the right surface, even though she ran so poorly first time on it. The one thing I'd say is she wasn't even bet that heavily in her debut in Indiana, Horseshoe Indy for Wesley Ward. So I wonder if he's ever thought that much of her. But she's 11-1, and it's Wesley Ward in a turf sprint. I'm not going to talk somebody off this horse.
Tough for me to get on a horse that ran an 8-buyer first time out for Wesley. They don't. That usually doesn't happen.
I think she'll improve on that.
Not often. Mighty Ariu, 8-5, call to post. 7th race. Let's meet the field. Mighty Ariu. There she is, the Irish filly, 5th start in the States.
Yeah, I feel like she's meeting some tougher horses than she's been running against lately, and I think down the inside she could face pressure the whole way.
Julita, turf debut.
Yeah, they've tried to get this filly on the turf a couple times. Big long shot today.
Dang, here comes Shang, maiden winner in the mud.
Listen, we were just talking about what the case for her is, and Paulie was talking about what the case against her is. His case may be stronger.
Will not be swayed. Prat, Brad Cox, Team Fillon winning yesterday's Belmont Oaks Invitational.
Yeah, the gate's been kind of her nemesis, so she needs to get out of the gate, and Flavian will do the rest.
Hugh, number 5, Brad Cox runners to break side by side.
It's not like she ran badly in her one turf race here last year, but it was a race where the pace pretty much held together. I thought she ran okay.
Proud Mary, it's been a while. That lone win, August of 23.
She's another horse that the gate does her no favors. A 5-year-old, I have to pass.
She had a big trip last time. She's a bomb to use in your supers.
Elegant here, Rudy Bissett, Schuylerville, winning trainer.
She can be forward as well in this race. I wasn't a huge fan, but I can understand some of the thought process for her.
Missoula to the outside there. Daylight maiden win, but in a maiden claimer.
Yeah, I give this horse a chance. Don't let it fool you. Carol Cedeno can ride, and first time sprinting, this horse did win.
That was a good effort at Delaware.
Andy's top selection, Lady Doro and Joel Rosario.
Yeah, I made the case based on the last race and a clean break on the outside, and Joel Rosario in a turf sprint, 5-1, I'm in.
9 deep. Race 7, 4 minutes. This turf sprint start of the late pick 4 plus. A reminder to get involved with this Saratoga plus Monmouth. A $15 bonus. You earn $15 just by playing with Naira Bets. Bet at least $75 each on Belmont at Saratoga and Monmouth today, and get $15 win or lose. Opt in now at NairaBets.com. 3 minutes out, we circle back to Missoula here. So how do you equate her maiden win, Andy, and that it wasn't a maiden claimer, facing softer, and the competition she's facing today?
Well, I mean, first of all, she's 18-1. So a lot of sins get forgiven when you're hovering around 20-1. You're not going to look at your paper and go, boy, this 21 shot looks like the horse to beat. So right away, and I think you look the race up, I thought Paulie's Point was an extremely good one. It's the first time she sprinted. And in fact, she's a horse that was going really long, especially marathon-type races. And she ran much better than to be expected. She's going to have to run better. These are better horses, Paulie. But the point about her is she's maybe a little bit better than her 18-1 suggests. That's all.
Like you said, like you like the 6 a little bit to hit the board. I think the 6 and the 8 are two horses that are bombers that can maybe affect the trifecta superfecta in here.
You've referenced that turf sprints, that you handicap those where they're kind of out on an island, a little bit different than everything else. How so?
You have to find horses that can sprint on the turf. I mean, for the most part,
it's a good place to
it's
start.
not. No, but I mean, but you know, like in dirt racing, turnbacks work.
Yeah.
And when we first started running an abundance of turf sprints a number of years ago, I figured, God, if turnbacks work in dirt racing, they'll be even better in turf racing. And the opposite was true, and I got buried betting them. So you have to reevaluate. You need, listen, turf sprinters, really good ones, can come from dead last, but you need a horse that has shown, for the most part, that they can be effective sprinting on the turf.
Yeah, I think turf sprinting is the one art where you have certain trainers that are very good at it. Obviously, Wesley Ward is very good at it. Rusty Arnold is a phenomenal dirt sprint trainer. Linda Rice is very good on turf sprints.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
She never runs turf sprints anymore.
In a while, but you have certain trainers that are very good at it. So it is a niche kind of thing because when you come up here, 5.5 furlongs is tough. You got to be quick out of the blocks, and you got to get position here. Because if you don't get position at Saratoga going 5.5 furlongs, you're going to get backed up.
I feel as though closers do better at 5.5 up here than 6 furlongs in New York because the paces are often faster.
A minute out. Let's check in with Acacia.
I would totally agree with what Andy just said. But as far as a horse that could potentially be with some positional speed in here, the number 5, Hugh, who I think is very well named. I thought that was clever, out of Sunset Glow. This is a horse that they tried to get on turf in her first couple of starts, and I'd written down in my notes that she is built much more like a turf horse. And yes, she was forward last time. She was second best, boss of all, running on much the best in that effort. And then the claim was voided and we don't see her back for 11 months. So yes, it is a little bit of a concern, but she's always been one that was pretty powerful and well built. And looking at her, she's even filled out more coming back as a 4-year-old. She's obviously been one to have some hiccups and some questions along the way, taking a long time to get to the races and then now a big layoff. But she's been sharp. She had a big warm up out there from Manny Franco. And I am curious if she is going to have a little bit of natural progression forward. As far as the number 9, Lady Doro, now in the Mike Moselli barn, this is a horse that I thought was hindered when off a little bit slowly last time, and not just breaking slowly, but she really looked uncomfortable out of the gate. Joel Rosario was kind of sitting in the saddle and she couldn't reach the top 2. Mendrel, who's been in very good form for Brittany Russell, both in Maryland and then coming to New York as well, but now making the 3rd start of her form cycle. She has been one that they've kind of kept away from the rest of the field. As you can see, she's gotten a bit warm, but I like that Joel Rosario rode her last time and knows her better today, and hopefully she's going to be able to channel that forward energy to not leave herself with so much to do. Even though she's gotten warm, she looks fantastic overall, really, really strong and well muscled. Just hoping she can keep that energy under wraps before the start of this race, Lafitte.
Warm day, Acacia, a little more humid than it was the last couple of days. Andy going with Lady Doro, Polly going with Will Not Be Swayed, the wagering public with Mighty Ariu, 6-5. Wow.
Yeah, I and I know you picked the one, Paulie, but I don't think you were expecting to get this price.
No, I wasn't. I mean, the horse was second in the Queen Mary as a 2-year-old. I don't know if that's really panned out. I guess the works over at Turfway Park with blinkers, the word is out, but still, that's way too short of a price, 6-5.
Early on, what are we looking for?
Oh, I mean, you're always looking to see how the pace develops. Obviously, I'm hoping my 9 breaks well today in here, and it'll be interesting to see how the pace develops and see what kind of position the 1 gets, because even though I'm not the 1's biggest fan, I think I picked her 4th. I do recognize that she can win this race. I think she's a horrible gamble at her current 6-5, but she can win here. I just prefer others, and, you know, if the pace is hot, she's in a position where she could get a little shuffled there, but she's got a pretty good pilot.
6-5, Mighty Ariu. Proud Mary steps forward. We turn things over to Frank Miramati with the call. Race 7 start of the late pick 4 live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2.
Okay, Lafitte, we've got 4 more left to load. Here's Elegant going in. In the colors of Peter Blum Thoroughbreds. Seen those silks for a long time. Missoula is next. The last one to load is Lady Doro. Going up. And in. And they're off. Mighty Area is out very quickly. Dang, Here Comes Shang is the quickest and is up to take the lead. Elegant and Lady Doro are side by side, 3rd and 4th in the opening furlong. They're followed by Hugh, who's racing in mid-pack. Lady Doro is now just outside of her as Missoula has ranged up to take 2nd. Then comes Julita, who has 7 lengths to find. Proud Mary is next. The opening quarter went in 21 and 4/5 seconds. Will Not Be Swayed is at the back of the field. They're coming to the quarter pole. Dang, Here Comes Shang is the leader and has been there every step of the way. Mighty Ariu is angling on the outside of Missoula, and Mighty Ariu is picking up some solid momentum in mid-stretch. Further out comes Lady Doro in 4th. They're inside the 8th pole. Mighty Ariu, Dang, Here Comes Shang. Dang, Shang keeps on going. Dang, Here Comes Shang. Mighty Ariu, Dang, Here Comes Shang right out of the gate and giving Dylan Davis a double. Mighty Ariu was 2nd, Hugh, and oncoming 3rd. Behind them, Will Not Be Swayed.
Waiting for her to cough up the lead, and she just wouldn't do it. Dang, Here Comes Shang in the 7th at Saratoga. Dylan Davis, Wesley Ward at 13-1.
Well, this was not a particularly fast pace. These courses have gotten extremely fast. 21.8 is sort of pedestrian on this course right now, and when the 1 didn't go, the 7 didn't show speed, Dylan Davis was able to control in the front end. A very good trip on the 1 Mighty Ariu, Paulie, just not able to get there.
No, not able to get there. Got really green in the stretch. You could see Irad Ortiz was fighting the 1 who was just lugging in the whole way. Looked like the 1 with St. Chile was going to go on by, but it's just a matter that the 3 stays straight and the 1 just can't. And, you know, the presence of the 8, when he was lugging in, Irad just trying as hard as he can with his right hand to keep this horse straight. But then right here, this horse just basically hangs every chance to go by, but they could have ran around 3 or 4 more times they weren't passing the 3.
And I think the 4 ran well, given the pace pretty much held together to finish 4th in there. And Maddie Wolfendale liked this horse. A great, great call by her.
13-1. Breeders' Cup winning combination. Breeze Easy LLC. Trainer Wesley Ward won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint a few years back with 4-wheel drive. I don't know that Dang Here Comes Shang is that good, but a 13-1 win here, Andy. And was this more, you think, as Paul was just mentioning, is this more digging in and finding more, or Mighty Ariu coming up small when it mattered most?
I think it's a combination of both. I think that's fair. She got such a good trip behind her. And this horse ran. I mean, she got away with that moderate first quarter, but she ran today, and the 1 had every chance, Paul, to get by her, and just couldn't get by her, and then she was a different horse today.
What do you got on that Tweety Bird helmet that Irad's wearing? Can we go back to that as you see Wesley Ward? Deep stretch there. It looked like he had a little Tweety Bird thing coming out of his helmet. I wonder if it was a little bit of a mohawk.
I'm going to stay out of this conversation.
So many intriguing subplots to the 7th race at Saratoga, and that among them, another Dylan Davis at a price. 2 wins this afternoon, and then getting that momentum at just the right time, coming off a career season last summer at Saratoga, Dylan.
So I'm looking at this
pick 6. Yeah, we got mandatory payout.
This is not a pick 6 that rates to be hit.
Yeah, right.
At this point,
yeah,
we've had a $19 and almost $30 on this horse, so we'll see what happens.
See, look at Irad, Tweety Bird. What's flying from his helmet?
I'm still staying on this conversation. But I got to tell you, if you want to call
see that?
Irad Tweety
with
Bird,
guitar. You
do it when I'm not around.
With guitar.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just say he had a mohawk.
Mighty Ariu couldn't get there. Dang, Here Comes Shang. Holds on, fends off all challengers. 3-1-5-4 in the 7th at Saratoga. When we come back, Trainer Graham Motion. He's figured out this Belmont Derby thing. Back-to-back wins, trickery, and test score. And on Thursday, Motion running Heredia in the Della Rose. We'll be right back.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business, and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Well, dang, here comes Shang. Was able to hold on to get the win, as I'm happy to be joined by your trainer, Wesley Ward. And Wesley, of course, you trained Shang, who won the Norfolk. How special is it seeing the progeny go on and win races and carry on that legacy?
It's nice, you know, to have a filly that did so much over there at Ascot for the same owners that own her now. So it was great. Mike Hall and Sam Ross, who now is upstairs shining down on us, and maybe that's why she hung on.
I love it. A little bit of help in the stretch, absolutely. But as far as this filly is concerned, won on the in the off the turf race last time out, but she really did seem to thrive getting onto the grass today.
She did. We haven't had her on the grass, so this was being her first time on there. She just was average on the dirt, and obviously shined through today, you know, from the sire and the mare.
That pedigree is certainly bred to do exactly this, but you're telling me some exciting 2-year-olds still to unveil, something we always look for from the Wesley Ward barn.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Wednesday we're going to enter a colt, Schwarzenegger. Robin Murray from Coolmore came up with a great name for him. He's a kind of a powerful colt, so we're real excited for him.
That'll be an easy one to remember. Wesley, thank you. Well done here. Congratulations.
Thank you, Keisha.
As Lafitte, I think we all can remember Schwarzenegger, right?
Yeah, now he better be a big, powerful colt.
Who's the first person to say after he runs, he'll be back? Right?
Frank.
Apparently me.
Frank. No, Frank.
Yeah, Frank's waiting on that one.
Dang, here comes Shang. At a price. Turning back. Mighty Ariu, who had every opportunity, just a mistake or two in the stretch, and it cost her and opened up the door. Dang, here comes Shang taking full advantage.
He's digging in the whole way down the stretch and getting it done. This was a well-earned victory. I mean, you know, it does show, though, how important pace is. And with Dylan, He was aggressive early today in a 1-3/8 race when a horse you expected to be the speed didn't go, and he wired the field with that kind of ride. And you could argue a similar situation here. And I hope you're alive in this pick
Look
5.
at this.
If I listen to Maggie, I would be.
Maggie at Dang. Here comes Shank, 28.40. Before that, Downtown Channel, 18.40. A couple of tricky horses to find in back-to-back turf events. The lone dirt race of this late pick 5 sequence is next. Just $12,500 claimer, 6 furlong sprint. Take charge, smiling 2-1. Andy, who'd you come up with?
I smoked out the eventual heavy favorite Rhythm Nick in this race. I struggle. You know, every race I handicap, you ask yourself, what are you doing with the favorite? And you don't want to just constantly be saying, I'm going to bet against the favorite and pick against the favorite, because there are favorites you don't have a strong opinion against. And I could not make a strong opinion for anybody against Rhythm Nick. I don't totally trust him. He hasn't run going on a year, about 11 months. His operation wins a lot of races. They're dropping down. I feel like he's an either-or horse. Either he's just better than these horses and going to beat them, or you don't want any part of him and he's not going to run well at all.
What do you think, Paul?
I like the straight one in here for some reason. Johnny V and David Donk. I think this horse might be able to get to the front end. I do think there is some speed in this race. I'm not really in love with the 2 Brew Pub. When I look at the wheel pace, the 4 is your heavy favorite. The 4 is definitely the horse to beat. I would take a little bit of shot for some reason.
I picked the 1 second, so I'm with you in there. I'm worried, though, that Thank You John could push him on the front end, and if that happens, he could be in trouble.
Pace scenario, something to watch right from the start. 22 minutes out, race 8 here, Saratoga, and on Thursday, opening day of the traditional summer meet and the opening week stakes schedule. The rundown, 5 strong, 2 divisions of the De La Rose. The highlight, the Duncan Diana Grade 1 on Saturday. But let's start with that first division of the De La Rose. Race 5 on Thursday. Fillies and mares on grass. Wide open. Number 4, Heredia, the tepid 3-1 morning line favorite. Andy, her U.S. debut. This was the Bogey at Aqueduct in May. Edict, Heredia, battling in the stretch, only to be run down late.
Run down late by Dynamic Pricing, who's the widest of all, second to last now. All she did was come back and win the Grade 1 just a game in her next race, which sort of suggests this may have been a pretty strong race. And, this is a really fun 2 divisions. We don't split races too often. And this came up, I think, probably the tougher half. But both of these horses ran very well in here. The advantage to Heredia is she's second time in the country for trainer Graham Motion, and I think she's going to probably run a little bit better. She's the one to beat, but this is a tough race.
That race right there was off a 1.5 year layoff, too. This horse has got some good numbers over in Europe. Heredia is the one to beat in there. I do think La Reyes and Deep Satin will get played in there, too, as well.
Be interesting to watch the wagering in that first division of the De La Rose, race number 5. About 90 minutes later, the second division, race 8, the mile on grass. Of course, older horses, $135,000 purse. And while you don't have a standout in the first division, you do here a 9-5 favorite in the form of Bernie Takes Charge. Correction, number 4, moving on up. Andy, moving on up. Her last win, the Sand Springs, late March Gulfstream Park. Edgar Zayas watched this like saving every inch, and she cruises in the end.
Somebody's a fan of the Jeffersons related to this horse, right?
Who's not a fan of the Jeffersons?
If you're not a fan of the Jeffersons, I have no respect for you.
Yeah, it's true.
I agree. Any show related to All in the Family was a great show. Archie's Place may have pushed the limit a little bit.
I don't know how that would fly these days.
This was a very perfect trip for her. She's obviously a talented horse, and she's probably the right favorite. But I think if Ozara is her 7-2 odds, the horse on the rail, it's a horse I always liked during her career. But moving on up is the horse to beat in this race.
Yeah, moving on up's the horse to beat, but I think I bet against.
At that price?
Yeah, at that price, yeah. I'm kind of with you. I do like Ozara. I do think the Chad Brown runner, Fun with Flags, did not get ridden at all the way she was supposed to be ridden last time out.
I agree. I don't know if she's good enough, but I agree. She ran very well in that. She was a little bit unlucky, to be fair. Will moving on up's first foal be Wheezy if it's a girl, and George if it's a boy?
That'd be perfect. So.
Lionel maybe
Perfect
in there somewhere.
Bentley.
That's after the Bentley involved.
Bentley.
Bentley's from some another. No, Bentley's from
Bentley.
Soap.
No,
Bentley's from
Bentley
Soap.
the neighbor?
Oh,
I think Bentley was the
neighbors.
neighbor.
Yes, that is correct. You're right. I'm thinking of the
Moving
show
on
Bentley.
up. 6-5 morning line favorite in the second division of the De La Rose opening day traditional summer meet, Saratoga. But we're not done yet. Sunday program winding down. Rhythm Nick, a little lonely there in the paddock. Hear about him shortly. Current. Second choice, 5-2, the 8th. Next post time, 18 minutes. Stay tuned.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the win early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Racetracks, casinos, slots, superfectas, you can gamble from anywhere all the time. You've just got to ask yourself, should I? Take a pause to stay in control and think about how much time you spend gambling. A pause can help you determine if you're gambling because you like to or you need to. A pause can help remind you there's more to the moment than your next wager. Visit oasis.ny.gov and take our survey to see if your gambling is becoming more than a game.
I felt trainers like Whittingham, Laz Barrera, Woody Stevens in that era were sitting in front of 30, 40 horses max, and they were really zeroed in on maybe 3 or 4 that were grade 1 quality, and the others were getting trained, but they weren't really productive. So I told my son, what we will do is we'll grade our horses, and we'll take the ones that look like they'll fit at Saratoga, they'll go to Saratoga. The ones that don't fit will go to Ellis Park or Monmouth Park, and we got to make every horse profitable. Our owners, they'll be just as happy to see it win at Monmouth as they will Saratoga when it actually happens. So we started putting them out in the farm system, as you may call it, and a lot of nice things happened. Records started to fall, and stakes winners showed up different places, and that was it.
And the life he led, how many he impacted, his legacy, the future will reveal. Generations of trainers like that one, like Mike Maker, Paul, who learned from Lucas, part of an unparalleled coaching training tree.
Yeah, you know, Mike obviously very, very soft-spoken, but when he talks about D. Wayne, he always used to say, man, he taught me all my organizational skills, how to get everything in order, how to pay attention to every single horse in my barn, which is tough to do when you have horses on different coasts like Mike does and a lot of D. Wayne's progeny. I mean, a lot of those guys have horses, and I think Wayne taught them the way.
What a legacy, D. Wayne Lucas, in the sport that already does feel different without him. And for trainer Mike Maker, with Rhythm Nick pictured there at 8-5, the favorite. Let's revisit his latest effort on dirt last year. It was late May, Churchill Downs, Andy. He flashes speed, he battles, and does everything but win in the end.
His dirt races are better than the horses that he's running against today. But that's not what handicapping, the absolute answer in handicapping. The question with this horse is, these connections claimed this horse in Saratoga on August 15. And understand something. At that point, they probably had a 3 or 4 win lead for the owner's title. So they were trying to get horses to run the rest of the meet, try to win more races. So they didn't buy this horse and think, I have an idea. I'll lay him up for 11 months and bring him back next year. So obviously something went badly wrong with this horse, and they claimed for $32,000. They're coming back for $12,500 today. So this is a, try to win sort of semi, somebody's going to claim this horse. There are some questions here with this horse, but I just couldn't find somebody else, Paulie, that I really wanted to endorse, though I think your one is interesting.
I think you got to look at the connections. It's Jay Provenzano. When we interviewed him earlier, he said he brought 51 horses up here this year compared to 30-something last year. He's here to win races. He's dropping horses to win races.
But this isn't the Saratoga meet.
Yeah,
so
it isn't,
now,
but...
Yeah, that's
I
all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with all the things you're saying. I'm just saying it's not the Saratoga meet, so you kind of wonder if maybe this was one bullet they weren't as concerned about.
Yeah. Not confusing whatsoever, Acacia.
Definitely not, Lafitte. The Belmont at the Big A at Saratoga weekend. But as far as Rhythm Nick is concerned, I think Andy brings up a really important point that the standings for the races today do not count for the Saratoga standings. So it is something to take into account, especially because this is a horse that's coming in off of an 11-month layoff and taking a drop in class. Now, this is a horse that Mike Maker actually reached back in to reclaim for Flying P, having had him through the earlier part of the summer in 2024 as well, and a horse that has been effective on both turf and dirt. Comes back to the dirt, no problems with that. He's very fit off the bench. Always a horse that was pretty forward in the preliminaries. Seeing much the same from him coming back now in his long-awaited 5-year-old debut. Physically, I don't have any problems with him. I'll watch him warming up, but I do think that he just kind of makes sense. Now, the number one, the plain one, for some reason, I think Paulie's point is an interesting one. I will give Thank You John credit because he actually stuck around from that pace stool a little bit better, but for some reason, is a horse that I've always kind of liked a bit, and he looks like he's one that's really thriving right now. He's a horse that is incredibly strong coming in here, really powerful, especially in his hind end, forward, but not doing too much, and he can get kind of hot and really revved up Lafitte, but I like what I see from him so far.
A little more, that one more confident perhaps in your selection here, Paulie?
Yeah, a lot more confidence. And I think the other part with this gelding, 3 times that Johnny V has ridden him, 2 wins and a third. So I think that could be a key too.
Johnny V back from a profitable, successful trip to Indiana. First ever afternoon riding at Horseshoe Indy. 3 stakes victories yesterday, including the Indiana Derby. You can see this 8th race over on Fox Sports 1. Saying goodbye to our FS2 audience. Live racing from the Spa on FS1. Stellar Sunday afternoon in upstate New York, welcoming in our audience on Fox Sports 1. That is a live look in the Saratoga paddock. Getting closer to post time for the 8th race, among the oldest active sporting venues in North America, winding down this 4th of July Racing Festival. We welcome you just outside the paddock alongside 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. This was a first, Andy. They've been racing here since 1863 this weekend, and specifically on the 4th. First time we've seen racing here at Saratoga.
Well, it's a huge weekend of racing. I mean, July 4th is a very historic weekend of racing in New York with a lot of big races, and it just didn't have the magic down at Aqueduct. And while Belmont's being rebuilt, we gave it a lot of thought and thought we'd settle for running the big races in Saratoga here. So it's hard. It's really it's difficult being in Saratoga. I just hate being here, but we came here and we suffered it out, Paulie, for an extra weekend.
When you come to Saratoga, it's a treat already. Then when you get this kind of weather that we've gotten this weekend, it's even a bigger treat. We've seen some unbelievable racing. Even besides the stakes races, we've seen some babies that have been unbelievable. We've seen some second-time stars. We've seen some rising stars, definitely, besides some of the stakes races that we've seen this weekend.
And being that it is officially closing day of the Belmont at the Big A meet with the Pick 5, the Pick 6, mandatory payouts. We've had some tricky horses the last couple of races and 3 races left on the program. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, the 8th. 9 minutes out, horses in the paddock, then a couple of turf affairs, races 9 and 10, all coming your way. right here on FS1. And what better way, what better time to get involved and sign up with opening day of the traditional Summer Meet Saratoga on Thursday. Go to NyraBets.com. Use that promo code BONUS200 when you sign up. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning. Today, join now, NyraBets.com. Updated odds for this 8th race. Just a $12,500 claimer, all for sale. 6 furlong sprint, Andy, and Rhythm Nick 3-2 here, 8 minutes out.
Yeah, Rhythm Nick is a horse that if you look at his dirt races, they're better than the horses he's running against here. But he's also a horse that was claimed 11 months ago by Sharp Connections, and he's been on the shelf, and he was claimed for $32,000, and now you can claim him for $12,500. If Paulie had it, could pull our money, he and I would buy the horse here and take a shot. So he's got a lot of question marks on him.
You're thinking this is feast or famine?
Yeah, I feel like if you could make a bet where you could bet $100 to win and then book 50 to place and 50 to show. I like that idea because I feel like he's an all or nothing. He's winning or he's not getting anything.
He's a Ricky Bobby horse, is what you're saying.
Is that
first
you call
or
him?
last.
Ricky?
Yeah.
First or last.
Yeah. You know, I'm surprised we haven't come up to wager who finishes last, but, you know.
Years ago, there was a contest in the press box up here in Saratoga every summer where you'd pick the least likely winner of every race. And there is a turf rider who, I won't embarrass him on the air, though if he misbehaves during the Saratoga meet, I might consider doing it, who actually showed a flat bet profit.
That's impressive.
It is. It is.
That is impressive. Paulie, you like the entry. For some reason, this is a beast. 2 for 1, getting 5 to 1.
Yeah, I like the straight one here. The 1A would have to pick up, he'd have to pick up his feet big time to win this race. The straight one, I just think a better horse with Johnny V. Johnny V sends this horse with more conviction. 4th off the layoff. I think he's going to go, you know, guns a-blazing to the front end, but he's going to have some company. He's going to have to fend off, thank you, John, who basically outran him last time, but I think he might be fitter today.
All-time leading rider at Saratoga, Johnny Velasquez, back from a productive, successful trip to Indiana yesterday, Horseshoe Indy. First day he'd ever ridden there. 3 stakes wins, including the Indiana Derby. That is a shirt. JK, if you're watching, you have competition, my friend.
What's the best Met of all time? Don't let anybody fool you, Mr. Terrific Tom Seaver.
He was unhittable.
Yeah. By the way, I saw a documentary about Nolan Ryan made $8,000 his rookie year, sold insurance after his rookie year.
It's a good deal.
Yeah, right?
It's a good deal for whoever was paying him. Post-parade, another look at Johnny V on For Some Reason. Second half of the entry, Tis a Beast in Lane Luzzy.
Yeah, they're solely betting the 1. The 1A would be taking no money on his own.
Brew Pub, 7-year-old, 58th lifetime start.
Yeah, a lot of seconds and thirds. You can trust on him there. Just on the wind end, he comes up short.
Bezos, ponyless, much-needed class drop.
In one time, he had some ability, had some speed. That time appears to be in the past.
Rhythm Nick, favorite. Ricardo Santana seeking a second victory in the afternoon.
The other thing you could put in, this horse has got bullet drills. Is it for even a more for sale sign?
Number 5, Take Charge Smiling and Flavian Prat.
Goes out for Greg DePrimo off the claim. He was claimed by the current owner down at Tampa, but claimed by trainer Greg Sacco. I don't know the story. He's not impossible.
Thank you, John. Quick out of the blocks. Number 7, Gun Maestro at 40 to 1 would be a shock.
Not a lot of quick related to this horse on a dry track.
Not much here. Again, we've had a couple of upsets last couple of races. Forgiving Spirit to the outside. Jose Ortiz first after the claim. Linda Rice.
Yeah, for winning move stables, this is a connections that usually take some money. So this horse is a little bit chilly on the board.
Field for the 8th. 5 minutes out. Just $12,500 claimers. No superstars. All for sale. The horses you'll see on Fox Saratoga Saturday. That's a different story altogether. The stars of the sport, Saratoga, their stage every summer. The bright lights in New York, and it all gets started on July 19th, 2 weeks from yesterday. The very best horses, the biggest races, marquee affair after marquee affair, and the perfect stage here at Saratoga. Fox Saratoga Saturdays are back. 3-year-old fillies kick things off on the 19th. Coaching Club, American Oaks, and the excitement, Paulie, of the Derby winner, the Belmont winner, coming back in the Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun.
Yeah, and hopefully we might even see Baeza in that spot. And like you said, you know, like we were talking, maybe some other horses are going to throw their hat in the ring when we come to Travers time. But the Jim Dandy, when Belmont did his interview yesterday, seems like he said all systems go. So we'll look
He's
for that.
coming there.
Yeah.
Sandman, I believe, is running.
Yeah.
Baeza's coming.
Yeah.
Did that catch you off guard?
That John
We're
Sheriff's coming in?
excited that he's coming,
yeah,
but
the
were you
one
expecting
thing I'd
it?
say is they don't have a 3-year-old program out in Del Mar for the males
Yeah,
at
they
all.
don't, yeah.
And if he's going to stay out there, he's probably going to be running against Nisos. So
He's
I
pretty
don't
good.
really think that that's really an option that he wanted to have, and he'd rather run against the 3-year-olds and come here, and we're happy to see John. I know I'm happy.
I think
Absolutely.
I think the other part about it is if you talk to John, not saying he's not a fan of Del Mar, but that was the one racetrack that Zenyatta did not really like. His horses he doesn't really train really over there, so he kind of stays away from Del Mar.
That was synthetic, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Can't wait to see him. Sovereignty coming back. Derby winner, Belmont winner in the Jim Dandy, all part of that Fox Saratoga Saturday series. As we welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast. Acacia.
So much to look forward to coming up this summer, Lafitte. But taking a look at horses warming up for this race, your favorite is the number 4, Rhythm Nick, who's coming back off of a layoff. And for our new viewers, I did think back in the paddock that he did look very fit off the bench, not having run for 11 months. Watching him on the track, he took a bit of time to get going out there. Ricardo Santana has kept him moving. He might just have the class when facing this field in here, but I'm a little bit concerned that maybe today might be the day if you're going to try to go against him, but certainly respect on the drop in class and what he was facing before that layoff. The number 5, Take Charge Smiling, is intriguing. Sandy mentioned picked up down at Tampa, does come in here for Greg DePrima, and a horse that was not quickest away from the gate last time out, but went to the lead and did actually prove to be a relatively productive race with a couple of horses coming back to win out of there when he was able to wire the field. I think he comes back at the logical spot, and it's very intriguing to see Flavian Prat ending up here, of course, on the heels of a 5-win day yesterday. A little bit of a freshening. I did not see him down in Florida, unfortunately, but he's very fit. A little bit underwhelming back in the paddock, but he really flourished when getting out on the track, and he did warm up nicely. But I will take a shot with the plain one for some reason, who had a spirited warm up out there on the track, Lafitte.
Revving his engines. See what he does in this 8th race, in this $12,500 claiming sprint. 2 for 1, 5 to 1. The entry for some reason. 'Tis a beast. Final thoughts here as we get closer to post time.
When I look at a race like this, Paulie, I don't know what you do, but when I look at a race like this with a horse like Rhythm Nick, who, if he runs his race, he's going to win. He's 1 or 2 to 5 to win if he runs it, but there's a lot of intangibles. I like to try to handicap the race without him. And since he's not a blazing speed, he's not going to have, a horse you're thinking is going to have a huge effect on the way the race is going to be run, other than his talent. And you ask yourself, sort of, where am I without the favorite in there? And then you ask yourself, how confident am I that bet this horse over the favorite? And if I'm confident to bet a few dollars, I have no problem picking it. But I am not somebody who's going to stab with long shots that I'm not willing to bet my money on. And as much as I like your one and wanted to pick the one here, Paulie, I picked him second. I just worry with the presence of the 6 that it's not going to be easier for him to control. And he's a little bit tough. And tell you something else. Is he really great bet at 5 to 1 in here? I mean, he doesn't exactly have the best PPs.
No, he doesn't have the best PPs. I'm leaning on Johnny V. I do think this horse on the screen,
right,
the 5 is the interesting horse. Where's this horse going to be? I mean, because been through some good barns, now in the Greg DePrima barn, but it has shown speed. And, Flavian shows up, and you just got to pay attention.
And doesn't have to be in front to win.
Yeah,
Tactical.
I don't disagree. But Speed ran 1-2-4 in his last race. It was probably a little bit of an advantage at Tampa that day, not extreme. And I also think that he's 7-2 because Flavian Prat is riding him. And I'm not saying that's, not understandable, and I'm somebody who moves horses up that Flavian gets on as well. But I don't want a horse that's running lower level races out of town. He's never come here before. But once again, I think I didn't pick him anywhere. So I really didn't like him.
If this pace heats up, the 2's got a big shot in here, Brew Pub. And now I'm not a big fan of this horse.
Just doesn't win, Paul.
Doesn't win.
He's
Does not
1
win.
for 32 with 14 seconds and thirds on a dry dirt track.
Crazy.
3 of his 4 career wins came in 16 starts on wet tracks. He is just, I agree with you philosophically.
But that just shows you this field at 5 to 1. It's just,
It's a flawed field.
Yeah.
The favorite is in Rhythm Nick. Ricardo Santana booted home an 8 to 1 shot earlier that Andy liked. This one not 8 to 1. The favorite 6 to 5 Rhythm Nick. As we send things over to Frank Miramati, the voice of Saratoga, post-time race 8 live from the spa on Fox Sports 1.
'Tis a beast. Part of the entry. Forgiving Spirit to the outside. They're in the gate. Any moment. They backed out to take charge, smiling. He's walking right back in under Flavian Prat. We're ready to go. And they're off. A little bit of a bobble for Forgiving Spirit on the extreme outside. Thank You, John is very quick. So is For Some Reason. And For Some Reason is up to take the lead. Rhythm Nick has good early pace. Thank You, John now racing in third. Then Bezos, Take Charge Smiling, racing in between horses, 5 lengths off the lead. Outside of them, Forgiving Spirit. And then it's Brew Pub. The 2 trailers at the back of the field, Tis a Beast and Gun Maestro. The opening quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds as they move around the far turn. And it is For Some Reason, who's been prominent since the gate opened. Rhythm Nick cruising up alongside and cruising on by with 1/4 mile to go. Rhythm Nick in command at the top of the stretch. They are followed by Forgiving Spirit. Thank You, John is in fourth there at the top of the lane. And here's Forgiving Spirit putting a test to Rhythm Nick. These two pass the 8th pole together. Rhythm Nick on the inside and Forgiving Spirit. Forgiving Spirit, Rhythm Nick, 16th to go. And Forgiving Spirit has put away Rhythm Nick late. And it will be Forgiving Spirit finishing full a run to score by 2. Rhythm Nick, Brew Pub with some good late energy gets the show dough.
Winning Move Stables, Forgiving Spirit. Family affair. Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice teaming up here. 6th lifetime win. Forgiving Spirit, 2nd trip to the winner's circle when she turns back around and goes downstairs for Linda Rice on the afternoon.
Well, what this horse just did was something he's never done before, Paulie, and you know what that is. He won a race on the dirt. He was 0 for 6 in his career on the dirt, but he was very good today. I don't think that Rhythm Nick ran his race, but he showed up today, and the rest of the field was in Schuylerville.
Paulie?
Yeah, I mean, this horse was tough to get to, I thought at least. But, you know, Linda's claiming these horses from Kentucky, keeps on winning. And this horse at 5-1. You got 4 horses at 5-1, but Jose Ortiz and Linda Rice click off. And you go to the start, this horse didn't have the best beginnings as well. Kind of stumbled at the start and still won this race.
Yeah.
Not the way they drew it up on the chalkboard. Stumbles, breaks outward, still able to recover, regroup, and win a winning race for a horse that jockeys don't like riding those types of horses that run with their head way up in the air. It's a bad habit. It makes things difficult, but on this afternoon, none of it made a difference.
I'm very surprised this horse won. I mean, I picked him fourth, but I didn't consider him. Mostly I just didn't like the 5, but I am surprised. This horse has not really been a dirt horse going in this race, but he ran today.
Showed up in a big way, Forgiving Spirit. Jose Ortiz at 5-1, 8-4, 2-1 in the 8th of 10 here at Saratoga. We'll have those results. Reaction as Forgiving Spirit cruises under the wire here at Saratoga. When we come back, Mark Casse, Hall of Fame trainer in 2 countries, allowed us to mic him up yesterday. Not to mention, he unveiled a monster Ewing 2-year-old electric debut. And Casse's Nitrogen Electric filly arrived in the Belmont Oaks with a 5-race win streak. How would she fare? That's next.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires including Exalted, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
The festivities over the last several days. 4th of July in upstate New York, downtown Saratoga. Party wouldn't quit. Fireworks overhead and the festivities below. Gorgeous scene celebrating America's 249th birthday here in Saratoga Springs, and the racing delivered in a big way. That gelding delivered in a big way. Moments ago, Paulie, Forgiving Spirit, Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice at 5-1 in the 8th.
Yeah, congratulations to Winning Moon Stable. Gelding by Shaman Ghost. A lot of people don't know Shaman Ghost won 2/3 of the Toronto Triple Crown, or the Canadian Triple Crown. Yeah, right? Rhythm Nick second, Brew Pub third. This is, again, if you're live in these pick 6 and these multis, my goodness, $823 pick 3.
2 Acacia in the winner's circle.
And with winning rider Jose Ortiz aboard Forgiving Spirit, Jose, doesn't look like maybe the easiest horse to ride, kind of with that head carriage that he has.
Yeah, but I watched his replays, and Linda let me know as well. The main thing is that when I asked him to go, he put the head up and he went forward.
At least has the momentum going in the right direction. And you and Linda, we've seen you teaming up for a lot of races together. It seems like you have a lot of confidence in anything that she likes you up on.
Yeah, I mean, usually she read the condition book really well, put the horses in the right spot, and she is always on the right spot and make our job easy. And her horses are running very good for a long time, and she don't give many instructions, so it's a lot easier to ride for her.
And you rode this one very, very well. But I wanted to ask you yesterday about the Belmont Oaks. You were aboard Nitrogen. She was valiant in defeat. Can you talk us through the race and what you felt from her?
So like she ran a very good race and got beat a nose by a filly that broke the track record. So we basically broke the track record and got beat. It's heartbreaking, honestly. She had a beautiful streak going. Won on the dirt last time. It was a great one. We really wanted to win it. But honestly, it was heartbreaking for me. I love the filly, and it was a tough beat yesterday.
Sorry to bring it up, but thank you for your honesty, Jose, and well done here.
Thank you.
Defeat.
Jose Ortiz, 3-time Saratoga riding champion, Forgiving Spirit. This is what we've seen thus far in the late pick 5. 1840 downtown channel. Dang, here comes Shank, 2840, and Forgiving Spirit, 1260. Andy, yesterday, Nitrogen, as we look ahead to this 9th race coming up 23 minutes out. You say that many in this industry, too results oriented. I think it was a perfect example of just that in assessing Nitrogen's performance yesterday and somehow feeling different about her just because she lost.
I would say the way you feel different, you think she's better than you thought she was going into the race. I might take that attitude. I couldn't agree more. I mean, she did everything but finish first in that race. Jose, you could argue a little victimized by the post. Not that it was a bad post, but the way the race went and the way she runs, he got caught a little wide the first time. Not his fault at all. And what happened really that got him beat was that Opulent Restraint ran a lot better than I think many people expected. She was 19-1, now a little bit high because of a huge bet made in the favorite. But if Opulent Restraint sort of packs it in top of the stretch, Nitrogen opens up, and that other horse never catches her.
She has to wrestle with her. When she finally puts her head in front, now she has to wrestle with Fiona to the wire.
Yeah, so I mean, we knew a good Nitrogen was going into the race, Paulie, but if you, like you said, if you come out of this race saying some of the bloom is off the rose because she didn't finish first, I just couldn't disagree with that more.
No, and Flavian did the old shake and bake. I mean, he was literally ring right off Nitrogen, followed her around the racetrack. He just got the bob towards the end. And you could see Nitrogen, after he put away Opulent Restraint, he came to the outside to see Fiona, and it was just the bob of the heads there towards the end.
Alabama is next, according to trainer Mark Cassidy. You see these trainers in the paddock before these big races, and that's great, but you can't hear the conversations usually, unless the trainer allows you to mic them up.
I swear he looks like he's younger. We bought him as a 2-year-old. I think this horse can sit a great trip, though, because Avi's going.
Yeah,
and really,
one that's
but
coming from sprints too.
Yeah. Oh, really? I didn't think there was much speed in
That
here.
was it, though. If he clears them, we're right there, lane second.
With
It's getting tired. Come on, Win. No. Come on, Win. Could be third. Third. Good. I mean, he hadn't ran a long time.
Yeah. Good run.
Yeah, good. Gave him a good trip. He'll improve from that. Track's fast. I'm really worried about nitrogen. It's so hard. She's a big mare, isn't she?
She is.
One thing about her, she's been against, you know, shorter races where you had to get after her a little, and she can do it, right? The horse is down there.
Yeah, she's gonna put herself right there. I see 2 other horses.
Yeah.
Some speed.
Yeah.
Inside horse and totally justified. Those 2 horses should be.
Yeah. Come on, Knight. Come on, Knight. That was a toughie. Not much you could do. You almost couldn't get the horse on the lead.
No, exactly. No, I think it was good. The track is fast. Huh?
No, but I said, you know, it wasn't like, I don't know what else you could have done.
No, I sit there. Louis died mid-turn, so I just creep out little by little. She switched lead to the right lead. I asked her to go. She responded nicely, but I could tell that when she opened up a half, kind of just waited a little. I hit her left-handed. She felt it coming with time, and she went on, but the other one had a good momentum.
Yeah, it did. She ran good. Oh, well.
You still think of the Alabama?
Oh, yeah. I said going in, whether we win, lose, or whatever, I think we got to go to the Alabama. Probably more so now.
Disappointed she didn't win, but forges ahead to the Alabama. A stellar 4th of July racing festival for Mark Casse. The dichotomy, the range of emotions from the disappointment of the Casses watching Nitrogen lose, like right in front of him, just feet away, the celebration from Team Fillon, celebrating a Grade 1 Belmont Oaks victory.
Give him a lot of credit for taking the win in stride, especially with a whole host of people that had the winner in front of him. It's not easy. And I think one of the reasons that Mark is very popular with people is he's incredibly kind and easy to deal with. I remember when I used to do a radio show downtown, I lost one of my guests at the last minute. Mark was 2 for 60, I think, at the time at the meet. He was having a terrible meet. He happened to walk by me when I found out, and I said, Mark, any chance I can get you to come down to the Parting Glass tonight to the show? He said, what time do you want me there? And he was there. And he was great. And that's who he is. You know, it's easy to talk about people when things are going well. You know, everybody's gracious when not everybody, but most people are gracious when things are going well. It's when things aren't going well. And here was a guy going through a 2 for 60 meet when I could have understood if he said, Andy, really, I can't get a winner. Can you leave me alone?
Yeah.
I would have understood.
Mark tells it like it is. That's the one thing you get from him. He'll basically tell you. He told us basically Ewing was the real deal. So he's very, telling. He tells you what his horses is. He's got a good beat on his horses. And listen, he's figured out the recipe to win here, which was struggling for him, but the last 2 years have been good.
And he's been beaming about the confidence in the young prospects in his barn, included Ewing. Andy, who really set the tone for yesterday's 12-race program by doing that. Just a sparkling debut by this 2-year-old.
We see so much great racing up in Saratoga that we're spoiled, and sometimes you miss out on things that, they're overshadowed by bigger events. And you mentioned the horse for Belmont that won her second career start, and probably heading the test off that race. And one of the real reasons we love Saratoga, the 2-year-olds. I mean, there's nothing like when a horse wins a huge race, a Derby or any other race, as a 3-year-old or out in the screen, you say, I saw that horse break his maiden up in Saratoga.
This creates fans because you were there when it first started, before they became who they're becoming.
The first time I started going to the track at Saratoga, the first summer my family was here, was 1974. And Ruffian, and it's the 50-year anniversary of the ill-fated match race today, and Ruffian was running in the Spinaway, and she's the only horse I had heard of, and I'd read about her. I didn't even know that Foolish Pleasure, who won the Derby next year, won the Hopeful. I didn't even remember that till I saw it. But I wanted to see Ruffian, and I saw her on the track, and that was it. I mean, I was kind of hooked already, but Ruffian, she's the horse that really got me really to fall in love with the game and following her as well.
I think the other part about it is Nick's go, right? He's a new sire out there. We know how good he was on the racetrack. Then he throws something out there like that. So you're always looking for the newer sires, too, and how they're going to perform. And that's a pretty good start right there for Nick's go.
It is.
Ewing, sensational yesterday on debut. Our thanks to Mark Casse for wearing the mic. An inside look, those sights and sounds. An afternoon with a trainer running the biggest horses in the biggest races. 9th race, 15 minutes out. As you can see, horses in the paddock. Brigade Commander, what will he do in this upcoming 9th race? Riders up, post-parade, live racing coming your way from the Spa, the 9th in 15 minutes.
The most underrated sale in America, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. Precocious yearlings selected on pedigree and superior conformation, plus a showcase of the freshman sires of 2025. Recent grads include Grade 1 winners Chancer McPatrick and Carson's Run, with a growing list of graded stakes winners. Buy smarter, buy earlier, buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the Hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
So many winners at Saratoga this weekend. And here's another. Bob from Long Island eating 3 pints of ice cream in the same time it took Sovereignty to win the Belmont Stakes.
See, Met fans will do that. You don't see a Yankee fan eating 3 pints.
Do we really need to see him actually do it? Is that really necessary?
How does brain freeze not stop all of them in their tracks?
Don't look at me. I'm getting upset stomach just watching this.
Bob's been there before.
Oh no, this wasn't some.
No, it's not his first rodeo.
He's a ringer.
That's the ringer.
He's a ringer.
That's the
He's a
ringer.
ringer. There's no doubt about it. He's on the
How do you
ice
get through
cream
that?
eating contest eating circuit. That's got to be a circuit, right?
3 pints in 2 minutes. Insane. Congrats, Bob from Long Island. By the way, a heads up. Reminder, you can get in the game with Naira Bet's YouTube channel. Tune in to race previews, full card analysis, betting tutorials from tracks around the world. Subscribe now and bet confidence at youtube.com/Naira Bets. 9th race here. And you're looking at the current favorite in Cognoscenti. Andy, why? Why the 8-5 favorite?
Because I'm assuming the connections bet a lot of money on him. He opened up with, I think, a little over $20,000, feeling like one bet. We like owners that bet, and we appreciate that. This horse is a private purchase since his last start by the LSU stables, and they support their horses at the window. He's not an 8-5 shot in his actual chances of winning. Not to say he doesn't have a chance, because he does have a chance.
Creates value elsewhere,
Creates
yes?
value elsewhere, and he is, right now, in my opinion, a dramatic underlay.
Yeah, he's an underlay. I think he is the horse to beat. I can't get over the chart line 2 back, off slow, 3 wide, tight, T-I-T-E. I just can't get over that.
Acacia Cognoscenti, does he look like an 8-5 shot, maybe?
He looks great, Lafitte. And yes, he's trained by my husband, but I have zero insight into this horse. I was not in the paddock for his first race, and he's been based down at Belmont Park, so I really don't know much about him. But I do actually know the family, which is interesting. He's the half-brother to Clear Conscience, who just recently won the Kingston New York bred stake and started out with Christoph, and then also the half-brother to Topic Changer, who Christoph and Miguel trained for a time before he actually went and was effective going over hurdles. Physically, Cognoscenti is built much more like Topic Changer in that he's very long, kind of a more leaner frame to him, but he's incredibly fit coming back off of what was a very impressive effort when finally getting to run against New York bred company. He was a little bit slow out of the gate that day, but he was able to tip out and take over pretty handily. He's on the muscle here in the paddock, though, really kind of marching around and really perked up a lot when they put the tack on. So we'll see what he does facing winners for the first time as he does step into open company as well. The number 10, Brigade Commander, Fort Ray handle, I saw him 2 back when I wrote down, just wants to get back on the turf. And he finally did that last time out with a tough beat off the pace inside and kept on. And I thought was just a little bit second best in there. But this is a horse that I've always felt is more of a turf horse and gets to do exactly that. He's very forward in the paddock. I think he's run some of his better numbers on the grass as well, at least consistently, and I just think that this is the right spot for him. He will be one that's coming from off of it. I hope he breaks better than he did last time because he has the ability to be a bit more forward, at least what he's shown in some of his dirt races and how he acts, Lafitte.
So he doesn't have to leave so much work for himself in the stretch. Will he be a little bit closer, Brigade Commander? He and Desperate Proposal exiting the same race, mid-May Aqueduct. Similar company, Andy. Desperate Proposal, a mess early on.
Well, I mean, he just breaks a little sluggishly, and he bears out substantially. He's bad. You can see the head of his shadow right there, and he puts himself in the back of the field. Now, they were moving up front. The horse who wins the race is a heavy favorite who's ahead of him at this point. But come on. I mean, that's a little bit much.
Yeah.
And he runs a respectable 5th. Now, the horse who finished 2nd, Brigade Commander, is probably the horse to beat in this race. But he's also a 1 for 19 with 11 seconds and thirds. And way in the back of the pack now is Desperate Proposal. Now he draws an inside post. He also made a big wide middle move in there. I mean, he didn't have a great trip. You'll see Brigade Commander run very well to be 2nd to a big favorite who's a talented. I think he's now, he's at least, if he's not 2 for 2, he's won his last 2 starts. But I think the 2 is the more interesting one because don't forget, Brigade Commander now has post 10, and he had post 2, or post 9 with a scratch, or 8, I should say. Whereas Desperate Proposal gets post 2, but also gets a big rider switch to John Velasquez. I'm not trying to knock Christopher Elliott. I think he's ridden extremely well here. But John Velasquez is a better rider, and I think Christopher would agree with that. I thought he was a little bit interesting as an alternative in here to get some position with Johnny. I'm afraid the 6 could wire the field. I don't think the 5's out of it, and the 10 can win.
Paul?
I think the 6 can wire the field. I think the 5 is the horse to beat. I don't know if I want to take 9 to 5. The 10's the interesting horse in here because the 2 numbers on the turf are good. Has run 8 times over it. But I'm kind of against the 3 to 1. I don't know. That horse is kind of interesting to me, but I don't mind the 2 at all. I thought the 2 ran giant last time out. And Amelia Green's 2nd time in her barn, trying to get her first win up here at Saratoga, too, as well.
Not yet. She'll have to wait till Thursday to do that.
Oh,
this
right.
is still Aqueduct.
Oh, gosh.
You just keep looking around and getting confused and thinking we're not at Aqueduct. This, my friend, is Queens. Okay? That's Queens.
Can I get on
Belmont
the 7
at the Big A at
A-Train.
Saratoga. You follow the track trends very closely. The first few inner turf races we watched here that looked like there was a definite advantage to speed types. How are we feeling after a few more inner turf races we've watched?
I don't know how you can deny that the rail's been good. We saw that horse Wire. We saw the 2nd horse in the mile 3/8 rare half race come through on the inside, so I still think you need to save ground.
Post parade, Chevy Man, Flavian Prat, 6 to 1.
Yeah, they're starting to really send it in on Flavian Prat for this horse to be 6 to 1.
Desperate Proposal, number 2, needs a cleaner start today.
Yeah, son of Gift Box. Johnny V will get aboard for Surging Sky Ventures.
Just to Fly, 1 victory. That victory with Javier Castellano.
Yeah, and Mike Trombetta. This horse had Paco Lopez aboard last time out. I think he'll get a better ride this time.
LSU Stables, Cognoscenti.
He buried a lesser field last time out. I think he's overbet, but I also think he has a lot of merit here.
Willing to risk it all, just won in the slop off the turf affair.
0 for 12 the last 2 years. No wins here at Saratoga, but I think might be the horse to catch.
Still a soldier, turf debut.
Yeah, that's not much pedigree on this one to speak of.
Jay Hirsch, Jose Lascano towards the outside 13 to 1 4-year-old debut.
Trainer switch to a trainer that's more of a steeplechase trainer. Has some good race gram motion, but usually when he gets very good trips.
Brigade Commander and the Belmont Derby winning jockey Manny Franco.
Yeah, really good race last time. If this horse repeats the last two turf races, this horse is going to be tough to beat.
Sky Masterson marooned outside.
If you like guys and dolls, he's the horse for you. If you don't, you're probably not betting him.
Or you could just go with the Derby Belmont winning jockey, Junior Alvarado, one of the two.
By the way, you know you're cognoscente. You're an expert.
Sights and Sounds, 4th of July Racing Festival. So coverage continues from Saratoga. Closing day, Belmont at the Big A meet at Saratoga. Opening day on Thursday of the traditional summer meet. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1, the 9th in 5 minutes.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Look at that shot. A gorgeous Sunday afternoon in upstate New York. Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. 9th race just moments away. $50,000 allowance optional claimer on the inner turf course, mile and a 16th. Paulie, your top selection. Cognoscente, who should look a lot better at that 3-1 morning line. You have a lot of company. 8-5, heavy favorite.
You know, this horse actually ran for $35,000 first time out, but ran against some decent horses. Then lost to Tucson, who's a just nice little sort. They finally put blinkers on this gelding. I think the last time put it all together, but that was against New York Breds. We'll have to take another step forward.
I may have misspoken. Paulie may have been the one who bet the 20 dimes on him. Paulie?
Add up.
Telling us?
That would add up.
I didn't leave the set, did I?
Don't have to.
Naira Bets.
Naira Bets account. Sign up. Use
My
that
phone is malfunctioning.
Use that promo code, Andy. Your top pick. A Desperate Proposal hanging up there at 9-1 with Johnny V.
Yeah, I mean, I like the reverse in post position. You know, had a bit of a trip last time out. Don't think he ran that badly. I don't have an issue with the 5. He can win, but I think he's very, very overbet at this point. I thought this horse was an interesting price horse, and I'm happy to bet a few dollars on.
To Acacia trackside.
Yeah, and taking a look at that horse in Desperate Proposal, I agree with the trip last time. Just took a complete right turn at the beginning of the race and was really up against it as a result. Now, as much of I think of Christopher Elliott in that he's been riding very well, you can't beat getting the master John Velasquez aboard. And he's done a really good job with this horse because he's been a handful. I'm not familiar with him, but he was really bad to get the tack on. He was kind of trying to like rush out of the stall, and one of the valets that was assisting Saddle got out just in time as this horse was really kind of moving all over the place and not standing. And he's been pretty sharp out on the track as well and has gotten himself a little bit warm and worked up. He's a very good looking individual, really, really fit, dappled out from head to toe, just hoping he can mentally channel that energy. And I'm wondering, again, wasn't in the paddock for the last race, but I am wondering if a horse that's a bit more distracted with being from the outside post last time, with a younger rider, maybe just caught himself a little bit off guard, and a horse that tends to look around at other things as well, but one that I think could certainly run well at a big price in here. Speaking of price, I'm going to throw out a bomb. I know the number 8, Still a Soldier, does not have much on paper to recommend, but I was in the paddock for that last race in January, and I wrote down, built more like a turf horse. While he doesn't have a ton of immediate turf pedigree, the dam never won on the grass, but she finished in the money a couple of times on it and actually ran her best Beyer speed figures on the turf. There was a sibling that ran consistent numbers on turf and synthetic, though not winning on it. This horse actually had the opportunity too to work over the turf course on the Oklahoma training track here. I watched that work too back on First TV, and while he was working with a horse that was just beaten in a maiden claiming race, I thought this one was going much better and moved beautifully on the grass. He's gotten very hot, and he does have a layoff to contend with. Maybe not today, but at a huge price. I am going to watch him with interest getting on to the grass Lafitte.
Ricardo Santana won on a horse earlier. Hadn't raced since October, 8-1. This one a bigger price. Live look there. Trainer Amelia Green. Desperate Proposal, number 2. We touched on Dwayne Lucas, legendary trainer who passed away at the age of 89, and part of his legacy, that training tree, that coaching tree, and former assistants that have gone on to great success and that will see that for generations to come. A former assistant of Dwayne Lucas, Todd Pletcher, one of the very best in the game, and a former assistant to Todd Pletcher, Amelia Green, now out on her own.
And she started off extremely well. She is somebody to watch this meet. Sometimes the waters get deeper in Saratoga, but she has really, really been doing well.
Has Desperate Proposal here with Johnny Velasquez aboard. Live look there, Amelia Green. Final thoughts here at the gate, Paulie.
Well, you got to pay attention to a lot of the horses that are sweating, but it's hot out. I wouldn't pay attention to that. You know, play a horse if you like the horse. I'm going to stick with the 5. I know first time against winners is usually tough, but 3-2 is tough to take.
Frank Mermati with the call. Race 9, Saratoga, live on FS1.
Sky Masterson will be the last one to load. Walking up, and now one of them is open, a couple of them. Both 6 Willing to Risk It All and 4 Just to Fly. Let's go back to Lafitte. Willing to Risk It All. Coming back in. And they're off. Both Just to Fly and Willing to Risk It All came out very smoothly. Here's Jay Hirsch, intent on getting to the front, and has done so. Jay Hirsch, Willing to Risk It All, with Sky Masterson now racing in 3rd. Just to Fly is 4th. Chevy Mantle on the inside, and Brigade Commander is 3 deep, about 4 lengths off the lead into the first turn. Cognoscenti is next, racing on the inside and just trying to angle off that hedge. Racing a length and a half behind Chevy Man at this stage. Still a Soldier in the green silks is next, and Desperate Proposal at the back of the field. 23-3, a lively enough pace for Jay Hirsch. Jay Hirsch takes him down the backstretch with a half-length advantage. Sky Masterson on the outside and Willing to Risk It All. Those three keeping the pressure on one another. A beautiful trip for Manny Franco and Brigade Commander. Just under a stranglehold and 7 lengths off this battle. Just Two Fly is next. Racing 2 clear of Chevy Man. Cognoscenti is next. Desperate Proposal and Still a Soldier. 47-3. Jay Hirsch trying to sneak away from the other two. Willing to Risk It All along the inside. Outside of him, Sky Masterson, and now Brigade Commander starts to get into contention. Chevy Man is next. Jay Hirsch 3-length lead. Brigade Commander is coming and eating up the turf with each and every stride. Comes right to Jay Hirsch. 3 lengths back, Just Two Fly and Chevy Man. Brigade Commander opens up late, and it's Brigade Commander winning convincingly. Desperate Proposal rallied from last into second, then Chevy Man and Cognoscenti.
Brigade Commander. Manny Franco teaming up with Ray Handel in the 9th at Saratoga, accelerating, creating separation, and blasting this field in the end.
And then you ask yourself, why is Frank Miramati the announcer here? That race, because he knows horse racing.
Yeah.
And he knew it, you know. We saw it, Frank saw it. This horse was sitting in the garden spot. You saw it, Paul, you said to me, sit in the garden spot. My 2 can't get out of the gate. He got up for second. The Chiclet was right, Paulie?
Yeah, I didn't know the Chiclet was right on the 2.
I didn't either. But he was never winning this race. He needed to get left. This horse, much the best. I'm happy for Ray Handel, get a win.
Yeah, and the 5 was just going in motion around the racetrack. Didn't fire at all. Got pace to run into. But the 10 was always looking like the winner. And the 2 does get up here for second, rolling on here late. The 5 had to check in for 4th. But we go back to the beginning, and when you go back to the beginning of this race, the 10 just ends up sitting in the right spot. Everybody goes out to the front end. I think everybody was a little bit surprised that maybe the 9 outquicked the horse that broke through the gate, but that let the 10 horse just sit in that garden spot. What a ride by Manny. This was the key move, to back off right here and get down towards the rail.
You know, what also is interesting about this, he actually ends up wide in the first stretch. He ran
well.
And this was a sensational ride by Jose Lozcano. I don't care where the 9 finished. He did everything he could to give the 9 the best chance to win. And this is what happens when you have a strong bias, especially for a week. The riders start picking up on it. Think of how oddly the Kelso was run yesterday. You know, and so the pace a little bit hotter than you might have expected in here. Of course, like the 9, if the track was paying evenly, the 6 probably gets the lead, because Jose's not thinking, I got to center the front and get the front. So the races end up getting run in a very different manner sometimes, and sometimes it just gets too hot. But I'm going to say something, good trip or not, this horse was best.
Much the best.
Yeah, much the best, yeah.
We saw him swapping leads in deep stretch, no matter, all by himself. Trainer Ray Handel, he looks like he's dressed like he thought he might be visiting the winner's circle this afternoon. And last summer, terrific summer at Saratoga.
He's been stalking me a lot at dinner, so now I know he's picking up the check next time I see him.
Yeah, right? You know what? It just shows you that I love Ray. He's such a great guy. But Manny Franco, horse winless on dirt, 0 for 11. Changed his life now, 2 for what? 9 on the turf, and he's been trying to stick this horse on turf, and I would think bigger and better things. This horse would stay in this condition.
And to be fair, I mean, this horse lost to a better horse at Debt Limit last time.
Yeah, that's
He's
true.
been a little unlucky in losing some of those turf races.
Yeah.
Not the case today.
Brigade Commander, much the best. 10-2-1-5 in this 9th at Saratoga. When we come back, that filly right there, absolute dynamo. She feels pretty, top-ranked turf female in the nation, and the favorite in the Grade 1, Duncan Diana, on Saturday.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to. And he's going to run down during the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn. Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
We're back on America's Day at the races as race 9 is official. Brigade Commander happy to be on the turf and gets the win under Manny Franco, trained by Ray Handel, who's joining me now. And Ray, this is a horse that I think tough beat last time out and really a great trip, a great ride by Manny today.
Yeah, and you know, you might look at his form and be like, oh, he's got a hang in him. And I mean, you might say that, but he's been getting beat by some pretty nice horses. You know, Manny has done a great job on him, and he did another excellent job today. We looked loaded the whole race. I felt really confident down the backside when he was kind of in the clear. You know, he had speed in front of him. Everything was kind of just setting up perfect. And even Manny said the same thing. He's like, I was going down the backside like, we got this.
Yeah, and he looked terrific today, too. But it has to be nice to know that he can be effective on both surfaces.
Yeah, you know, I don't know if I'd say he's quite as good on the dirt these days. I don't know. His back form was really. I mean, he was almost as good on the dirt as he was turf. But the last couple times I've run him on the turf, or on the dirt when it's come off, it's been a little disappointing. But we gave him a shot over the winter since we didn't have the grass. But you know, every time we get him on the grass, he's showing up, and you know, he did that again today.
Showed up in a big way this afternoon. Well, I have to ask because apparently the suit is the angle, but this one, it's actually the inside of the suit. Give us a little show.
Yeah, a little island vibes. We're trying to keep everybody entertained on the inside and the outside.
Well done. I'm just going to leave that there, Lafitte.
We're going to leave that up to you, Andy. If you think Ray Handel has a runner in an upcoming race, to go check the inside of his jacket, check the lining, and see how
Ray's
confident
Jamaican.
he really is.
Ray's Jamaican.
We're going to leave it up to you.
You wouldn't know if he is. No, he is. He really is. I mean, this is, you know, Ray's great. I enjoy his sense of humor, and he once brought me a pizza and a bottle of champagne in the set on New Year's Eve. That's all it takes for me to like you going forward. If you want to know, I do take bribes, but only food.
Pizza and champagne.
Pizza and champagne uses the way to my heart.
I'm good. I like our relationship. Just the way
built on
it is.
food and booze.
Brigade Commander, 790 with one left. 10th race coming up. About 22 minutes out. New York bred maidens. 5.5 furlong sprint on grass. And Amelia, current favorite, 2-1. Paulie, who graduates?
I don't know who graduates in this race. I thought it's wide open, but I'll tell you, the lowest we'll pay in your pick fives is the 3 and the 10. And if you're alive in these pick sixes, they are paying, I mean, some great handicapping, first of all, but you're alive to some 5 out of 6 and some logical horses. I do think the race goes through the 3 and the 10 in here. I thought there's some other horse in here. I like Flavian Prat sticking around on the 7. I thought was interesting.
There are a lot of firsters near, like the 4 Light the Mirror, who has a little bit of turf pedigree that could be dangerous. I don't want to disregard them. I tried Miss Uproar last time at 20-1, and I think she ran really well for a 20-1 shot, but she couldn't have got a better trip. I mean, forgetting about that, she was 20-1. Ricardo gave her an absolutely perfect ride, and she just didn't get it done, and she's had so many chances. But if none of the firsters really run and there's nobody interesting, she and Amelia are probably the right 2 horses, but it's hard to be overly enthusiastic.
And for our FS1 audience, this is considered closing day, Belmont at the Big A, even though we're at Saratoga. Can you explain what the mandatory payout scenario is all about?
Yeah, the way the rules are in New York State is that you can't carry over from one meeting to the next or one year to the next. So pick six carryovers can't exist. We've got to pay the pool out. But because this is not officially Saratoga, it's Aqueduct, it's really the closing of the Belmont at the Big A meet. We'd normally be at Belmont, actually, and hopefully we'll be there soon, which is great. So they're closing day features. It'll be the same situation as closing day in Saratoga on Labor Day, a very sad day.
Not looking forward to Labor Day. We are looking forward to Thursday, opening day of the brand new Saratoga meet and the Duncan Diana, the first of 16 Grade 1 events this meet. Fillies and mares on grass, mile and an eighth. One name jumps off the screen. She Feels Pretty, the leader in the division of turf females. Johnny Velasquez to ride, racking up Grade 1 win after Grade 1 win. Her last victory in the Grade 1 New York Andy on Belmont Stakes weekend.
She handles given the ground. She handles firm turf. 4 straight wins, 3 of them Grade 1s, 4 total Grade 1s in her career. She's just the goods, you know. But this is a tough race. The dynamic pricing was very good in winning the Just a Game, Paulie. You've got 4 horses in this race that have Grade 1 wins this year that I know of. Horse who won the first Lays in there. Dynamic pricing is in there. Be Your Best. She beat a softer Grade 1 field nonetheless in her last start. So you've got really a very, very strong group of horses, but she is very strong herself.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if she likes it a little bit better with a little bit faster footing. I know she won this race. Yeah.
But I think you're right. Yeah.
But I think this will be her toughest test by far. I know it's a short, compact field, but she's now turning into the target. When you turn into the target, it gets a little tougher and tougher.
She could be undefeated. I don't believe she's ever been in a race where she has not run the best race. I thought she got a lousy trip when she lost the Breeders' Cup as a 2-year-old. The Lake Placid, I'm going to say it. Flavian Prat outrode John Velasquez, saving ground, a good rail, or Johnny was a bit off of it. And I think Johnny's been riding great on this curve course with the rails down. And she was unlucky when she lost before that in the Belmont Oaks. She could be undefeated, Paulie.
Who poses the biggest threat?
In my unbiased opinion, dynamic pricing.
Dynamic pricing.
My incredibly unbiased opinion, dynamic pricing.
On Saturday, Duncan Diana, opening week in the stakes racing. We have 2 divisions of the De La Rosa on Thursday. Coronation Cup, Diana Saturday, Bowling Green, and the Quick Call presented by TRF to wrap up opening week as we wind down closing day here. Belmont at the Big A, and there's Amelia Green, who's running a contender in the 10th named Amelia. Just a coincidence, fair enough. Amelia saddling Amelia in the nightcap, 18 minutes out until the 10th. Belmont at the Big A at Saratoga.
Say hello to Move. It's a 1-horse race. Very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Moose, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
So glad you could join us. America's Day at the Races, Fox Sports 1, nightcap 15 minutes out. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Closing day, mandatory payout, late pick 5. The payouts here, Andy, and the lowest payout to Amelia, 6,400 plus.
I got to tell you, if you're alive in this pick 5, I want you to win. Because you put together a very, very difficult sequence, Paulie.
You really did. I mean, it was tough to come up with a Wesley Ward runner. The horse that started this sequence.
Get them all on the same ticket.
Yeah, you're right.
And this race is tough. I mean, okay, the 3 and 10, who I cowardly picked 1-2, are probably the 2 likeliest winners.
New York bred maiden turf sprints.
Right. First time starters.
Not easy.
Smart trainers.
And you look
at a lot going on here.
The will pays are all over the place. The lowest will pay in the pick 6 is the 4, a first-time starter who's not really getting bet. But when you look at the will pays in the pick 5, it's the 3 and the 10.
The 10, who you just mentioned, Mr. Uproar, 2-1. 15 race maiden. Ricardo Santana to ride, looking for a second win this afternoon. We're going to revisit her latest. There she is. This was early June. Against Tougher, albeit here. Andy, third place finish in the end. What'd you make of the effort?
There she is moving the 2 path right now, I believe, in the yellow hat. Ricardo just did such a good job getting, actually he's not, I'm sorry, the white hat in the outside, but getting good position and moving outside. She just wasn't good enough, but she ran really well and she got her best chance, which is all you can ask for. And 20-1, good play that day. She may win today.
Running back to that race, does that put her in the winner's circle?
Well, I think it gives her a good chance to, but there's so many unknowns in here, you know, with first-time starters, and they're not first-time starters from outfits that don't win. I mean, the 8, Mitzi Fogg, okay, I'm not writing about this horse, but this horse after 2 turf winners, including Mr. Tonic, who's pretty good. Kerry Bryan's a very, very good trainer. I don't know anything. Maybe this horse can't run at all, but you're going to sit here and tell me you think I would never bet that horse?
That kind of race.
Yep.
Wide open as we check in with Acacia. See her right there. I'm going to see her a little bit closer for this race 10 paddock report. Acacia.
Yeah, nice, easy race to wrap up the day, Lafitte. But we'll start off with the current favorite, and that is the 10, Miss Uproar. She has had plenty of chances on both turf and dirt, but I have a world of respect for Fernando Abreu. I always tend to like the way that his horses are turned out, and I've actually written throughout that this is a horse who's built more like a turf horse, and at a big price. She actually ran quite well on the turf in a maiden special weight field last time out, so dropping in class to the maiden claiming level today, she just makes a world of sense, and she looks tremendous. She's great in her coat and in her weight. Again, I like the surface for her. I think that she suits on the turf, and Ricardo Santana, as we've seen, has done a really good job with getting horses into an advantageous position. Will have to work out a trip from that outside post, but she has the ability to show some tactical speed, and I would imagine he will put her into the race early on. The number 7, Sill's Pleasure, is a bit of a price, but it's only her second start on the turf, and last time out, she was off the pace. Backcheck came from far off to win it, and she really didn't kick on. But she does not strike me, even though she has some good size and leg to her. Her demeanor does not strike me as the type of horse that wants to go long. Furthermore, she looks like a turf horse. She has a flatter turf hoof on her, and she is sharp in here. She's been bubbling throughout. I think that she's a little bit intriguing, cutting back in distance for Dave Donk, and I do like that Flavian stays. Be willing to give another look to her at a price, as she will sprint for the first time on the grass, Lafitte.
Lots to like, several angles, and for your top selection, Paulie, 10-1, Sill's Pleasure.
Listen, I'm just taking a shot here that this horse will like the turf. I just love that Flavian sticks. He kind of made a middle move with this horse last time, and the mile was not the right distance. Maybe cutting back to 5.5 furlongs will help, because the 6 furlong race this horse ran was not that bad. So when Flavian gets to know a horse one time, they usually run a little better. She's going to have to really pick up her feet to beat these, but not that much more, and you're getting 10-1.
I want to warn, now listen, I'm not knocking a 10-1 shot, but this horse comes out of a race where the winner back check literally broke 5 or 6 lengths behind the field and still win. So for me, the next winner out of that race, Paulie, and I'm 10-1, and you know how much I respect your opinion. The winner that comes out of that race is on me.
Sill's Pleasure, 10-1. Going to pull off the upset and graduate in what will be her 7th career start. What's been a stellar week here in upstate New York, getting ready for the summer traditional meet with this 4th of July Racing Festival. Exciting. And we have one left. Riders Up, Post Parade, and the Sunday Nightcap when we come back. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS1.
Behind a no-doubt champion, Echo Zulu. Sierra Leone does it. Early voting comes inside. He wins the precinct. Gun Knight, Cyber Knight, Society, Antiva. It's Baba. Gun Pilot.
Hit 1 million, hit 1 million, hit 1 million, hit 1 million, hit 1 now million one. You got to put it in a half. Mark, $3 million. Thank you.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
We know that the horses are the foundation to this industry, but it's the people that brings us together. We need to celebrate the community that is horse racing.
The stories are amazing. The people that you meet and the love they have for this business warms your heart and renews one's faith in this industry.
I think this is one of the best things we've done in the last few years in horse racing, but it has to happen with somebody nominating an individual.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Winding down the Sunday program, closing day, Belmont at the Big A meet at Saratoga. Sign up NyraBets.com. When you do so, use that promo code BONUS200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now, NyraBets.com. Opening day summer meet on Thursday. This 10th and final here. New York bred maidens, turf sprints, light the mirror. 16-1 first-time starter. What does the pedigree tell us?
Very good turf second dam. Very good on the grass. City of Lights, 15% in turf sprints, so there's a lot of pedigree. This is an interesting horse. This horse is
cold
taking,
on the board.
I mean, this horse being bet like she can't outrun me. I mean, 16-1 in this field, right? Isn't that weird?
I think she comes down a little bit, right?
I mean, odd. I mean, it's very strange that she's this big a price in here. I mean, maybe she can't run, but still.
There's Amelia, and right behind her, Amelia. And you're going with Amelia.
Yeah, I scratched into this horse. I actually really liked the 9. It was one of the few horses. Probably my best bet of the day was the 9 who scratched. So I never liked that, especially at a short price. She kind of ran off in her lone turf race going long as a 2-year-old. And she has enough turf pedigree to suggest that she might be able to handle it. And I think she probably did that day, and I'm hoping the cutback works. And switching to Amelia's barn, as she's done so well. This is not exactly a strong play by me, and 2-1 is not a price I'm looking to take. But she is the horse that I end up with on top. I just didn't have a clever idea in this race. If there's somebody clever in here, it's not a horse I could pick on top.
No, because when you look at the horses in here, I prefer the 3 over the 10. Because the 10's 0 for 15.
The 3's a bit of an unknown, and the 10's had its chances.
Yeah, and the 10's kind of, you've seen the 10's movie, right? So, like, what is the 10 going to do? I think the 10 has to clear. I understand that this horse might be able to rate, but I don't think can pass horses. Needs to clear this field, and might be able to if none of the first-time starters really show any speed. Maybe the 2's got a little bit of lick early, but...
Yeah, the 9 could be the 9 scratch.
The 11's interesting, although King for a Day has not had much, and Bruce Levine's 0 for 16, but... That horse is putting blinkers on. You'll never know what happens with that horse.
Still trying to figure out why Light the Mirror is this dead on the board.
This is strange. Maggie made a decent case for me earlier today for Blue for You. So maybe give that horse another look, as she's got a strong opinion. And not that she loved the horse, but she thought this horse a little bit interesting as Rayo looked to win back-to-back races.
She gave out a 13-1 winner on the pregame show earlier today with you.
Yes, she did. Maggie's
Since it's got a shot in here. And, the other first-time starter of the 5 has got pedigree on the bottom side for turf. for Dutro.
Yeah, this horse definitely. The damn one on the grass, or only, I think, 1 for 1 on the turf with a 78 buyer. Mr. Monomoy does not strike me like he's going to turn out to be a big turf producer.
Stallion.
He's 0 for 2 so far in the grass as a stallion.
Did his best work on the main track. Ricardo Santana pictured looking for a second win this afternoon. Called to post, New York breds. Maidens, maiden claimer. All winless, all for sale. 5.5 furlongs on this firm turf course. And the 10th and final race in this 4th of July Racing Festival. Let's meet the field. Fifi La Fume. Currently 17-1, first ever turf sprint.
A smart friend of mine likes this horse today. I think he's nuts, but I respect him nonetheless.
16-1. Frog Hollows Summer. 16-1 shot side by side.
And laces and blinkers for her 3-year-old debut, and it resulted in not much. Maybe she'll improve today.
We'll hear from Amelia Green in a moment. There's Amelia.
Yeah, as I said, I'm hoping that sort of a runoff and maybe a kind of horse will be better off relaxing a little more easily in a turf sprint.
City of Light, first-time starter, Frigid on the board. Light the mirror.
Yeah, maybe no works over a turf course is the reason why, but I would not dismiss this filly.
Hangover Heaven, debuting filly.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little turfy on the dam side, and she is a scat daddy, so if you want that, 9-1.
Blue for you, back sprinting.
Yeah, for Mary Lakes Farm and Ray Handel looking for the late double.
Polly's top selection, Sill's Pleasure, pictured.
If Paulie didn't like this horse, I would say next.
8-1 currently, then Mitzi Fogg, the Denchu stable first-time starter.
Yeah, another first year. I think that's got to look. Although debut maiden claimers Kerry Bryan is 0 for 20, but this is a race where anybody can win.
Miss Uproar, 15 race maiden there she is in Ricardo Santana.
But what I would also say is she's only 0 for 6 in the turf, and she's a better turf sprinter, so I don't want to hold the other races against her.
Coming off a solid effort as well. Miss Uproar, then Gracie Girl, first time on grass.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with Paul. I think Paulie and I are both in the same boat. King for a Day's first winner in the turf will be on us.
Gracie Girl in her first start here on grass. That is the field for the 10th and final 3 minutes out. New York bred maidens of the $50,000 claiming variety post time just around the corner. We check in with Acacia.
And here with trainer Amelia Green, who sends out Amelia. And Amelia, I know obviously she did not start with you, but it has to be kind of fun to have one with the same name.
Yeah, when Brian from Arundel said, oh, since you're training now, I'm going to send Amelia back into you, I was like, that's pretty cool.
Pretty fun. And you have had actually a couple 2-year-olds for Arundel as well.
Yeah, they've been very supportive, and I can't thank them enough for that.
Can you tell us a little bit about this filly? Cutting back in distance and back to the turf, you think that'll be the winning combination for her?
I hope so. We're about to find out, but I haven't had it that long. I've only had it 3.5, 4 weeks. Arundel, they do a great job. They prep them. They come in pretty fit. So I've only breezed her twice over this track, but in the morning she does everything well. She shows speed, at least on the dirt. And her turf race I thought was very good, and she was on the lead going longer. So we're hoping the cutback is the trip.
Well, she looks terrific. Best of luck. Thanks for the time.
Thank you so much.
Sophie?
You know what Amelia should do? Change her name to Sovereignty.
You know what? I'm not going to tell her that. I think I am. After we leave the set, let's go find her, and you should tell her that. Because that's a great idea. No, that's a great idea.
Yeah. Amelia, with Amelia. All right, what has to happen in order for her to graduate in what will be her 4th career start?
Well, I mean, the problem with her is, Paulie, she's a bit of an unknown to be 2-1, right? In a crapshoot of a race, I don't know. It's not like she ran that well in her one turf race, but she did flash a lot of speed. So she's got to be comfortable cutting back in distance, what she want to do all along. But, I mean, listen, yeah, I picked her, and I don't sound like somebody who picked her. I just don't have any better alternatives. I also would say I thought that the 10 would be a shorter price than her, and they're the same price. I don't know. I'm at a loss here. I think she's kind of one of the horses to beat, but is there any horse in this race you feel confident is much more than 15% to win this race?
What is it about these turf sprints and New York bred maiden races that are just eye-crossing?
Well,
a lot of them are getting on the turf for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, it's the winner of this race is not going to be mistaken for a stake horse. Every horse has their place, and it's good that these horses have a chance to run, but they're not going to be that reliable. And there's just not that much. And you look at here, how much information do you have on these horses? They're not horses that have a long resume where you can say, this one's the speed, this one's faster than the other one, this one can do this one, that one can't. So there's so many more unknowns in this race than knowns. Does that make sense, Paul?
Yeah, it does. It does make a lot of sense. And the board's a little skewed for me because if I'm looking at the board, what I thought the 3 and 10, okay, would be your favorites. I thought the 6 would take more money. I thought the 4 would take more money. I thought the 7 would be higher than the 6, to be honest with you. Maybe the 7's taking the Flavian more money.
Final thoughts, Acacia, as they get set to cross over and enter the starting gate.
Well, just to wrap up, thoughts on the 3, Amelia, who I think Amelia, her trainer, had an interesting thing to say, that the cutback should really help her. And I agree, while she is a filly that has some size, she's very, very sharp and had a big warm-up out there on the track under Irad Ortiz. And I think the cutback in distance should actually suit her quite well as your favorite, though no, there's not a lot to sink your teeth into. The number 8, Mitzi Fogg. Andy mentioned the pedigree on this one, probably one of the ones in the immediate family that has the most intriguing turf pedigree. Dan was very good on the grass. By Fog of War, both siblings won on the turf, and she's also had the opportunity to work on the grass over at Fair Hill. She is the one that I think might benefit from a race just to tuck up a bit, but she certainly looks well spotted for Carrie Bryan, and we have seen Christopher Elliott, especially in turf sprints, be aggressive. We'll see what this one can do at first asking with a pedigree, certainly to suggest that she should handle these conditions, Lafitte.
Acacia, thanks so much. Great stuff all week. As we have reached post time for this 10th and final, a pace. Race shape early. Well, where's the speed coming from?
Well, I am a big fan of the pace projector from Timeform US, and they have the 2 and 3 as the main 2 speeds. On the other hand, the 4, 5, and 8 are all first-time starters. What if one of them has speeds?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, the 10 gets the good post position, right, to lay off of those speeds. I'm just wondering if Ricardo gets aggressive and tries to push, but you make a good point. If the 3 gets out of the gate, sometimes the horses that are 0 for the least in these kind of things are the horses to beat.
Can't fault them for what they have not done. Lose a bunch of races. Graduation day for one of these New York bred maidens. Turf sprint here with 2-1 favorite Amelia. For Amelia Green, Frank Miramati standing by with the call. 10th race from Saratoga live on FS1.
2 more left to load for these New York breds that start with an advantage. Gracie Girl to the outside. And they're off. Hangover Heaven, a little tardy out of the gate. Frog Hollow Summer is out very alertly, as is Amelia, who broke sharply and light the mirror just outside of them. Only 2 lengths off the early pace. And then it's Gracie Girl, who's 4th. Down at the rail, Fifi Lafoum is next, followed by Blue for You, who's racing in between horses as they round the far turn. Miss Uproar is in that group too, followed by Mitzi Fogg. On the inside of her comes Sill's Pleasure and slow starting Hangover Heaven. 21 and 4 for Frog Hollow Summer, who has the lead. A big move coming from Hangover Heaven, while caught extremely wide. But look at this explosive move from last. Hangover Heaven is sobering up at the 8th pole with a devastating rally. This is a replay that'll be fun to watch for the connections of Hangover Heaven, who streaks home, handridden by a half dozen lengths. Tight photo, Fifi Lafoum on the inside of Frog Hollow Summer, and in behind them, it's a photo for 4th between Miss Uproar and Misty Fogg.
Like she was shot out of a cannon. First-time starter by Mr. Monomoy. Hangover Heaven blitzes them in her debut to wrap up the program at Saratoga. Wow.
The only thing unsurprising is that something like this happened, because it just was that kind of race.
Predictably
you know?
unpredictable.
And this horse beat this field by the city block.
I mean,
and I believe the 2 held on for second over the 1.
Yeah, ooh, that's close.
Yeah.
10-1 in post
I tell you what, you're right. I mean, this horse circled this field in the blink of an eye. The race was over. Right here, watch this. This horse is dead last. He goes by the 7, the 8. He's the widest of all. And by the time he comes off the turn, it's almost like he's at the Indy 500 off Daytona. Bye-bye. My goodness.
Frank picked this horse. Frank saw this horse coming. He saw this. That's the reason I was able to pick up, and you saw it with those easy-to-read dub silks, and this was one where
Jose's looking inside, and He was looking in the. I love why these guys. It's got to be fun to watch themselves win when they're going to that kind of.
For somebody watching on FS1 that might watch 3 races a year, right? For her to win like that by that many lengths in a turf sprint is the equivalent to what? Like a horse winning a Kentucky Derby by how much?
A dozen lengths, maybe more.
It's ridiculous.
5 or 6 lengths in a turf sprint. That's what made that win by Bring the Band Home the other day so incredibly
in the Harvey
impressive.
Pack.
Not just the final time and the huge Beyer figure, but
margin
the
of victory. Horses
5
don't
lengths.
win turf sprints like that.
You have to understand the nature of turf racing. They run for about a quarter mile at most. You can't put that kind of separation, on an entire field. And they're also running along. I mean, I'm not saying a lot about the others in this race, but this horse ran.
But the only horse that was going to do this was a first-time starter, right? And it happened. By the way, no one hits the pick 6, but you have to pay it out, right?
Yep.
5 out of 6, still a nice little payout, $4,500. If you had this pick 5 to this first-time starter, start celebrating.
And remember,
$17,000.
Most people that had 5 or 6, they had more than one.
The unpredictability of these races at 10-1, over 20-1, over 21-1 for the trifecta. Jose Ortiz, 2 wins this afternoon. Michael Dubb, the Elkstone Group, trained by Rick Dutrow, this debuting filly. Wow.
Right before the race, Andy and I both looked at each other and said, something funky's going to happen in this race. And it's like, this horse freaks, and the 1 and 2 run second and third.
Yeah, I mean, the only horse, the 2 horse taking bets that survived, the guy in the Super was the 10. It was that kind of rain. I'm glad that my 9 scratched because she was not beating this horse.
Regally Ready was not beating that horse today.
I mean, the race wasn't that much slower than Wesley's horse early. Now, I'm not saying Wesley's horse is a superstar, but the horse that finished second, runs Beyer figures of around 80. And this horse probably ran a figure in the high 60s or something, which at this level is pretty good.
Really
Maybe
good.
70s.
Maybe 70s, yeah.
This horse ran.
So that's how we end the first ever 4th of July Racing Festival at Saratoga. Winding things down here and looking ahead to the traditional summer meet. And opening day on Thursday, you have the Delarose and 2 divisions for fillies and mares on grass. We'll take a look at the field, the fans, and every summer such a big part of the celebration here at Saratoga, $1 million plus that we can count on every summer from the fans.
Absolutely, and we had a tremendous weekend, and as always, it's the fans we have to thank for that. Obviously the horses and the people who work on the backstretch, the people that put on the show and make things happen. A lot of people we work here, but it's the fans, and we're going to have well over $80 million bet on our 4 cards here, and that's because of our hands, and we appreciate everybody at the New York Racing Association. Appreciate it a great deal.
And the Delarose, the first division, Andy, as you mentioned, the stronger division, wide open. Heredia, tepid morning line favorite at 3-1.
Well, that's why he's got that prices. I mean, you can make cases for the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5. The 8 is dangerous in this race. This is a really fun race, as are the other divisions, just not quite as deep as this one.
About 90 minutes later, Paul, the second division, moving on up, number 4, the 6-5 favorite.
Yeah, and listen, she's the one definitely to beat in there. I think Ozara on the inside will be your second choice in there. Those 2 fillies look to have that race in tow.
Opening day, live coverage on Fox Sports 2 and the highlights from opening week with the 2 divisions of the Delarose on Friday, the Coronation Cup, another turf sprint. On Saturday, Grade 1, Duncan, Diana, Paul, a chance to see one of the very best in the business. She feels pretty in the Diana, so you can get another Grade 1 tally.
Well, that's what Saratoga is all about. All the stars come out, and She Feels Pretty will be the first superstar we'll see. She's won 4 or 5 in a row, 3 Grade 1. She's really tough to beat. But there you see, going into the winner's circle, hangover heaven. And whoever had this horse is not hung over tomorrow.
Mike Dubb not even here for it, but he's happy wherever he is.
Yeah, he is.
Wow, look at those payouts.
Is he there? Did you see him in the winner's circle?
No, I meant he's happy.
Oh, he's happy. I hope he bet.
2360, Frog Hollow Summer, Fifi LaFume. Yeah, 3 of the biggest outsider, and Paulie, the mandatory payout today. You see the pick 5 down at the bottom here, 4,400
4 out of
plus.
6 too as well.
Pick 6,
yeah,
I should say.
You said
crazy.
One did.
Yeah, right.
The universal one.
Yeah, look at those prices. Woo.
Challenge and sequence.
You want me to do the math?
To say the least. Yeah, that's always mine. Favorite.
100, 6,000.
You started us off, Dick.
60, about 70,000.
You started us off,
You know what?
Andy.
It paid off exactly the parlay. believe it or not.
It's impressive. That is impressive
Very
in
close.
real time. In real time.
I have one skill. I can add, subtract, and multiply.
What a final day of this 4th of July Racing Festival here at Saratoga. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox Sports 1. Look forward to seeing you on Thursday, opening day of the Saratoga meet. 40 days during the traditional meet. All coming your way from the Spa. 4th of July Racing Festival. The highlights, test score. Back-to-back wins for Ammerman and Graham Motion. Fillon, the upset there over Nitrogen in the Belmont Oaks Invitational. Leading rider, Flavian Prat, Belmont at the Big A. Yet another training title for Chad Brown as well. Brown with 4 straight Saratoga training titles. We'll see you on Thursday, opening day from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2. Have a great night, everyone.